Good morning, people of the internet, and welcome to my stream, Dorkly Lit, where we're going to read a bit of Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master's Guide. It's 8 AM where I live, so it's a bit different than my usual streaming time, and I feel like I still have a bit of morning voice going on, but today I'd like to get as much reading done as I possibly can. So I started early, and I want to see how I can get in until I cop out. Let's get to it. Chapter 7. Treasure. Adventurers strive for many things, including glory, knowledge, and justice. Many adventurers also seek something more tangible: fortune. Strands of golden chains, stacks of platinum coins, bejeweled crowns, enameled scepters, bolts of silk cloth, and powerful magic items all wait to be seized or unearthed by intrepid treasure-seeking adventurers. This chapter details magic items, the placement of treasure in an adventure, as well as special rewards that can be granted instead of or in addition to magic items or mundane treasure. Types of treasure. Treasure comes in many forms. Coins, the most basic type of treasure, is money, including copper pieces, silver pieces, electrum pieces, gold pieces or platinum pieces. Platinum pieces is PP. 50 coins of any type weigh 1 pound. I didn't really need to point out the abbreviations for all other ones, but platinum pieces, yeah. Anyway, treasure comes in many forms, right? My favorite form of treasure is the treasure is the friends that we made along the way, and I mean it not just to be mean to my players or to make a snide evil GM comment, but really I like it when players don't have too much and they're not too concerned with monetary wealth. Obviously you need to reward them every now and then, preferably with items they're gonna use. That's the sort of reward that's the sort of material reward that's better, in my opinion, than just giving them money. Because players tend to turn into businessmen and kingpins and rulers of land and that sort of thing, and the adventurer becomes less and less adventurous as they get more powerful, and I don't really like that very much from a narrative standpoint. If I'm a player and not a DM, I also don't much like that from a narrative standpoint, and from a personal standpoint, I'd rather be playing a tomb-plundering wild vagabond than a lord with a castle and a bunch of gold, surrounded by lords with castles and a bunch of gold each. Gemstones. Gemstones are small, lightweight, and easily secured compared to the same value in coins. See the gemstones section for types of stones, gems, and jewels that can be found as treasure. Art objects. Idols cast of solid gold, necklaces studded with precious stones, paintings of ancient kings, bejeweled dishes. Art objects include all these and more. See the art objects section for types of decorative and valuable artworks that can be found as treasure. Magic items. Types of magic items include armor, potions, scrolls, rings, rods, staffs, wands, weapons, and wondrous items. Magic items also have rarities: common, uncommon, rare, very rare, and legendary. Intelligent monsters often use magic items in their possession, while others might hide them away to ensure that they don't get lost or stolen. For example, if a hobgoblin tribe has a +1 longsword and an alchemy jug in its treasure hoard, the tribe's warlord might wield the sword while the jug is kept somewhere safe. That makes sense. Random treasure. The following pages contain tables that you can use to randomly generate treasures carried by monsters, stashed in their lairs or otherwise hidden away. The placement of treasure is left to your discretion. The key is to make sure the players feel rewarded for playing, and that the characters are rewarded for overcoming dangerous challenges. And I fundamentally disagree with this paragraph. The game is its own reward. Actually, psychologically speaking, if you start giving out rewards to your child or someone, like a person, for something that's supposed to be pleasurable in and of itself, that they would be doing anyway. For example, a child is learning to play the violin and it's into it at first, and then you start giving rewards to the child for making progress on the violin, for doing better, for attending classes, whatever. It gets, for example, extra pocket money. It's gonna diminish the interest in the activity itself. The person is going to start to want the reward, and no reward, I don't want to do it anymore. This has been psychologically proven to be a thing. And it's a problem also, I've heard. Before sports psychology got well developed, it was also a problem in sports where players really loved football, for example, and they would try to get better and better and better, and they eventually got super good and started playing in a professional team, and they would hit a hardcore big drop in their ability, because they started at that point, they started playing for their money, and they were no longer so interested in pursuing excellence in their sport. And it got worse when they had so much money that they really didn't need any money at all, because they'd lose the drive to perform better at that point. Luckily, in sports, we kind of solved it. We now have sports psychologists and teams of people that help this sort of psychologically induced burnout. The adventure is the reward, really, and we should all remember this as players and as DMs. So the best treasure really is the friendship we made along the way. That's the moral. That's what I want you to take away from it. Kappa. No kappa, actually. Treasure can be randomly allocated based on monsters' challenge ratings. There are tables for challenge rating from 0 to 4, challenge rating 5 to 10, challenge rating 11 to 16, and challenge rating 17 and higher. Use these tables to randomly determine how much money an individual monster carries, D&D equivalent of pocket change, or the amount of wealth found in a larger treasure hoard. Using the individual treasure tables. An individual treasure table helps you randomly determine how much treasure one creature carries on its person. If a monster has no interest in amassing treasure, you can use this table to determine the incidental treasure left behind by the monster's victims. Use the individual treasure table that corresponds to the monster's challenge rating, roll a d100, and read the result across to determine how many coins of each type the monster carries. The table also includes the average result in parentheses. Should you wish to forego another roll and save time, to determine the total amount of individual treasure for a group of similar monsters, you can save time by rolling once and multiplying the result by the number of creatures in the group. If it doesn't make sense for a monster to carry a large pile of coins, you can convert the coins into gemstones or art objects of equal value. Using the treasure hoard tables. A treasure hoard table helps you randomly determine the contents of a large cache of treasure, the accumulated wealth of a large group of creatures such as an orc tribe or a hobgoblin army, the belongings of a single powerful creature that likes to hoard treasure such as a dragon, or the reward bestowed upon a party after completing a quest for a benefactor. You can also split up a treasure hoard so that the adventurers don't find or receive it all at once. When determining the contents of a hoard belonging to one monster, use the table that corresponds to that monster's challenge rating. When rolling to determine a treasure hoard belonging to a larger group of monsters, use the challenge rating of the monster that leads the group. If the hoard belongs to no one, use the challenge rating of the monster that presides over the dungeon or lair you are stocking. If the hoard is a gift from a benefactor, use the challenge rating equal to the party's average level. Every treasure hoard contains a random number of coins, as shown at the top of each table. Roll a d100 and consult the table to determine how many gemstones or art objects the hoard contains, if any. Use the same rule to determine whether the hoard contains magic items. As with the individual treasure tables, average values are given in parentheses. You can use an average value instead of rolling dice to save time. If the treasure hoard seems too small, you can roll multiple times on the table. Use this approach for monsters that are particularly fond of amassing treasure. Legendary creatures that accumulate treasure are wealthier than normal. Always roll at least twice on the appropriate table and add the results together. You can hand out as much or as little treasure as you want. Over the course of a typical campaign, a party finds treasure hoards amounting to 7 rolls on the challenge 0 to 4, 18 rolls on the challenge 5 to 10 table, 12 rolls on the challenge 11 to 16 table, and 8 rolls on the challenge 17 plus table. Like, this to me is ridiculous. That they even give you the average of what players accumulate over the course of a typical campaign. And the fact that they, for example, for the reward from your benefactor, that they suggest you roll using the party's average challenge level, that's absurd to me. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want an NPC that the party has a relationship with of some sort? Give them anything other than what would make sense narratively. It doesn't make sense. If the guy is wealthy and generous, he might give you a lot. Or if, for example, it would be good if for, whatchamacallit, the story reasons to give them something particular. For example, a house or a particular statue or something. He should give them that regardless of the value. If they're a low-level party and it's worth way too much, so be it. If they're a high-level party and it's chicken feed for them, so be it. But I think you should make these things be grounded in the world and realistic and simulational and not gamified like that. Gemstones. If the treasure hoard includes gemstones, you can use the following tables to randomly determine the kind of gemstones found. Based on their value, you can roll once and assume all the gems are the same, or roll multiple times to create mixed collections of gemstones. 10 GP gemstones, D12. 1 azurite, opaque, mottled, deep blue. 12 banded agate, translucent, striped brown, blue, white, or red. 3 blue quartz, transparent pale blue. Blue quartz, it's cheap, right? It's like a really cheap gemstone. 4 eye agate, translucent circles of grey, white, brown, blue, and green. I'd say that any agate is worth so much more than a blue quartz. Hematite, opaque, grey, black. 6 lapis lazuli, opaque light and dark blue with yellow flecks. 7 malachite. Malachite or malachite? I'm not sure which one. Opaque, but I know the gemstone. It's like a green, like deep green, and you can't see through it. Opaque. Yeah, opaque, striated, light, and dark green. Striations aren't straight on it. It has these like wavy, cool patterns on it. I really like that gemstone. Pretty. 8 moss agate, translucent pink or yellow white with mossy grey or green markings. 9 obsidian, opaque black. Obsidian is dirt cheap as a gemstone. I think nowhere close to agate. 10 rhodochrosite. I don't know that one. Rhodochrosite, opaque light pink. 11 tiger eye, translucent brown with golden center. 12 turquoise, opaque light blue, green. 50 GP gemstones. D12. 1 bloodstone, opaque dark grey with red flecks. 2 carnelian, opaque orange to red brown. 3 chalcedony, opaque white. 4 chrysoprase, translucent green. 5 citrine, transparent pale yellow brown. 6 jasper, opaque blue, black or brown. 7 moonstone, translucent white with pale blue glow. 8 onyx, opaque bands of black and white or pure black or white. 9 quartz, transparent white, smoky grey or yellow. Quartz is useless. It's cheap. It's worth nothing as a gemstone. It's so cheap. It's everywhere. 10 sardonyx, opaque bands of red and white. There's no way quartz is worth 50 GP in any world, like plain quartz. No way. 11 star rose quartz, translucent rosy stone with white star-shaped center. 12 zircon, transparent pale blue green. 100 GP gemstones, D10. 1 amber, transparent watery gold to rich gold. 2 amethyst, transparent deep purple. 3 chrysoberyl, transparent yellow green to pale green. 4 coral, opaque crimson. 5 garnet, transparent red, brown green or violet. 6 jade, translucent light green, deep green or white. 7 jet, opaque deep black. I really like jet too. It's very unique. It's not strictly a gemstone. It's like pearl and like amber. Jet used to be living matter. It used to be wood millions of years ago, and it was turned to jet by high pressure. And you can see the wood markings in some jet, like the whatchamacallit, these patterns that you see in a cut piece of wood. And it's warm to the touch. When you touch it, a lot of the gemstones, they feel cold because they're like metal. Metal at room temperature feels cold because it transitions heat well, so your body temperature escapes into metal quickly and gives you a feeling of being cold. And a lot of stones do the same, they transition heat easily. But jet, it's warm to the touch and pleasant in a way. Pearl, 8 pearl, opaque lustrous white, yellow or pink. 9 spinel, transparent red, red brown or deep green. 10 tourmaline, transparent pale green, blue, brown, red. I really like tourmaline. I really like that one because they didn't describe it here well at all, but tourmalines have 2 colors. Like 1/2 of a crystal is one color, and it goes to a very short gradient, like very sharp transition, and they change to another color, like a two-colored drink. And there are variations of tourmaline. Green and the red tourmaline is called sometimes a watermelon tourmaline, or Eye of the Magi, interestingly enough. It's like a very fantasy name. I don't remember off the top of my head any other names for tourmalines, but there's all kinds of color combinations to it. The red and green is my favorite, by the way. And if you couldn't tell, I'm a geek, and when I was a kid, I used to have a mineral collection, and I was pretty interested in minerals and gemstones, so that's why I know a couple of them from these descriptions. And my comment on quartz being super cheap is because like a kid could go into the mountains and find some quartz. That's no big deal. It's everywhere. It's cheap. It's literally worthless. Fantasy setting will know. 500 GP gemstones. D6. 1. Alexandrite. 2. Aquamarine. 3. Black pearl. Opaque or pure black. 4. Blue spinel. 5. Peridot. 6. Topaz. Topaz isn't that expensive either. What, like, that's a semi-precious stone. A topaz is a semi-precious stone. Unlike quartz, it's just a mineral. 1000 GP gemstones. 1. Black opal, translucent dark green with black mottling and golden flecks. 2. Blue sapphire, transparent blue-white to medium blue. 3. Emerald, translucent deep bright green. 4. Fire opal, translucent fiery red. 5. Opal, translucent pale blue with green and golden mottling. 6. Star ruby, translucent ruby with white star-shaped center. 6. Star sapphire, translucent blue sapphire with white star-shaped center. Yellow sapphire, transparent fiery yellow or yellow green. The star variations of gemstones, they're really rare and expensive in real life. I'm not sure if all of them are expensive, but there's some pretty expensive ones out there. These really sound fancy. I'd give out those if I wanted to give the player something that's worth a lot. 5000 GP gemstones. D4 stone description. 1. Black sapphire, translucent lustrous black with glowing highlights. 2. Diamond, transparent blue-white, canary pink, brown or blue. I've never seen a brown diamond in reality. 3. Jacinth, transparent fiery orange. 4. Ruby, transparent clear red to deep crimson. Art objects. If a treasure hoard includes art objects, you can use the following tables. Randomly determine what art objects are found based on the value. Roll the table as many times as there are art objects in the treasure hoard. There can be more than one of a given art object. Okay, that makes sense. 20 VGP art objects. 1. Silver ewer. What's an ewer? I don't know that one. 2. Carved bone statuette. 3. Small gold bracelet. 4. Cloth of gold vestments. 5. Black velvet mask stitched with silver thread. 6. Copper chalice with silver filigree. 7. Pair of engraved bone dice. 8. Small mirror set in painted wooden frame. 9. Embroidered silk handkerchief. 10. Gold locket with a painted portrait inside. 250 GP art objects. D10 object. 1. Gold ring set with bloodstones. 2. Carved ivory statuette. 3. Large gold bracelet. 4. Silver necklace with gemstone pendant. 5. Bronze crown. 6. Silk robe with gold embroidery. 7. Large well-made tapestry. 8. Brass mug with jade inlay. 9. Box of turquoise animal figurines. 10. Gold bird cage with electrum filigree. Number 9 I feel like is someone's mini collection or a gaming set. 750 GP art objects. D10. 1. Silver chalice set with moonstones. 2. Silver plated steel longsword with jet set in hilt. 3. Carved harp of exotic wood with ivory inlay and zircon gems. 4. Small gold idol. 5. Gold dragon comb set with red garnets as eyes. 6. Bottle stopper cork embossed with gold leaf and set with amethysts. 7. Ceremonial electrum dagger with a black pearl in the pommel. 8. Silver and gold brooch. 9. Obsidian statuette with gold fittings and inlay. 10. Painted gold war mask. 250 GP art objects. 1. Fine gold chain set with fire opal. 2. Old masterpiece painting. 3. Embroidered silk and velvet mantle set with numerous moonstones. 4. Platinum bracelet set with a sapphire. 5. Embroidered glove set with jewel chips. 6. Jeweled anklet. 7. Gold music box. 8. Gold circlet set with 4 aquamarines. 9. Eye patch with a mock eye set in blue sapphire and moonstone. 10. A necklace string of small pink pearls. The eye patch one, it wouldn't make sense in a lot of hordes. Why would someone who has 2 eyes own an eye patch like that? That would be a really weird treasure to find. 7,500 GP art objects. D8. 1 jeweled gold crown. 2 jeweled platinum ring. 3. Small gold statue set with rubies. 4. Gold cup set with emeralds. 5. Gold jewelry box with platinum filigree. 6. Painted gold child sarcophagus. Ooh, creepy. 7. Jade game board with solid gold playing pieces. 8. Bejeweled ivory drinking horn with gold filigree. Magic items. Magic items are gleaned from the hordes of conquered monsters or discovered in long-lost vaults. Such items grant capabilities a character could rarely have otherwise, or they complement their owner's capabilities in wondrous ways. Rarity. Each magic item has a rarity: common, uncommon, rare, very rare, or legendary. Common magic items such as Potion of Healing are the most plentiful. Some legendary items such as the apparatus of Qualish are unique. The game assumes that the secret of creating the most powerful items arose centuries ago and were generally lost as a result of wars, cataclysms, and mishaps. Even uncommon items can't be easily created, thus many magic items are well-preserved antiques. Rarity provides a rough measure of an item's power relative to other magic items. Each rarity corresponds to character level, as shown in the magic item rarity table. A character doesn't typically find a rare magic item, for example, until around 5th level. That said, rarity shouldn't get in the way of your campaign's story. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Rarity, or better yet, price tag, should have no say in your campaign's story. So feel free to give out cheap items to powerful parties and expensive items to newbie parties if this fits. A character doesn't typically find a rare magic item, for example, until around 5th level. That said, rarity shouldn't get in the way of your campaign's story. If you want a ring of invisibility to fall into the hands of a 1st level character, so be it. No doubt a great story will arise from that event. If your campaign allows for trade in magic items, rarity can also help you set prices for them. As the DM, you determine the value of an individual magic item based on its rarity. Suggested values are provided in the magic item rarity table. The value of a consumable item such as a potion or scroll is typically half the value of a permanent item of the same rarity. Magic item rarity. Common, 1st level or higher, value 50 to 100 GP. Uncommon, 1st level or higher, 101 to 500 GP. Rare, 5th or higher, 501 to 5000 GP. Very rare, 11th or higher, 5001 to 50,000 GP. Legendary, 17th or higher, 50,001 GP plus. Buying and selling. Unless you decide your campaign works otherwise, most magic items are so rare that aren't available for purchase. Common items such as a Potion of Healing can be procured from an alchemist, herbalist, or spellcaster. Doing so is rarely as simple as walking into a shop and selecting an item from a shelf. The seller might ask for a service rather than coin. In a large city with an academy of magic or a major temple, buying and selling magic items might be possible at your discretion. If your world includes a large number of adventurers engaged in retrieving ancient magic items, trading these items might be more common. Even so, it's likely to remain similar to the market for fine art in real world, with invitation-only auctions and a tendency to attract thieves. Selling magic items is difficult in most D&D worlds, primarily because of the challenge of finding a buyer. Plenty of people might like to have a magic sword, but few of them can afford it. Those who can afford such an item usually have more practical things to spend on. See Chapter 6, Between Adventures, for one way to handle selling magic items. In your campaign, magic items might be prevalent enough that the adventurers can buy and sell them with some effort. Magic items might be for sale in bazaars or auction houses in fantastical locations, such as the City of Brass, the Planar Metropolis of Sigil, or even in more ordinary cities. Sale of magic items might be highly regulated, accompanied by a thriving black market. Artificers might craft items to use by military forces or adventurers, as they do in the world of Eberron. You might also allow characters to craft their own magic items, as discussed in Chapter 6. Identifying a magic item. Some magic items are indistinguishable from their non-magical counterparts, whereas other magic items display their magic nature conspicuously. Whatever a magic item's appearance, handling the item is enough to give a character a sense that something is extraordinary about it. Discovering a magic item's properties isn't automatic, however. The Identify spell is the fastest way to reveal an item's properties. Alternatively, a character can focus on one magic item during a short rest while being in physical contact with the item. At the end of the rest, the character learns the item's properties, as well as how to use the item. Potions are an exception. A little taste is enough to tell the taster what the potion does. How on earth would that tell the taster what it does if the taster is a fighter or a barbarian? That doesn't make any sense at all. I'd change that one, probably. I might be tempted to change the one where you're in physical contact with the item and you suddenly know what it does. Why would you know what it does? I think they just made it so for what they think is game balance, or for what they think is fun. But I don't think that necessarily contributes to fun. It contributes to fun, and if you're all about upgrades and killing monsters and you want to use your upgrade in a dungeon as soon as you get it to kill monsters better, but that's not the fun of tabletop RPG to me, so I'll just ignore it probably. Sometimes a magic item carries a clue to its properties. The command word to activate a ring might be etched in tiny letters inside it, or a feathered design might suggest that it's a ring of feather falling. Wearing or experimenting with an item can also offer hints about its properties. For example, if a character puts a ring of jumping on, you could say, your steps feel strangely springy. That one would make sense, but that's not entirely giving away what the ring does. Hardly at all, actually. Perhaps the character then jumps up and down to see what happens. You then say the character jumps unexpectedly high. Now, if they were to attune with the item and it requires attunement, or if it's an item that requires no attunement at all, as a DM, I'd give them descriptive hints like the one about your steps feeling springier. If the item or the item's property is conducive to that sort of thing, right? In a way where they could guess maybe what it does, but never fully know. That's interesting because it makes them think what it could be. Especially if they're a player who didn't read through all the garbage there is on D&D to read, and knows every single item by heart. Which I assume I'll be playing with players like this. I don't want to play with these dogs who say, actually, this item does this and this, and can be found as this and this. It's not supposed to be inlaid with the jade, with the sapphire. I'll have you know. I don't want to play with people like that, really. Variant, more difficult identification. If you prefer magic items to have a greater mystique, consider removing the ability to identify the properties of a magic item during a short rest, and require the Identify spell. Experimentation or both to reveal what magic item does. Good, I was gonna do that anyway, but it shows that they're sensible about these things. It's a good variant. I mean, honestly, I'm flabbergasted that this is not the baseline. Why would anyone not do this? Like, why? Individual treasure challenge, 0 to 4. D100, 1 to 30. Copper pieces, 5 to 6 to 10. Okay, we're not gonna read through these tables. They're just numbers. That's super boring and not very educational to just hear them being read. If you want to use them in a game, just get back to your book when you're actually writing down the details of your campaign. Reading them helps with nothing. Okay. Attunement. Some magic items require a creature to form a bond with them before the magical properties can be used. This bond is called attunement, and certain items can have a prerequisite for it. If the prerequisite is a class, a creature must be a member of that class to attune to the item. If the class is a spellcasting class, a monster qualifies if that monster has spell slots and uses that class's spell list. Without becoming attuned to an item that requires attunement, a creature gains only its non-magical benefits, unless its description states otherwise. For example, a magic shield that requires attunement provides the benefits of a normal shield to a creature not attuned to it, but none of its magical properties. Attuning to an item requires the creature to spend a short rest focused on only that item while being in physical contact with it. This can't be the same short rest used to learn the item's properties. This focus can take the form of weapon practice for a weapon, meditation for a wondrous item, or some other appropriate activity. If the short rest is interrupted, the attunement attempt fails. Otherwise, at the end of the short rest, the creature gains an intuitive understanding of how to activate any magical properties of the item, including any necessary command words. An item can be attuned to only one creature at a time, and the creature can be attuned to no more than 3 magic items at a time. Any attempt to attune to a 4th item fails. The creature must end its attunement to an item first. Additionally, a creature can't attune to more than 1 copy of an item. For example, a creature can't attune to more than 1 ring of protection at a time. That's an interesting one, actually. I think it's a very video game rule. It's not entirely grammatical, but you get what I mean. But at the same time, it's one that I'd be tempted to maybe obey, because you don't want your players to have a magical ring for every finger. And that would be such an amount of imbalance brought to the world. Or for example, you could wear a bunch of amulets on your neck, like a really many. And in a world where that was possible, all the powerful and rich people would be stacked with superhuman capabilities, because they would make it a lot of people out there would make it their life's work. So there's far-reaching implications that magic jewelry exists, and there should be a reason for why it's not quote-unquote abused like this. And attunement doesn't make that much sense narratively. I know that it's supposed to be like there exists this plane or dimension, I'm not sure what it is, called the weave, that is the source of the magic, and it contains these strands for everything that's magical, and I guess for characters too. And when you attune an item, the strands of the magic item and the strands of the being that it's attuned to intertwine, thus allowing the item to do for the creature what it's meant to do for it. But that's a rather weak explanation. Why only 3? I don't get it. But yeah, I guess I'd go with this rule. A creature's attunement to an item ends if the creature no longer satisfies the prerequisites for attunement, if the item has been more than 100 feet away for at least 24 hours, if the creature dies, or if another creature attunes to the item. A creature can also voluntarily end attunement by spending another short rest focused on the item, unless the item is cursed. Cursed items. Some magic items bear curses that bedevil their users, sometimes long after a user has stopped using the item. A magic item's description specifies whether the item is cursed. Most methods of identifying items, including the identify spell, fail to reveal such a curse, although lore might hint at it. A curse should be a surprise to the item's user. When the curse's effects are revealed, attunement to a cursed item can't be ended voluntarily unless the curse is broken first, such as with the remove curse spell. Oh, that's an interesting one, because in Infinity Engine games, when you identify the cursed item, you would find out that it was indeed cursed and what the curse did, everything. You'd find out everything. But the quirk where identify couldn't reveal an item to be cursed, that's interesting. And I'm gonna obviously do it because I'm evil like that. And they told me to do it, like it's not my fault. This time it was actually in the rules, they told me to do it. Okay, we have a treasure hoard challenge 11-16 table over here, but we're not gonna read that. It's just a bunch of numbers delineating gold or gems, and then a chance for an item. It does not contribute very much to this read along, so you should get back to these tables once you're at the desk, working hard, thinking hard to make your Dungeons and Dragons campaign a reality. Write it, make it a reality by writing it. That's what I meant. Magic item categories. Each magic item belongs to a category. Armor, potions, rings, rods, scrolls, staffs, wands, weapons, or wondrous items. Unless an armor's description says otherwise, armor must be worn for its magic to function. Some suits of magic armor specify the type of armor they are, such as chainmail or plate. If a magic armor doesn't specify its armor type, you may choose the type or determine it randomly. Potions. Different kinds of magical liquids are grouped in the category of potions. Brews made from enchanted herbs, water from magical fountains or sacred springs, and oils that are applied to creature or object. Most potions consist of 1 ounce of liquid. Potions are consumable magic items. Drinking a potion or administering a potion to another character requires an action. Applying an oil might take longer, as specified in its description. Once used, the potion takes effect immediately, and it is used up. Rings. Magic rings offer an amazing array of powers to those lucky enough to find them, unless a ring's description says otherwise. A ring must be worn on a finger or a similar digit for the ring's magic to function. I like that they add or a similar digit because it immediately makes you imagine monsters that wear rings on eye stalks and different body parts that could fit a ring. And it would look kind of cool to have a monster that has these inhuman body parts and is decorated like it sees itself as a ruler or a noble. This sort of speaks to me. Rods, a scepter or just a heavy cylinder. A magic rod is typically made of metal, wood or bone. It's about 2 or 3 feet long, 1 inch thick and 2 to 5 pounds. Scrolls. Most scrolls are spells stored in written form, while a few bear unique incantations that produce potent wards. Whatever its contents, a scroll is a roll of paper sometimes attached to wooden rods, and typically kept safe in a tube of ivory, jade, leather, metal or wood. A scroll is a consumable magic item. Whatever the nature of the magic contained in a scroll, unleashing that magic requires an action to read the scroll. When its magic has been invoked, the scroll can't be used again. Its words fade or it crumbles into dust. Any creature that can understand the original language can read the arcane script on the scroll and attempt to activate it. And about the scrolls that they mention here, and some of them produce potent wards that aren't spells stored in written form. Strictly speaking, Infinity Engine games had these scrolls of protection. For example, a scroll of protection from undead that made you immune to anything undead would do, any sort of damage, anything. In Baldur's Gate, it was a very potent item that you could use to defeat Gax the Demi-Lich, I think. It was a really good way to cheese them. And there were like 2 or 3 scrolls like this in the entire game and no more. There were very few of them. Oh, there's a scroll of anti-magic, I guess. I'm not sure if it was called that, but it was called something similar that made you completely immune to magic. In Icewind Dale 2, a good way to beat the final boss is to just use that scroll and wail at it, and it's gonna do nothing to you, basically, because a lot of the stuff they do is magic. They're so strong. I wonder if they mean these sort of things. I wonder if this sort of thing was actually part of a D&D 2nd edition rulebook that the majority of these games were based on. I have a feeling it might be from just reading that. Okay, we've read through that. Staffs. A magic staff is about 5 or 6 feet long. Staffs vary widely in appearance. Some are of nearly equal diameter throughout and smooth. Others are gnarled and twisted. Some are made of wood, and others are composed of metal or crystal. Depending on the material, a staff weighs between 2 and 7 pounds. Unless the staff's description says otherwise, a staff can be used as a quarterstaff. Wands. A magic wand is about 15 inches long and crafted of metal, bone or wood. It is tipped with metal, crystal, stone or some similar other material. Weapons. Whether crafted for some fell purpose or forged to serve the highest ideals of chivalry, magic items are coveted by many adventurers. Some magic weapons specify the type of weapon they are in their description, such as longsword or longbow. If a magic weapon doesn't specify its weapon type, you may choose the type or determine it randomly. Wondrous item. Wondrous items include worn items such as boots, belts, capes, gloves, and various pieces of jewelry, and decorations such as amulets, brooches, and circlets. Bags, carpets, crystal balls, figurines, horns, musical instruments, and other objects also fall into this catch-all category. Wearing and wielding items. Using a magic item's properties might mean wearing or wielding it. A magic item meant to be worn must be donned in the intended fashion. Boots go on the feet, gloves on the hands, hats and helmets on the head, and rings on the finger. Magic armor must be donned. A shield strapped to the arm, a cloak fastened about the shoulders, a weapon must be held in hand. In most cases, a magic item that's meant to be worn can fit a creature regardless of size or build. Many magic garments are made to be easily adjustable, or they magically adjust themselves to the wearer. Rare exceptions exist. If the story suggests a good reason for an item to fit only creatures of a certain size or shape, you can rule that it doesn't adjust. For example, armor made by the Drow might fit elves only. Dwarves might make items usable only by dwarf-sized and dwarf-shaped creatures. When a non-humanoid tries to wear an item, use your discretion as to whether the item functions as intended. A ring placed on the tentacle might work, but a Yuan-Ti with a snake-like tail instead of legs can't wear boots. Poor Yuan-Ti. Variants. So let's read through these. Variant. Mixing potions. A character might drink one potion while still under the effect of another, or pour several potions into a single container. The strange ingredients used in creating potions can result in unpredictable interactions. When a character mixes 2 potions together, you can roll on the potion miscibility table. If more than 2 are combined, Roll again for each subsequent potion, combining the results. Unless the effects are immediately obvious, reveal them only when they become evident. I like this table very much, because players might want to do this sort of thing, and again it would be an insane way to stack power that might not really reflect something that looks good in a real world, or in a fantasy world, in any world at all. It could be ridiculous. It could have a video game glitch style effect, like you're a Skyrim character, and we don't want that. D100. 1. Mixture creates a magical explosion dealing 6d10 force damage to the mixer and 1d10 force damage to each creature within 5 feet of the mixer. 2 to 8. The mixture becomes an ingested poison of the DM's choice. 9 to 15. Both potions lose their effects. 16 to 25. One potion loses its effect. 26 to 35. Both potions work, but with their numerical effects and durations halved. The potion has no effect if it can't be halved in this way. 36 to 90. Both potions work normally. 91 to 99, the numerical effects and the duration of one potion are doubled. If neither potion has anything to double in this way, they work normally. 100, one potion works, but its effect is permanent. Choose the simplest effect to make permanent, or the one that seems the most fun. For example, a potion of healing might increase the drinker's hit points by a maximum of 4, or oil of etherealness might permanently trap the user in ethereal plane. At your discretion, an appropriate spell such as Dispel Magic or Remove Curse might end this lasting effect. Tharian Scroll Mishaps. A creature who tries and fails to cast a spell from a spell scroll must make a DC 10 intelligence saving throw. If the saving throw fails, roll on the scroll mishap table. D6. 1. A surge of magical energy deals the caster 1d6 force damage per level of the spell. 2. The spell affects the caster or an ally determined randomly instead of the intended target, or it affects a random target nearby if the caster was the intended target. 3. The spell affects a random location within the spell's range. 4. The spell's effect is contrary to its normal one, but neither harmful nor beneficial. For instance, a fireball might produce an area of harmless cold. The caster suffers a minor but bizarre effect related to the spell. Such effects last only as long as the original spell's duration, or 1d10 minutes for spells that take effect instantaneously. For example, a fireball might cause smoke to billow from the character's ears for 1d10 minutes. 6. The spell activates after 1d12 hours. If the caster was the intended target, the spell takes effect normally. If the caster was not the intended target, the spell goes off in the general direction of the intended target, up to the spell's maximum range if the target has moved away. Alright, like these tables, I really like them. If a character drank the potion and we draw the explosion one, I'd make them explode totally. I would. It's a fun thing and it punishes people for trying to be too power gamey with stacking the buffs. Multiple items of the same kind. Use common sense to determine whether more than one of a given kind of magic item can be worn. A character can't normally wear more than one pair of footwear, one pair of gloves or gauntlets, one pair of bracers, one suit of armor, one item of headwear, and one cloak. You can make exceptions. A character might be able to wear a circlet under a helmet, for example, or be able to layer 2 cloaks. Layering 2 cloaks would look ridiculous, but I might allow it. I don't know if I'd allow it. Paired items. Items that come in pairs, such as boots, bracers, gauntlets, and gloves, impact the benefits only if both items of the pair are worn. For example, a character wearing a boot of striding and a springing one on one foot, and a boot of elven kind on the other foot gains no benefit from either item. If I was playing with a player who actually wanted to do this sort of thing, like really honestly wanted to do this sort of thing, that would be their last game and I would kick them from the party. Because come on, what are you here to? What are you here for? Like seriously? To win at a game? Get lost. If that was a jester kind of character, if that was a, I don't know, a character whose personality, the behavior of wearing 2 different shoes, magical shoes to see what happens, would fit it, and I could tell that they're doing it in character just for the fun of it, obviously I wouldn't kick them from the party, but if there were a power game, I despise that. Absolutely despise that. Activating an item. Activating some magic items requires the user to do something special, such as holding the item and uttering a common word. The description of each item category or an individual item details how an item is activated. Certain items use one or more of the following rules for their activation. If an item requires an action to activate, that action isn't a function of the use an item action. So a feature such as the rogue's fast hands can't be used to activate the item. So that makes fast hands pretty useless, pretty horrible. What does it even do? Because you can't use it to drink an extra potion. Apparently, you can't use it to activate a wand. You can't use it to activate the boots of speed. What the heck is with that? Thief archetype, it doesn't really have that much going for it. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe there are some items that justify this. I bet there are. Command word is a word or phrase that must be spoken for an item to work. A magic item that requires command word can't be activated in an area where sound is prevented, as in the area of the siren spell. Consumables. Some items are used up when they are activated. A potion or an elixir must be swallowed, or an oil applied to the body. The writing vanishes from a scroll when it is read. Once used, the consumable item loses its magic. Spells. Some magic items allow the user to cast a spell from the item. The spell is cast at the lowest possible spell level, doesn't expand any of the user's spell slots, and requires no components unless the item's description says otherwise. The spell uses a normal casting time, range and duration, and the user of the item must concentrate if the spell requires concentration. Many items such as potions bypass the casting of a spell and confer the spell's effects with their usual duration. Certain items make exceptions to these rules, changing the casting time, duration, or other parts of a spell. A magic item, such as certain staffs, may require you to use your own spellcasting ability when you cast a spell from the item. If you have more than one spellcasting ability, you choose which one to use with the item. If you don't have a spellcasting ability, perhaps you're a rogue with the Use Magic Device feature, your spellcasting ability modifier is +0 for the item, and your proficiency bonus does apply. Okay, that's cool. At least you get proficiency bonus. And if you have the Use Magic Device feature, by that time you have a hefty proficiency bonus. Charges. Some magic items have charges that must be expended to activate their properties. A number of charges an item has remaining is revealed when an identified spell is cast on it, as well as when a creature attunes to it. Additionally, when an item regains charges, the creature attuned to it learns how many charges it regained. Magic item resilience. Most magic items are objects of extraordinary artisanship. Thanks to the combination of a careful crafting and magical reinforcement, a magic item is at least as durable as a non-magical item of its kind. Most magic items, other than potions and scrolls, have resistance to all damage. Artifacts are practically indestructible, requiring extraordinary measures to destroy. Special features. You can add distinctiveness to a magic item by thinking about its backstory. Who made the item? Is anything unusual about its construction? Why was it made, and how was it originally used? What minor magical quirks set it apart from other items of its kind? Answering these questions can help turn a generic magic item such as a +1 longsword into a more flavorful discovery. The tables that follow can help you come up with answers. Roll on as many of these tables as you like. Some of the table entries make more sense for certain items than for others. Some magic items are made only by certain kinds of creatures. For instance, the Cloak of Elven Kind is only made by elves, rather than dwarves. If you roll something that doesn't make sense, roll again, choose more appropriate entry, or use the roll detail as inspiration to make up your own. Alright, these tables are super interesting and we're gonna read through them all. If you're not into tables, tough luck, but I'm gonna read those. These are variants or like side notes, I guess. Magic item formulas. A magic item formula explains how to make a particular magic item. Such a formula can be an excellent reward if you allow player characters to craft magic items, as explained in Chapter 6 between adventures. You can award a formula in place of a magic item. Usually written in a book or on a scroll, a formula is one step rarer than the item allows a character to create. For example, the formula for a common magic item is uncommon. No formulas exist for legendary items. If the creation of magic items is commonplace in your campaign, a formula can have a rarity that matches the rarity of the item. It allows a character to create. Formulas for common and uncommon items might even be for sale, each with a cost double that of its magic item. Variant. Wands that don't recharge. Typical wand has expendable charges. If you'd like wands to be a limited resource, you can make some of them incapable of regaining charges. Consider increasing the base number of charges in such a wand to a maximum of 25 charges. These charges are never regained once they're expended. I'd probably be tempted to do a mix of either, because sometimes you want something that's just 1 or 2 uses only, and sometimes you want an item to provide a permanent ability to a character because it really fits that character and they can do interesting things with it. For example, the ability to spawn critters and small creatures and these sort of things on a tricksy character that would normally be able to do it, for example, because they're a rogue or a martial class. That's a good idea, I guess, to make something permanent. I think a magic trickster rogue could use such a wand. I don't know. I'm not sure about the wand use in particular. Who created it or was intended to use it? D20. Creator or intended user. 1. Aberration. The item was created by aberrations in ancient times, possibly for the use of favored humanoid thralls. When seen from the corner of the eye, the item seems to be moving. 2 to 4. Human. The item was created during the heyday of a fallen human kingdom, or it is tied to a human of legend. It might hold writing in a forgotten tongue, or symbols whose significance is lost to the ages. 5. Celestial. The weapon is half the normal weight and inscribed with feathered wings, suns, and other symbols of good. Fiends find the item's presence repulsive. 6. Dragon. The item is made from scales and talons shed by a dragon. Perhaps it incorporates previous metals and gems from the dragon's hoard. It grows slightly warm when within 120 feet from a dragon. 7. Drow. The item is half of the normal weight. It is black and inscribed with spiders and webs in honor of Lolth. It might function poorly or disintegrate if exposed to sunlight for 1 minute or more. The world drew items like that in Baldur's Gate 2. When you entered the Underdark, the Drow in there, they had these really strong magic items that would disintegrate upon contact with sunlight, except for a few chosen that were Drow but still didn't. If you didn't notice that detail and equipped all of that to your players because it had good armor class and then emerged to the surface, you'd be wearing a bunch of dust and you'd have a lot of re-equipping to do. 8 to 9. Dwarf. The item is durable and has dwarven runes worked into its design. It might be associated with a clan that would like to see it return to their ancestral halls. 10. Elemental air. The item is half the normal weight and feels hollow. If it's made of fabric, it is diaphanous. 11. Elemental earth. This item might be crafted from stone. Any cloth or leather elements are studded with finely polished rock. 12. Elemental fire. This item is warm to the touch, and any metal parts are crafted from black iron. Sigils of flames cover its surface. Shades of red and orange are prominent colors. 13. Elemental water. Lustrous fish scales replace leather or cloth on this item, and metal portions are instead crafted from seashells and worked coral as hard as any metal. 14 to 15. Elf. The item is half the normal weight. It is adorned with symbols of nature, leaves, vines, stars, and the like. 16. Fae. The item is exquisitely crafted from the finest materials and glows with a pale radiance in moonlight, shedding dim light in a 5-foot radius. Any metal in the item is silver or mithril, rather than iron or steel. 17. Fiend. The item is made of black iron or horn inscribed with runes, and any cloth or leather components are crafted from the hide of fiends. It is warm to the touch and features leering faces or vile runes engraved on its surface. Celestials find the item's presence repulsive. Giant. The item is larger than normal and was crafted by giants to use by their smaller allies. Gnome. The item is crafted to appear ordinary and might look worn. It could also incorporate gears and mechanical components, even if these aren't essential to the item's function. Undead. The item incorporates imagery of death, such as bones and skulls. It might be crafted from parts of corpses. It feels cold to the touch. What is a detail from its history? D8. 1. Arcane. The item is crafted from an ancient order of spellcasters and bears the order's symbol. 2. Bane. This item was created by the foes of a particular culture or kind of creature. If the culture or creatures are still around, they might recognize the item and single out the bearer as an enemy. 3. Heroic. A great hero once wielded this item. Anyone who's familiar with the item's history expects great deeds from the new owner. Ornament. The item was created to honor a special occasion. Insert gemstones, gold or platinum inlays, and gold or silver filigree adorn its surface. 5. Prophecy. The item features in a prophecy. Its bearer is destined to play a key role in future events. Someone else who wants to play that role might try to steal the item, or someone who wants to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled might try to kill the item's bearer. That never ends well when prophecies are involved and there's this character who's the bearer of a prophesized item, then an enemy tries to kill him. Oh, prophecy is gonna bite you, dude. Don't do it. Don't try to kill the owner. Just go about your business. 6. Religious. The item was used in religious ceremonies dedicated by a particular deity. It has holy symbols worked into it. The god's followers might try to persuade its owner to donate it to a temple, steal the item for themselves, or celebrate its use by a cleric or a paladin of the same deity. Sinister. This item is linked to a deed of great evil, such as a massacre or an assassination. It might have a name to be closely associated with a villain who used it. Anyone familiar with the item's history is likely to treat it and its owner with suspicion. Symbol of power. This item was once used as part of royal regalia, or as a badge of high office. Its former owner or that person's descendants might desire it, or someone might mistakenly assume its new owner is the item's legitimate inheritor. What minor property does it have? D20. Minor property. 1. Beacon. The bearer can use a bonus action to cause the item to shed bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet, or to extinguish the light. 2. Compass. The wielder can use an action to learn which way is north. 3. Conscientious. When the bearer of this item contemplates or undertakes a malevolent act, the item enhances pangs of conscience. 4. Delver. While underground, the bearer of this item always knows the item's depth below the surface and the direction of the nearest staircase, ramp, or other path leading upward. 5. Gleaming. The item never gets dirty. 6. Guardian. The item whispers warnings to its bearer, granting a +2 bonus to initiative if the bearer isn't incapacitated. 7. Harmonious. Tuning to this item takes only 1 minute. 8. Hidden message. A message is hidden somewhere on the item. It might be visible only at a certain time of the year, under the light of one phase of the moon, or in a specific location. Key. The item is used to unlock a container, chamber, vault, or other entryway. That's a classic, but I like this one, despite it being so cliché. Language. The bearer can speak and understand the language of the DM's choice while the item is on the bearer's person. Sentinel. Choose a kind of creature that is an enemy to the item's creator. This item glows faintly when such creatures are within 120 feet of it. Also a classic, but it has much less of a narrative impact than the key one. The key one practically begs you to actually go to the location that is opened by it. The players who want to go there, even if you don't want to, as a DM, take your campaign there. If you roll that, be prepared to actually use the location. 12. Songcraft. Whenever this item is struck or is used to strike a foe, its bearer hears a fragment of an ancient song. 13. Strange material. The item was created for a material that is bizarre given its purpose. Its durability is unaffected. 14. Temperate. The bearer suffers no harm in temperatures as cold as -20 degrees Fahrenheit or as warm as 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Unbreakable. The item can't be broken. Special means must be used to destroy it. 16. War Leader. The bearer can use an action to cause his or her voice to carry clearly for up to 300 feet until the end of the bearer's next turn. 17. Waterborne. The item floats in water and other liquids. Its bearer has advantage on strength athletics checks to swim. 18. Wicked. When the bearer is presented with an opportunity to act in a selfish or malevolent way, the item heightens the bearer's urge to do so. 19. Illusion. The item is imbued with illusion magic, allowing its bearer to alter the item's appearance in minor ways. Such alterations don't change how the item is worn, carried, or wielded, and they have no effect on its other magical properties. For example, the wearer can make a red robe appear blue, or make a gold ring look like it's made of ivory. The item reverts to its true appearance when no one is carrying or wearing it. Roll twice, rerolling any additional 20s. I guess you'd get a not so flavorful combination if you did roll twice, I think. What quirk does it have? D12. 1. Blissful. While in possession of the item, the bearer feels fortunate and optimistic about what the future holds. Butterflies and other harmless creatures might frolic in the item's presence. 2. Confident. The item helps its bearer feel self-assured. 3. Covetous. The item's bearer becomes obsessed with material wealth. 4. Frail. The item crumbles, frays, chips, or cracks slightly when wielded, worn, or activated. This quirk has no effect on its properties, but if the item has seen much use, it looks decrepit. 5. Hungry. The item's magical properties function only if fresh blood from a humanoid has been applied to it within the past 24 hours. It needs only a drop to activate. 6. Loud. The item makes a loud noise such as a clang, a shout, or a resonating gong when used. 7. Metamorphic. The item periodically and randomly alters its appearance in slight ways. The bearer has no control over these minor alterations, which have no effect on the item's use. 8. Muttering. The item grumbles and mutters. A creature who listens carefully to the item might learn something useful. 9. Painful. The bearer experiences a harmless flash of pain when using the item. 10. Possessive. The item demands attunement when first wielded or worn, and it doesn't allow its bearer to attune to other items. Other items already attuned to the bearer might remain so until their attunement ends. 11. Repulsive. The bearer feels a sense of distaste when in contact with the item, and continues to sense discomfort while bearing it. 12. Slothful. The bearer of this item feels slothful and lethargic. While attuned to the item, the bearer requires 10 hours to finish a long rest. That's a horrible one. I probably own an item like that and I'm wearing it all the time and I don't even know. Because I do require 10 hours to finish a long rest. Either way, I think that you should probably just only roll on one of these tables and just build the rest of the item's peculiarities and quirks and that sort of thing around what you have rolled. Or if you have a good idea for an item, just don't roll on it at all. Random magic items. When you use the treasure hoard table to randomly determine the contents of a treasure hoard, and your roll indicates the presence of one or more magic items, you can determine the specific magic items by rolling on the appropriate tables here. Random magic items. D100 magic item, 1 to 50 potion of healing, 51 to 60 spell scroll cantrip, 61 to 70 potion of climbing, 71 to 90 spell scroll first level, 91 to 94 spell scroll second level, 95 to 98 potion of greater healing, 99 bag of hoarding, 100 drift globe. Magic item table B. D100 magic item, 1 to 15 potion of greater healing, 16 to 22 potion of fire breathing, 23 to 29 potion of resistance, 30 to 34 ammunition plus 1, 35 to 39 potion of animal friendship, 40 to 44 potion of hill giant strength, 45 to 49 potion of growth, 50 to 54 potion of water breathing, 55 to 59 spell scroll second level, 60 to 64 spell scroll third level. This kind of gives me vibes from Baldur's Gate 2 and Icewind Dale and these sort of games. It makes me nostalgic. I kind of want to play one of those now, but I'm not going to because maybe Icewind Dale, but probably not. They kind of got old, and especially Icewind Dale I've played so many times. I've played both so many times. Tried to play the remaster of Baldur's Gate 1, but I wasn't really into it once I started playing. The idea seemed much better to me before I started playing. When I started playing, it felt clunky and old and familiar, and I knew what was gonna happen, so that also took away from the enjoyment. Anyway, spell scroll third level, 65 to 67 bag of holding, 68 to 70 Geoxorm's ointment, I don't know what that is, 71 to 73 oil of slipperiness, 74 to 75 dust of disappearance, 76 to 77 dust of dryness, 78 to 79 dust of sneezing and choking, 80 to 81 elemental gem, 82 to 83 filter of love, 84 alchemy jug, 85 copper water breathing, 86 cloak of the manta ray, 87 drift globe, 88 goggles of night, 89 helm of comprehending languages, 90 immovable rod, 91 lantern of revealing, 92 mariner's armor, 93 mithril armor, 94 potion of poison, 95 ring of swimming, 96 robe of useful items, 97 rope of climbing, 98 saddle of the cavalier, 99 wand of magic detection, 100 wand of secrets. Magic item table C. D100 magic item, potion of superior healing, 16 to 22 spell scroll 4th level, 23 to 27 ammunition plus 2, 28 to 32 potion of clairvoyance. Is that how we read it? I don't know, we'll never know. 33 to 37 potion of diminution, 38 to 42 potion of gaseous form, 43 to 47 potion of frost giant strength, 48 to 52 potion of stone giant strength, 53 to 57, Potion of Heroism. 58 to 62, Potion of Invulnerability. I remember it had a very colorful icon in Infinity Games, the Potion of Invulnerability did. 63 to 67, Potion of Mind Reading. 68 to 72, Spell Scroll 5th level. 73 to 75, Elixir of Health. 76 to 78, Oil of Thrones. 79 to 81, Potion of Fire Giant Strength. 82 to 84, Quarles Feather Token, I don't know what that is. 85 to 87, Scroll of Protection. 88 to 89, Bag of Beans. 90 to 91, Bead of Force, sorry. 92, Chime of Opening. 93, Decanter of Endless Water. 94, Eyes of Minute Seeing. 95, Folding Boat. 96, Heward's Handy Haversack. 97, Horseshoes of Speed. 98, Necklace of Fireballs. 99, Periapt of Health. 100, Sending Stones. Magic Item Table D. D100, 1 to 20, Potion of Supreme Healing. 21 to 30, Potion of Invisibility. 31 to 40, Potion of Speed. 41 to 50, Spell Scroll 6th level. 51 to 57, Spell Scroll 7th level. 58 to 62, Ammunition plus 3. 63 to 67, Oil of Sharpness. 68 to 72, Potion of Flying. 73 to 77, Potion of Cloud Giant Strength. 78 to 82, Potion of Longevity. 83 to 87, Potion of Vitality. 88 to 92, Spell Scroll 8th level. 93 to 95, Horseshoes of a Zephyr. 96 to 98, Nolter's Marvelous Pigments. 99, Bag of Devouring. 100, Portable Hole. Bag of Devouring sounds pretty cool. Like an interesting magic item that could probably play a trick on the players if they're expecting a bag of holding. Magic Item Table E. D100, Magic Item 1 to 30, Spell Scroll 8th level. 31 to 55, Potion of Storm Giant Strength. 56 to 70, Potion of Supreme Healing. 71 to 85, Spell Scroll 9th level. 86 to 93, Universal Solvent. 94 to 98, Arrow of Slaying. 99 to 100, Sovereign Glue. The glue and the solvent seem pretty cool, but not nearly as powerful as a Spell Scroll of 9th level. I don't feel like that's even close. Oh, there's more. Is it gonna be even more powerful? Magic Item Table F. D100, 1 to 15, Weapon plus 1, 16 to 18, Shield plus 1, 19 to 21, Sentinel Shield. 22 to 23, Amulet of Proof against Detection and Location. 24 to 25, Boots of Elvenkind. 26 to 27, Boots of Striding and Springing. 28 to 29, Braces of Archery. 30 to 31, Brooch of Shielding. 32 to 33, Broom of Flying. 34 to 35, Cloak of Elvenkind. 36 to 37, Cloak of Protection. 38 to 39, Gauntlets of Ogre Power. 40 to 41, Hat of Disguise. 42 to 43, Javelin of Lightning. 44 to 45, Pearl of Power. 46 to 47, Rod of the Pact Keeper plus 1. 48 to 49, Slippers of Spider Climbing. 50 to 51, Staff of the Adder. 52 to 53, Staff of the Python. 54 to 55, Sword of Vengeance. 56 to 57, Trident of Fish Command. 58 to 59, Wand of Magic Muscles. 60 to 61, Wand of the War Mage plus 1. 62 to 63, Wand of Web. 64 to 65, Weapon of Warming. 66, Adamantine Armor Chainmail. 67, Adamantine Armor Chain Shirt. 68, Adamantine Armor Scalemail. 79, Bog of Tricks Grey. 70, Bog of Tricks Rust. 71, Bog of Tricks Tan. 72, Boots of the Winterlands. 73, Circlet of Blasting. 74, Deck of Illusions. 75, Ever Smoking Bottle. 76, Eyes of Charming. 77, Eyes of the Eagle. 78, Figurine of Wondrous Power, Silver Raven. 79, Gem of Brightness. 80, Gloves of Missile Snaring. 81, Gloves of Swimming and Climbing. 82, Gloves of Thievery. 83, Headband of Intellect. 84, Helm of Telepathy. 85, Instrument of the Bards, Dos Lute. 86, Instrument of the Bards, Poklukan Bandor. Whoa, that's I don't know either word. Poklukan Bandor. 87, Instrument of the Bards, Mark-Weemed Cittern. I probably read the first part wrong. 88, Medallion of Thoughts. 89, Necklace of Adaptation. 90, Periapt of Wound Closure. 91, Pipes of Haunting. 92, Pipes of the Sewers. 93, Ring of Jumping, 94, Ring of Mind Shielding, 95, Ring of Warmth, 96, Ring of Water Walking, 97, Quiver of Elona, 98, Stone of Good Luck, 99, Wind Fan, 100, Winged Boots. Oh my god, there's so many. We are gonna read them all, make no mistake. If I were to run a long-term campaign, like a campaign that I'm gonna stay with for a long time, I'd probably make some tables of my own. Not because these are insufficient, but because I generally like to brew my own items, make my own items that do things that are specific, unique, that are not just meant for combat, but can be used in creative ways, and I'd have to somewhere fit them in. If you've been with my read-through, with my read-along for a long time, you might have noticed that I like to manually control some things of the campaign, because random aspects, in my opinion, they often don't serve the narrative bit. At the same time, I'd like to have some randomness to rolling magic items, because you usually, if you just have control over what item the party gets, you might make items with a character in mind, and you might be gearing the characters for the players, and that's not attractive. I like my players to find an item that's not specifically tailored to either one of them, and figure out how to use it, or maybe what to do with it to gain the most benefit, right? And if you give someone a bag of tricks instead of a perfectly tailored priest item when they're a priest, they might still get great use of it, and who knows, it's probably gonna make your campaign more interesting. I don't want magic items that people find seem like they're tailored specifically for the characters, as if it was a video game where you always have the same set of characters and you always get the same upgrades one by one by one. I hate that. So I really want some randomness to my items in that way. But every now and then I'd be tempted to just give them an item that I've premeditated on giving them, because of story reasons or just because I have a cool idea and I'm curious what they'd do if I had it. Anyway. Magic item table C. D100. 1 to 11, weapon plus 2, 12 to 14, figurine of wondrous power, roll d8, 1 bronze griffin, 2 ebony fly, 3 golden lions, 4 ivory goats, 5 marble elephant, 6 to 7 onyx dog, 8 serpentine owl, 15 adamantine armor breastplate, 16 adamantine armor splint, 17 amulet of health, 18 armor of vulnerability, 19 arrow catching shield, 20 belt of dwarven kind, 21 belt of hill giant strength, 22 berserker axe, 23 boots of levitation, 24 boots of speed, 25 bowl of commanding water elementals, 26 braces of defense, 27 brazier of commanding fire elementals, 28 cape of the mount bank, 29 sensor of controlling air elementals, 30 armor plus 1 chainmail, 31 armor of resistance chainmail, 32 armor plus 1 chain shirt, 33 armor of resistance chain shirt, 34 cloak of displacement, 35 Cloak of the Bart, 36 Cube of Force, 37 Dance Intent Fortress, 38 Dagger of Venom, 39 Dimensional Shackles, 40 Dragon Slayer, 41 Elven Chain, 42 Flame Tongue, 43 Gem of Seeing, 44 Giant Slayer, 45 Glamored Studded Leather, 46 Helm of Teleportation, 47 Horn of Blasting, 48 Horn of Valhalla, Silver or Brass, 49 Instrument of the Bards, Knath Mandolin, 50 Instrument of the Bards, Clear Lyre, 51 Ioun Stone Awareness, 52 Ioun Stone Protection, 53 Ioun Stone Reserve, 54 Ioun Stone Sustenance. So Ioun apparently is a god of wisdom, but is he a god of wisdom in Forgotten Realms or some other one? I'm more familiar with the Forgotten Realms ones, but there are Ioun Stones in Forgotten Realms, I'm sure, from the video games that the system has been adapted into, but there wasn't really any plot lines that involved the worship of Ioun, so I'm not familiar with it as the name of a god. I know it's Ioun is mentioned in Critical Role podcast. I've watched the first campaign of that, and that's not Forgotten Realms, but they do use gods from various settings. So she's probably Forgotten Realms. I just haven't heard of her. I'm trying to think of Baldur's Gate 1 when we were in Candlekeep, and some of the monks there, they had text lines relating to gods, and I think in Baldur's Gate 1, the gods from these sort of spheres were Ogma and Mystara for magic. I'm not sure what Ogma is for, but I had the feeling that Ogma was the deity of wisdom. I should probably know that from the things I've already read from the guide to the Sword Coast, but I don't remember Ayun. I don't know. I might come back to it after the stream, because I need to know. I must know as a DM. And according to LabQE, Ayun is the unaligned goddess of knowledge, prophecy, and skill, and is a patron of the study of magic and mental power. Fair enough. Where were we in the table? 55 Iron Bands of Bilaro, 56 Armor +1 leather, 57 Armor of Resistance leather, 58 Mace of Disruption, 59 Mace of Smiting, 60 Mace of Terror, 61 Mantle of Spell Resistance. Where were we? We were at Mace of Smiting. We're gonna read through all of these, but I think I should probably just try to make it brisk, because these are long, and some people might not enjoy listening to a table. But I'm curious about these items, and I personally get a certain feel for the world from just reading the names of magic items, and it has a charm of its own. Mace of Smiting, 60 Mace of Terror, 61 Mantle of Spell Resistance, 62 Necklace of Prayer Beads, 63 Periapt of Proof Against Poison, 64 Ring of Animal Influence, 65 Ring of Evasion, 66 Ring of Feather Falling, 67 Ring of Free Action, 68 Ring of Protection, 69 Ring of Resistance, 70 Ring of Spell Storing, 71 Ring of the Ram, 72 Ring of X-Ray Vision. I would call it something different, because fantasy setting, you know. 73 Robe of Eyes, 74 Rod of Rulership, 75 Rod of the Pact Keeper +2, 76 Rope of Entanglement, 77 Armor +1 Scale Mail, 78 Armor of Resistance Scale Mail, 79 Shield +2s, 80 Shield of Missile Traction, 81 Staff of Charming, 82 Staff of Healing, 83 Staff of Swarming Insects, 84 Staff of the Woodlands, 85 Staff of Withering, 86 Stone of Controlling Earth Elementals, 87 Sunblade, 88 Sword of Life Stealing, 89 Sword of Wounding, 90 Tentacle Rod, 91 Vicious Weapon, 92 Wand of Binding, 93 Wand of Enemy Detection, 94 Wand of Fear, 95 Wand of Fireballs, 96 Wand of Lightning Bolt, 97 Wand of Paralysis, 98 Wand of the War Mage +2, 99 Wand of Wonder, 100 Wings of Flying. Magic Item Table H. D100 1 to 10 Weapon +3, 11 to 12 Amulet of the Plains, 13 to 14 Carpet of Flying, 15 to 16 Crystal Ball, very rare version. Actually, I feel like we've entered the big leagues with how these items power interchange. Some of these, I'm not sure how these tables are ordered. I think the miscellaneous items were first and weakest to strongest miscellaneous items, and then more combat oriented items weakest to strongest, and we're at weapons +3 and carpets of flying right now. 17 to 18 Ring of Regeneration, 19 to 20 Ring of Shooting Stars, 21 to 22 Ring of Telekinesis, 23 to 24 Robe of Slanting Colors, 25 to 26 Robe of Stars, 27 to 28 Rod of Absorption, 29 to 30 Rod of Alertness, 31 to 32 Rod of Security, 33 to 34 Rod of the Pact Keeper +3, 35 to 36 Scimitar of Speed, 37 to 38 Shield +3, 39 to 40 Staff of Fire, 41 to 42 Staff of Frost, 43 to 44 Staff of Power, 45 to 46 Staff of Striking, 47 to 48 Staff of Thunder and Lightning, 49 to 50 Sword of Sharpness, 51 to 52 Wand of Polymorph, 53 to 54 Wand of the War Mage +3, 55 Adamantine Armor Half Plate, 56 Adamantine Armor Plate, 57 Animated Shield, 58 Belt of Fire Giant Strength, 59 Belt of Frost or Stone Giant Strength, 60 Armor +1 Braceplate, 61 Armor of Resistance Braceplate, 62 Candle of Invocation, 63 Armor +2 Chainmail, 64 Armor +2 Chain Shirt, 65 Cloak of Arachnidor, 66 Dancing Sword, 67 Demon Armor, 68 Dragon Scale Mail, 69 Dwarven Plate, 70 Dwarven Rower, 71 Afriti Bottle, 72 Figurine of Wondrous Power Obsidian Steed, 73 Frostbrand, 74 Helm of Brilliance, 75 Horn of Valhalla Bronze, 76 Instrument of the Bard, Ansturth Harp. I think we've seen Horn of the Valhalla Bronze or Silver in one of the earlier tables, and it seemed not to be paired with such strong items, so I assume that if you roll a Bronze Horn of the Valhalla on this table, you got pretty shafted. Is that the word? Is that the phrase? Instrument of the Bard, Ansturth Harp, 77 Iron Stone Absorption, 78 Iron Stone Agility, 79 Iron Stone Fortitude, 80 Iron Stone Insight, 81 Iron Stone Intellect, 82 Iron Stone Leadership, 83 Iron Stone Strength, 84 Armor plus 2 Leather, 85 Manual of Bodily Health, 86 Manual of Gainful Exercise, 87 Manual of Golems, 88 Manual of Quickness of Action, 89 Mirror of Life Trapping. I don't know the mirror, but the manuals, they are very cool in the video game series I mentioned earlier in Baldur's Gate games. They're really good items. Power gaming wise, they feel like they feel satisfying to find. Mirror of Life Trapping, I wonder what that does. 90 9 Lives Stealer, 91 Oath Bow, 92 Armor plus 2 Scale Mail, 93 Spellguard Shield, 94 Armor plus 1 Splint, 95 Armor of Resistance Splint, 96 Armor plus 1 Studded Leather, 97 Armor of Resistance Studded Leather, 98 Tome of Clear Thought, 99 Tome of Leadership and Influence, 100 Tome of Understanding. Makes you wonder what the Tome of Understanding is, since it's at 100 and it's a book. Is this like a manual for intelligence? Because the other ones were Bodily Health, Gainful Exercise, Quick Action. So this one is Dexterity, this one is Strength, and Bodily Health is Constitution, I assume. So yeah, I think the Tome of Clear Thoughts and Tome of Understanding are Wisdom and Intelligence. And yeah, and the Tome of Leadership and Influence is Charisma. Yeah, that makes perfect sense now. Magic Item Table 1. D100, 1 to 5 Defender, 6 to 10 Hammer of Thunderbolts, 11 to 15 Luck Blade, 16 to 20 Sword of Answering, 21 to 23 Holy Avenger, 24 to 26 Ring of Jinn Summoning, 27 to 29 Ring of Invisibility, 30 to 32 Ring of Spell Turning, 33 to 35 Rod of Lordly Might, 36 to 38 Staff of the Magi, 39 to 41 Vorpal Sword, 42 to 43 Belt of Cloud Giant Strength, 44 to 45 Armor plus 2 Braceplate, 46 to 47 Armor plus 3 Chain Mail, 48 to 49 Armor plus 3 Chain Shirt, 50 to 51 Cloak of Invisibility, 52 to 53 Crystal Ball Legendary Version, 54 to 55 Armor plus 1 Half Plate, 56 to 57 Iron Flask, 58 to 59 Armor plus 3 Leather, 60 to 61 Armor plus 1 Plate, 62 to 63 Robe of the Archmagi, or Archmagi, I'm not sure, 66 to 67 Armor plus 1 Scale Mail, 68 to 69 Scarab of Protection, 70 to 71 Armor plus 2 Splint, 72 to 73 Armor plus 2 Studded Leather, 74 to 75 Well of Many Worlds. That one sounds very unique and strong. 73 Magic Armor, roll d12, 1 to 2 Armor plus 2 Half Plate, 1 to 4 Armor plus 2 Plate, 5 to 6 Armor plus 3 Studded Leather, 7 to 8 Armor plus 3 Braceplate, 9 to 10 Armor plus 3 Splint, 11 Armor plus 3 Half Plate, 12 Armor plus 3 Plate. So these very, very strong magic armors are superbly rare. Plus 3 Studded Leather, despite being just a leather one, it's very rare. It's 1/12 of 1% on this one particular table. I guess Studded Leather is the best one for the light leather carrying character. Yeah, it's the second best one and the best one for each type, I presume, because for the heavy ones it has half plate, and plate is, I bet, the best one. What's Splint though? And like the lower rolls can give you a +2 on this, that has to be so heartbreaking. Well, the players would never know, actually. They should never know. I would never roll these sort of tables while in the middle of a game unless I absolutely had to make some magic items on the fly. I don't think that's a good idea, because earlier in the chapter you had these interesting bits about making the item more specific, more characteristic, where it was made by either creatures of the elemental plane of the earth and it's diaphanous, or it has a history to it. There's all that stuff, and you can't really add that when rolling these tables on the fly because it would take way too long. You can't do that in the middle of the game. So yeah, these things, I'm sure that everybody who has any experience as a DM rolls them off game. The way I do it is if I know there is a treasure trove somewhere, I pre-roll it and have like a bunch of assorted treasure troves that I have pre-rolled, and I had no use in particular in mind for them. But if it comes to that, I'm gonna just pull it out and hand in an item from these in the middle of the game if I have to. And I do the same thing with character names also. All the characters that I know are gonna be in the campaign, they have names I've come up with earlier on and I've written them down, and I also have a list of spare names. I have them divided by category. Names that would fit a hero and a commoner are slightly different. I like to have like a spare list of these things prepared. Same might go for tavern names and these sort of things. I just have a bunch of them pre-made or pre-rolled, and I just pull them out and it's quick. And to the players it feels like they were meant to meet that character, despite the fact that it's not true, that I came up with them because I had to on the fly and he was just a beggar. They weren't meant to even talk to him. Right, that sort of thing. The characters won't know what's been planned for and what's not been planned for, and that's a very good quality in your game. It's a small thing, but it's good to have that small thing. 77 apparatus of Qualish, 78 armor of invulnerability, 79 belt of storm giant strength, 80 cubic gate, 81 deck of many things, 82 Afriti chain, 83 armor of resistance half plate, 84 horn of Valhalla iron, 85 instrument of the bard, Olam's harp, 86 ironstone greater absorption, 87 ironstone mastery, 88 ironstone regeneration, 89 plate armor of eternalness, 90 plate armor of resistance, 91 ring of air elemental command, 92 ring of earth elemental command, 93 ring of fire elemental command, 94 ring of three wishes, 95 ring of water elemental command, 96 Sphere of Annihilation, 97 Talisman of Pure Good, 98 Talisman of the Sphere, 99 Talisman of Ultimate Evil, 100 Tome of the Stilled Tongue. I wonder what they do. The names alone are enough to make me thrilled about learning what these are. And we are gonna go through probably a comprehensive list that says what each of these things do. Adamantine armor, I kind of know what it does, and it's the first one. Magic items are presented in alphabetical order. A magic item's description gives the item's name, its category, its rarity, and its magical properties. Adamantine armor, medium or heavy but not hide, uncommon. This suit of armor is reinforced with adamantine, one of the hardest substances in existence. While you're wearing it, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. Alchemy jug. This ceramic jug appears to be able to hold a gallon of liquid and weighs 12 pounds whether full or empty. Sloshing sounds can be heard from within the jug when it is shaken. Even if the jug is empty, you can use an action and then name one liquid from the table below to cause the jug to produce the chosen liquid. Afterwards, you can uncork the jug as an action and pour that liquid out, up to 2 gallons per minute. The maximum amount of liquid the jug can produce depends on the liquid you named. Once the jug starts producing a liquid, it can't produce a different one, or more of one that has reached its maximum until the next dawn. There's some really great bits with an alchemy jug and in the Critical Role podcast first season. I really liked the first season. I'm kind of stuck somewhere in the middle of the second one. I kind of stopped watching because of shortage of time mostly. I'd like to watch it eventually, but so far I like the first season better, and I know that they have already started the third one, and I'm falling further behind, but what you gonna do? You have to play your own games. That's more important than watching other people play games. But I highly recommend the podcast if you need to listen to something at work or while driving. So this is like a number of liquids that it can make. Liquid acid, max amount 8 ounces. Liquid basic poison, half an ounce. Beer, 4 gallons. Honey, 1 gallon. Mayonnaise, 2 gallons. Oh my god. Oil, 1 quart. Vinegar, 2 gallons. Water fresh, 8 gallons. Water, salt, 12 gallons. Wine, 1 gallon. Ammunition, +1, +2, +3. Weapon, any ammunition, uncommon, +1, rare, +2, or very rare, +3. We have a bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this piece of magic ammunition. The bonus is determined by the rarity of the ammunition. Once it hits the target, the ammunition is no longer magical. Wow, I did not know that. Amulet of Health. Wondrous item rare. Requires attunement. Your constitution score is 19 while you wear this amulet. It has no effect on you if your constitution is already 19 or higher. Amulet of Proof against detection and location. Wondrous item uncommon. Requires attunement. I should pay more attention to the rarity. While wearing this amulet, you are hidden from divination magic. You can't be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. So that's an uncommon. And the Amulet of Health was rare. Amulet of the Plains, that's a very rare one. That's the big leagues item. Wondrous item too. While wearing this amulet, you can use an action to name a location that you are familiar with on another plane of existence. Then make a DC 15 intelligence check. On a successful check, you cast the plane shift spell. On a failure, you and each creature and object within 15 feet of you travel to a random destination. Roll a d100. On a 1 to 60, you travel to a random location on the plane you named. On 61 to 100, you travel to a randomly determined plane of existence. That's hardcore. Animated shield, armor, shield, very rare. Requires attunement. While holding this shield, you can speak its command word as a bonus action to cause it to animate. The shield leaps into the air and hovers in your space to protect you as if you were wielding it, leaving your hands free. The shield remains animated for 1 minute until you use a bonus action to end this effect, or until you are incapacitated or die, at which point the shield falls to the ground or into your hand if you have one free. This would be so great on a monk. Apparatus of Qualish. Wondrous item legendary, so that's like a very rare one. This item first appears to be large steel iron barrel weighing 500 pounds. The barrel has a hidden catch which can be found with a successful DC 20 intelligence investigation check. Releasing the catch unlocks a hatch at one end of the barrel, allowing 2 medium or smaller creatures to crawl inside. 10 levers are set in a row at the far end, each in a neutral position, able to move either up or down. When certain levers are used, the apparatus transforms to resemble a giant lobster. The apparatus of Qualish is a large object with the following statistics. Armor class 20, hit points 200, speed 30, featuring swim 30 feet or 0 feet for both if the legs and tail aren't extended. Damage immunities, poison, and psychic. So this is a mech. It's a lobster-shaped mech. To be used as a vehicle, the apparatus requires 1 pilot while the apparatus's hatch is closed. The compartment is airtight and watertight. The compartment holds enough air for 10 hours of breathing divided by number of breathing creatures inside. The apparatus floats in water. It can also go underwater to a depth of 900 feet. Below that, the vehicle takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage per minute from pressure. 900 feet, like that's pretty deep, I guess. A creature in the compartment can use an action to move as many as 2 of the apparatus's levers up or down. After each use, a lever goes back to its neutral position. Each lever from left to right functions as shown in the apparatus of Qualish levers table. Okay, that's what the mech looks like, so it's not very mech-like. It's not very medieval fantasy either, but it has a certain charm to it. I'm not sure if I'd use that in my campaign. I might, but I might not. Level 1. Up. Legs and tail extend, allowing the apparatus to walk and swim. Down. Legs and tail react, reducing the apparatus's speed to 0 and making it unable to benefit from bonuses to speed. 2. Forward window shutter opens. Forward window shutter closes. 3. Side windows shutter open, 2 per side. Side windows shutter close, 2 per side. 4. 2 claws extend from the front sides of the apparatus. The claws retract when you pull it down. 5. Each extended claw makes the following melee weapon attack. Plus 8 to hit, reach 5 feet, 1 target, hit 7 or 2d6 bludgeoning damage. Each extended claw makes the following melee weapon attack. Plus 8 to hit, reach 5 feet, 1 target hit. The target is grappled, escape DC 15. That's when you pull the lever down. 6. The apparatus walks or swims forward, or the apparatus walks or swims backward, depending on the direction we pull the lever. 7. The apparatus turns 90 degrees left or 90 degrees right, depending on the direction we pull the lever in. 8. Eye-like fixtures emit bright light in 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet, or the light turns off. 9. The apparatus sinks as much as 20 feet in liquid, or the apparatus rises up to 20 feet in liquid. 10. The rear hatch unseals and opens, or the rear hatch closes and seals. So these are some armors. This is an armor of cold resistance and And armor of invulnerability. Like, honestly, the armor of invulnerability looks a bit overdone. Armor +1, +2, or +3. Light, medium, or heavy, rare, +1, very rare, +2, or legendary, +3. You have a bonus to AC while wearing this armor. The bonus is determined by its rarity. Armor of invulnerability. Armor plate, legendary, requires attunement. You have resistance to non-magical damage while you wear this armor. Additionally, you can use an action to make yourself immune to non-magical damage for 10 minutes or until you are no longer wearing the armor. Once the special action is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. This one is so powerful. To my mind, this is so much better than the +3 one, despite them both being legendary. And it's a plate right off the bat, and it has a higher chance of rolling than a full plate +3. Like, strictly better, and more common than a full plate +3. Armor of resistance. Armor light, medium, or heavy, rare, requires attunement. You have resistance to one type of damage while you wear this armor. The DM chooses the type or determines it randomly from the options below. D10. Damage type: 1 acid, 2 cold, 3 fire, 4 force, 5 lightning, 6 necrotic, 7 poison, 8 psychic, 9 radiant, 10 thunder. It would be so unlucky to get thunder. Armor of vulnerability. Armor plate, rare, requires attunement. While wearing this armor, you have resistance to one of the following damage types: bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. The DM chooses the type or determines it randomly. Cursed. This armor is cursed, a fact that is revealed only when an unidentify spell is cast on the armor or you attune to it. Attuning to the armor curses you until you are targeted by the remove curse spell or similar magic. Removing the armor fails to end the curse. While cursed, you have a vulnerability to 2 of the 3 damage types associated with the armor, not the one to which it grants resistance. It's interesting that it does in fact grant resistance to one type. Arrow catching shield. You gain +2 bonus to AC against ranged attacks while you wield this shield. This bonus is in addition to the shield's normal bonus to AC. In addition, whenever an attacker makes a ranged attack against a target within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to become the target of the attack instead. Arrow of Slaying. Weapon arrow, very rare. An arrow of slaying is a magic weapon meant to slay a particular kind of creature. Some are more focused than others. For example, there are both arrows of dragon slaying and arrows of blue dragon slaying. If a creature belonging to the type, race, or group associated with an arrow of slaying takes damage from the arrow, the creature must make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw, taking extra 6d10 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much extra damage on a successful one. Once an arrow of slaying deals its extra damage to a creature, it becomes a non-magical arrow. Other types of magic ammunition of this kind exist, such as bolts of slaying, meant for a crossbow. The arrows are the most common. This is a very interesting item in my opinion, because bows in this game are not that strong. Crossbows are actually strong, but bows are not that strong. However, this sort of arrow, if you have like 1 or 2, it could turn the tide of an encounter with an epic monster that you know ahead of time you're gonna be fighting. For example, characters are gonna fight a powerful fiend, and you could have them be tipped off by the sage who knows of the existence of a fiend slaying arrow or 2 and where these arrows can be found, and they might want to go there, and you could have a great story moment when the only archer of the group is rolling to see if they can hit with the arrow or miss. And whether hit or miss, it's gonna be a great moment. If they miss, the rest of the party are not gonna forget that they missed in this critical moment, and they're probably gonna, I don't know, depending on the party dynamic, they might use it to tease the character till the end of time. Because if you miss, the character is obviously not gonna go after the arrow during the combat and try to use again. Anyway, bag of beans, wondrous item rare. Inside this heavy cloth bag are 3 to 4 dried beans. Bag weights 1/2 pound plus 1/4 pound for each bean it contains. And on the topic of arrow of slaying, an arrow of slaying, like, I'd be more tempted to use because bows are less powerful than crossbows. And bows just look cool in this game. Like, they just look cool. It would be nice to compensate to this poor bow character that chose an underpowered option. I guess they're not that weak if you're an elf specifically and have the elven advantage thing for a bow. That might be a good, like, a strong version. But yeah, it might be nice to give your character an extra boost if they're playing an archer and usually they're not that strong. Bag of beans, wondrous item. Inside a heavy cloth bag are 3 D4 dry beans. The bag weighs 1/2 pound plus 1/2 pound for each bean it contains. If you dump the bag's contents out on the ground, they explode in a 10-foot radius extending from the beans. Each creature in the area, including you, must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 5d4 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. Fire ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. If you remove a bean from the bark, plant it in dirt or sand, and then water it, the bean produces an effect 1 minute later from the ground where it was planted. The DM can choose an effect from the following table, determine it randomly, or create an effect. D100. Actually, if I had on the topic of the bag of beans and mixing potions and these sort of disasters, if I had a wizard character, and we briefly discussed it in the past a little bit, I'd like them to have some knowledge of the magic in the world, greater knowledge of the magic in the world and the construction of the planes than his or her companions from martial classes would. I'd like for them to somehow know beforehand that you should be very careful with magic bags, not to spill their contents outside on impulse because something horrible could happen, and that you should not mix potions or something horrible could happen. That there are conceptual planes out there like the Bitopia, the Arborea, the Tartarus, these sort of things, and the elemental planes and that sort of thing. And I would like the goons of the group, the fighters and rogues and other muscle heads, to not know these things. And I would love for the wizarding character to have a good reason to talk in character to his companions to prevent disasters like that from happening. So let's roll D100, 4 beans. 1. 5d4 toadstool sprout. If the creature eats a toadstool, roll any die. On an odd roll, the eater must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 5d6 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 hour. On an even roll, the eater gains 5d6 temporary hit points for 1 hour. 2 to 10, a geyser erupts and spouts water, beer, berry juice, tea, vinegar, wine or oil, DM's choice, 30 feet into the air for 1d12 rounds. I like this sort of whimsical magic with beer geysers and magic toadstools. 11 to 20, a trance sprouts. See Monster Manual for specifics. There's a 50% chance that the trance is chaotic evil and attacks. 21 to 30, an animate, immobile, stone statue of your likeness rises. It makes verbal threats against you. If you leave it and others near comment, it describes you as the most hyenas of villains and directs the newcomers to find and attack you. If you are on the same plane of existence as the statue, it knows where you are. The statue becomes inanimate after 24 hours. 31 to 40. A campfire with blue flames springs forth and burns for 24 hours, or until it is extinguished. 41 to 50. 1d6 plus 6 shriekers sprout. See Monster Manual for statistics. 51 to 60. 1d4 plus 8 bright pink toads fall forth. Whether a toad is touched, it transforms into a large or smaller monster of the DM's choice. The monster remains for 1 minute, then disappears in a puff of bright pink smoke. 61 to 70, a hungry bullet, see the Monster Manual for statistics, burrows up and attacks. 71 to 80, a fruit tree grows. It has 1d10 plus 20 fruit, 1d8 of which act as randomly determined magic potions, while 1 acts as an ingested poison of the DM's choice. The tree vanishes after 1 hour, picked fruit remains, regaining any magic for 30 days. 81 to 90, a nest of 1d4 plus 3 eggs springs up. Any creature that eats an egg must make a DC 20 Constitution saving throw. On successful save, a creature permanently increases its lowest ability score by 1, randomly choosing among equally low scores. On a failed save, the creature takes 10d6 force damage from an internal magical explosion. Insane. If a low-level party had this, they'd die. No questions asked. They would die. Or at least one of them would die, and then they would learn. 91 to 99, a pyramid with 60-foot square base bursts upward. Inside is a sarcophagus containing a mummy lord. See the Monster Manual for statistics. The pyramid is treated as a mummy lord's lair, and its sarcophagus contains treasure of the DM's choice. 100, a giant beanstalk sprouts, growing to a height of the DM's choice. The top leads where the DM chooses, such as to a great view, a cloud giant's castle, or a different plane of existence. I was about to suggest a different plane of existence before I read it, so that one, pretty cool. Bag of Devouring, wondrous item, very rare. This bag superficially resembles a bag of holding, but is a feeding orifice for a gigantic extra-dimensional creature. Turning the bag inside out closes the orifice. The extra-dimensional creature attached to the bag can sense whatever is placed inside the bag. Animal or vegetable matter placed wholly in the bag is devoured and lost forever. When part of a living creature is placed in the bag, as happens when someone reaches inside it, there is a 50% chance that the creature is pulled inside the bag. A creature inside the bag can use its action to try to escape with a successful DC 15 strength check. Another creature can use its action to read into the bag to pull a creature out, doing so without a successful DC 20 strength check, provided it isn't pulled inside the bag first. Any creature that starts its turn inside the bag is devoured, its body destroyed. Inanimate objects can be stored in the bag, which can hold a cubic foot of such material. However, once each day the bag swallows any objects inside it and spits them out into another plane of existence. The DM determines the time and plane. If the bag is pierced or torn, it is destroyed, and anything contained within it is transported to a random location on the astral plane. So it's useless but interesting. The bag of devouring. Bag of holding, wondrous item, uncommon. This bag has an interior space considerably larger than the outside dimensions, roughly 2 feet in diameter at the mouth and 4 feet deep. The bag can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. The bag weighs 15 pounds, regardless of its contents. Retrieving an item from the bag requires an action. If the bag is overloaded, pierced or torn, it ruptures and is destroyed, and its contents are scattered in the astral plane. If the bag is turned inside out, its contents spill forth unharmed, but the bag must be put right before it can be used again. Breathing creatures inside the bag can survive up to a number of minutes equal to 10 divided by the number of creatures, minimum 1 minute, after which they begin to suffocate. Placing a bag of holding inside an extra-dimensional space created by a Heward's handy haversack, portable haul or similar item instantly destroys both items and opens gate to the astral plane. The gate originates where the one item was placed inside the other. Any creature within 10 feet of the gate is sucked through it to a random location on the astral plane. The gate then closes. The gate is one way only and can't be reopened. Bag of tricks. This ordinary bag made from grey rust or town cloth appears empty. Reaching inside the bag, however, reveals the presence of a small fuzzy object. The bag weighs half a pound. You can use an action to pull the fuzzy object from the bag and throw it up to 20 feet. When the object lands, it transforms into a creature determined by rolling a d8 and consulting the table that corresponds to the bag's color. See the monster manual for the creature's statistics. The creature is friendly to you and your companions, and it acts on your own turn. You can use a bonus action to command how the creature moves and what actions it takes on its next turn, or to give it general orders such as to attack your enemies. In the absence of such orders, the creature acts in a fashion appropriate to its nature. Once the fuzzy objects have been pulled from the bag can't be used again until next dawn. Grey bag of tricks. D8 creature, 1 weasel, 2 giant rat, 3 badger, 4 boar, 5 panther, 6 giant badger, 7 dire wolf, 8 giant elk. Rust bag of tricks, D8 creature, 1 rat, 2 owl, 3 mastiff, 4 goat, 5 giant goat, 6 giant boar, 7 lion, 8 brown bear. One of my characters in a campaign I play owns a rust bag of tricks, and I have been able to make so far an owl, a bear, and I think one more thing. I'm not sure which one. Don't remember. Tan bag of tricks. D8. 1 jackal, 2 ape, 3 baboon, 4 axebeak, 5 black bear, 6 giant weasel, 7 giant hyena, 8 tiger. They're not that different when it comes to power level, at least from just looking at it, the way I see it. I don't know. Maybe some of these creatures are more powerful than others, but from just the name, they don't seem to be. Bead of force. This small black sphere measures 3/4 of an inch in diameter and weighs an ounce. Typically 1d4 plus 4 beads of force are found together. You can use an action to throw the bead up to 60 feet. The bead explodes on impact and is destroyed. Each creature within a 10-foot radius of where the bead landed must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or take 5d4 force damage. A sphere of transparent force then encloses the area for 1 minute. Any creature that failed the save and is completely within the area is trapped inside the sphere. Creatures that succeeded the save or are partially within the sphere are pushed away from the center of the sphere until they are no longer inside it. Only breathable air can pass through the sphere's wall. No attack or other effect can. An enclosed creature can use its action to push against the sphere's wall, moving the sphere up to half the creature's walking speed. The sphere can be picked up and its magic causes it to weigh only 1 pound, regardless of the weight of the creature inside. Belt of Dwarven Kind, wondrous item. Rare, requires attunement. While wearing this belt, you gain the following benefits. Your constitution increases by 2 to a maximum of 20. You have advantage on charisma persuasion checks. made to interact with dwarves. In addition, while attuned to the belt, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of drawing a full beard if you're capable of growing one, or a visibly thicker beard if you already have one. If you aren't a dwarf, you gain the following additional benefits while wearing the belt. You have advantage on saving throws against poison, and you have resistance against poison damage. You have dark vision, up to a range of 60 feet. You can speak, read, and write Dwarvish. Belt of Giant Strength. Wondrous item. Rarity varies. Requires attunement. While wearing this belt, your strength score changes to a score granted by the belt. If your strength is already equal to or greater than the belt's score, the item has no effect on you. 6 varieties of this belt exist, corresponding with and having rarity according to the 6 kinds of true giants. The belt of Stone Giant Strength and the belt of Frost Giant Strength look different, but they have the same effect. Type: Hill Giant, Strength 21, Rarity Rare. Stone Frost Giant, Strength 23, Rarity Very Rare. Fire Giant, Strength 25, Rarity Very Rare. Cloud Giant, Strength 27, Rarity Legendary. Storm Giant, 21, Rarity Legendary. 29 for a stat that's important for your class is so high, it's so insanely high. A belt of Storm Giant Strength, it's not 30, it's one short of 30, but even if it was like 28, that's an insane amount of extra damage and extra to hit. You'd never miss. Well, you would miss sometimes, but you'd miss so rarely. And it packs such a strong punch. Okay, Berserker Axe, weapon, any axe, rare. Requires attunement. You gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. In addition, while you are attuned to this weapon, your hit point maximum increases by 1 for each level you have attained. So far it's pretty great, but it has a curse. This axe is cursed, and becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with the axe, keeping it within reach at all times. You also have disadvantage on attack rolls with weapons other than this one, unless no foe is within 60 feet of you that you can see or hear. Wait, what? You have disadvantage on attack rolls with weapons other than this one, unless no foe is within 60 feet of you that you can see or hear. What's the point of not having disadvantage if there are no foes? Whenever a hostile creature damages while the axe is in your possession, you must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or go Berserk. While Berserk, you must use your action each round to attack the creature nearest to you with the axe. If you can make extra attacks as part of the attack action, you use these extra attacks moving to attack the next nearest creature after you fell your current target. If you have multiple possible targets, you attack one at random. You are Berserk until you start your next turn with no creatures within 60 feet of you that you can see or hear. That's an interesting one. It's obviously cursed, but the hit point bonus would be kinda tempting. Well, it's not that many, I guess. No one would be tempted, unless it made sense within the narrative. Boots of Elvenkind. Wondrous item, uncommon. While you wear these boots, your steps make no sound, regardless of the surface you are moving across. You have also advantage on dexterity stealth checks that rely on moving silently. It's a good hack to put these on a character that's wearing heavy armor and would otherwise have disadvantage every time you roll a stealth check, because then he's just a normal dude when it comes to stealth, and he doesn't really get in the way of the rest of the party. Boots of Levitation, wondrous item rare, requires attunement. While you wear these boots, you can use an action to cast Levitate spell on yourself at will. Boots of Speed, wondrous item rare. While you wear these boots, you can use a bonus action and click the boots' heels together. If you do, the boots double your walking speed, and any creature makes an opportunity attack against you has disadvantage on the attack roll. If you click your heels together again, you end the effect. When the boot's property has been used for a total of 10 minutes, the magic ceases to function until you finish a long rest. Boots of the Winterlands, and a brazier of commanding fire elementals, and a bowl of commanding water elementals. Kinda quaint art. Boots are very colourful. Would you wear boots like that have so many colours to them? I probably wouldn't in reality, but in a fantasy setting I'd probably take it for a nifty bonus to cold resistance. Boots of Striding and Springing. Wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. While you wear these boots, your walking speed becomes 30 feet unless your walking speed is higher, and your speed isn't reduced if you are encumbered or wearing heavy armor. In addition, you can jump 3 times normal distance, though you can't jump farther than your remaining movement would allow. Boots of the Winterlands. Wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. These furred boots are snug and feel quite warm. While you wear them, you gain the following benefits. You have resistance to cold damage. You ignore difficult terrain created by ice or snow. You can tolerate temperatures as low as 50 degrees Fahrenheit. without any additional protection. If you wear heavy clothes, you can tolerate temperatures as low as -100 degrees Fahrenheit. Bowl of commanding water elementals, wondrous item rare. While this bowl is filled with water, you can use an action to speak the bowl's command word and summon a water elemental, as if you had the conjure elemental spell. The bowl can't be used this way again until the next dawn. The bowl is about 1 foot in diameter and half as deep. It weighs 3 pounds and holds about 3 gallons. Bracers of archery. While wearing these bracers, you have a proficiency with the longbow and shortbow, and you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks made with such weapons. Okay, I guess I have to retract my statement about bows being weaker than crossbows. Well, crossbows are good because you have a, whatchamacallit, the crossbow expert, and you can dual wield one-handed crossbows to get an extra attack, and then you do the sharpshooter for the +10 of that extra attack, and it's a lot of damage. But apparently you can get bracers for +2 to every attack if you have a bunch of attacks. How many attacks do you need for this to get ahead? You'd need a lot, but you can get the Elven advantage for more criticals and less misses, so that's nifty. I think that's the only example of triple advantage in this game. You normally don't get better advantage ever. Bracers of Defense, wondrous item rare, requires attunement. While wearing these bracers, you gain a +2 bonus to AC if you are wearing no armor and using no shield. Brazier of Commanding Fire Elementals, wondrous item rare. While a fire burns in this brass brazier, you can use an action to speak the brazier's command word, summon a fire elemental, as if you had cast a conjure elemental spell. The brazier can't be used this way again until next dawn. The brazier weighs 5 pounds. Brooch of Shielding, wondrous item uncommon. While wearing this brooch, you have resistance to force damage and you have immunity to damage from the magic missile spell. Broom of Flying. This wooden broom, which weighs 3 pounds, functions like a mundane broom until you stand astride it and speak its command word. It then hovers beneath you and can be ridden in the air. It has a flying speed of 50 feet. It can carry up to 400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 30 feet while carrying over 200 pounds. The broom stops hovering when you land. You can send the broom to travel alone to a destination within 1 mile of you. If you speak the command word, name the location, or are familiar with that place, the broom comes back to you when you speak another command word, provided that the broom is still within 1 mile of you. Flying Broom is such a classic and has this fairy tale aesthetic to it, not like the edgy, dark fantasy thing. And I like that in items. Similar to the Bug of Beans that we read about earlier, or what was it? There was another one in this chapter that I liked for the same reasons. Not sure. Cape of Mountebank, it's very red. Boots of Striding and Springing, Braces of Defense. These are very filigree. And Brooch of Shielding. Candle of Invocation, wondrous item, very rare, requires attunement. This slender taper is dedicated to a deity and shares that deity's alignment. The candle's alignment can be detected with Detect Evil and Good spell. The DM chooses the god and associated alignment, or determines the alignment randomly. 1 to 2 Chaotic Evil, 3 to 4 Chaotic Neutral, 5 to 7 Chaotic Good, 8 to 9 Neutral Evil. T20 alignment. 10 to 11 neutral, 12 to 13 neutral good, 14 to 15 lawful evil, 16 to 17 lawful neutral, 18 to 20 lawful good. This candle's magic is activated when the candle is lit, which requires an action. After burning for 4 hours, the candle is destroyed. You can snuff it out early for use at a later time. Deduct the time it burnt in increments of 1 minute from the candle's total burn time. While lit, the candle sheds dim light in a 30-foot radius. Any creature within that light, whose alignment matches that of the candle, makes attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks with advantage. In addition, a cleric or a druid in the light whose alignment matches the candle's can cast first-level spells he or she prepared without expanding spell slots, though the spell's effect is as if cast with a first-level slot. Alternatively, when you light the candle for the first time, you can cast a gate spell with it. Doing so destroys the candle. Whoa, that's pretty strong. But it's not so it's not strong in a way where giving this to a group of level 1 characters would be overpowered, would feel overpowered. Obviously it would allow them for very easy out of combat healing, provided they keep using the candle for it. But like, what are they going to do with a gate spell? They could win 1 combat guaranteed if they summon a diva to help them. Or if they're good, and provided that the diva even wants to help them, or whatever they summon. Or they could commit suicide by summoning a fiend or something. Like, that's not gonna help them too much. Personally, I would like giving this sort of thing to a bunch of weak characters. I also have some ideas about magic items that I'd like to give to my weak characters very early on, but I'm not gonna say because I'm gonna put it in a campaign, and someone might play it that has seen my my video on Dungeon Master's Guide, so we're not gonna say. Cap of water breathing, wondrous item, uncommon. While wearing this cap underwater, you can speak its command word as an action to create a bubble of air around your head. It allows you to breathe normally underwater. This bubble stays with you until you speak the command word again. Cap is removed or you are no longer underwater. Cape of the Mount Bank, wondrous item, rare. This cape smells faintly of brimstone. While wearing it, you can use it to cast the Dimension Door spell as an action. This property of the cape can't be used again until the next dawn. When you disappear, you leave behind a cloud of smoke, and you appear in a similar cloud of smoke at your destination. The smoke lightly obscures the space you left and the space you appear in, and it dissipates at the end of your next turn. A light or stronger wind disperses the smoke. This one, it doesn't sound that powerful when you just view it in terms of combat capabilities, because it's only once per day. But on a character that normally can't cast spells, as a one-time use, it could warp the narrative. You could catch someone falling from a height that normally you could never reach. You could reach a villain that feels like he's unreachable in the moment. You could do a lot of things with it. I like this item. It's an item I like. Carpet of Flying, wondrous item, very rare. You can speak the carpet's command word as an action to make the carpet hover and fly. It moves according to your spoken direction, provided that you are within 30 feet of it. 4 sizes of Carpet of Flying exist. The DM chooses a size of a given carpet or determines it randomly. 1 to 20, size 3 feet by 5 feet. 21 to 55, 4 feet by 6 feet. 56 to 80, 5 feet by 7 feet. 81 to 100, 6 feet by 9 feet. And they have corresponding capacities and flying speeds. Let's not read those, that's boring. A carpet can carry up to twice the weight shown on the table, but it flies at half speed if it carries more than its normal capacity. And we have some cool images of cloaks. A cloak of displacement, a cloak of elven kind, and a cloak of protection. Pretty cool. Sensor of controlling air elementals, wondrous item, rare. While incense is burning in this sensor, you can use an action to speak the sensor's command word and summon an air elemental as if you had cast the conjure elemental spell. The sensor can't be used this way again until the next dawn. This 6-inch wide, 1-foot high vessel resembles a chalice with a decorated lid. It weighs 1 pound. Time of opening, wondrous item, rare. This hollow metal tube measures about 1 foot and weighs 1 pound. You can strike it as an action, pointing it at an object within 120 feet of you that can be opened, such as a door lid or lock. The chime issues a clear tone, and one lock or latch on the object opens unless the sound can't reach the object. If no locks or latches remain, the object itself opens. The chime can be used 10 times. After the 10th time, it cracks and becomes useless. I wouldn't say it's rare item material by what it does. I'd be tempted to give these sort of things to low-level characters. It doesn't seem very rare to me. Circlet of Blasting, well, I mean, within the narrative of the world, I'd say that sort of thing is probably pretty rare, but I wouldn't be reluctant to give it to a weak group of players that have just started and watch them use it to open a jar that's far away, for example, and spill some stuff, or a barrel. Or what could they open? I mean, obviously using it for opening a door in a dungeon, it's like the least creative way of using it, but it has so many more creative uses, and I would hope that if I had it in my campaign, players would actually use it for the creative ones. Circlet of Blasting. While wearing this circlet, you can use an action to cast a Scorching Ray spell with it. When you make the spell's attack, you do so with an attack bonus of +5. The circlet can't be used this way until next dawn. I wonder how it works. Does the Scorching Ray emit from a gem on the circlet, and you sort of have to aim it with your head? That would be slightly ridiculous, but at the same time, corny but cool. Corny but cool. Cloak of Arachnidar. This fine garment is made of black silk interwoven with faint silvery threads. While wearing it, you gain the following benefits. You have resistance to poison damage. You have climbing speed equal to your walking speed, and it's very rare too. You can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. You can't be caught in webs of any sort and can move through webs as if they were difficult terrain. You can use an action to cast a web spell. Save DC 13. The web created by the spell fills twice its normal area. Once used, this property of the cloak can't be used again until next dawn. Cloak of Displacement. While you wear this cloak, it projects an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in place near your actual location, causing any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of the next turn. This property is suppressed while you are incapacitated, restrained, or otherwise unable to move. Cloak of Elvenkind. Wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. While you wear this cloak with its hood up, wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks made to hide, as the cloak's color shifts to camouflage you. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. So normally when you stealth, you roll an amount, and this amount stays with you, and I guess it's being compared to the passive perception of the people who might want to see you, right? So when would you want a wisdom perception check made to see you, to see your character wearing this cloak? Maybe if someone was specifically searching for you and you were stealthy, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's when it would come into play. But that part of the cloak is, I feel, very, very narrow. Cloak of Invisibility. While wearing this cloak, you can pull its hood over your head to cause yourself to become invisible. While you are invisible, anything you're carrying or wearing is invisible with you. You become visible when you cease wearing the hood. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. Deduct the time you are invisible in increments of 1 minute from the cloak's maximum duration of 2 hours. After 2 hours of use, the cloak ceases to function. For every uninterrupted period of 12 hours the cloak goes unused, it regains 1 hour of duration. It's a very cool item. And a classic one too. Cloak of Protection. Wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. You gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws while you wear this cloak. So I assume you can't wear 2 rings of protection, but you can wear a cloak of protection and a ring of protection that stacks a bonus. Yeah, I guess you can. Cloak of the Bat. While wearing this cloak, you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks in an area of dim light or darkness. You can grip the edges of the cloak with both hands and use it to fly at a speed of 40 feet. If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying in this way, or you are no longer in dim light or darkness, you lose this flying speed. While wearing the cloak in an area of dim light or darkness, you can use your action to cast Polymorph on yourself, transforming into a bard. While you are in the form of a bard, you regain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. The cloak can't be used this way again until the next dawn. Cloak of the Manta Ray. Wondrous item, uncommon. While wearing this cloak with its hood up, you can breathe underwater, and you have a swimming speed of 60 feet. Putting the hood up or down requires an action. Crystal Ball. Wondrous item, very rare or legendary. The typical crystal ball, a very rare item, is about 6 inches in diameter. While touching it, you can cast a scrying, save DC 17 with it. All crystal ball variants are legendary items and have additional properties. Crystal Ball of Mind Reading. You can use an action to cast a Detect Thoughts spell, save DC 17. While you are scrying with the crystal ball, targeting creatures you can see within 30 feet of the spell's sensor, you don't need to concentrate on the Detect Thoughts to maintain it during its duration, but it ends if scrying ends. That's a very powerful effect. Like super powerful, I'd say. I'd be very reluctant to give this to my players. Crystal Ball of Telepathy. While scrying with the crystal ball, you can communicate telepathically with creatures you can see within 30 feet of the spell sensor. You can also use an action to cast a suggestion spell. There is a sensor on one of those creatures. You don't need to concentrate on the suggestion to maintain it during its duration, but it ends if scrying ends. Once used, the suggestion power of the crystal ball can't be used again until next dawn. Crystal Ball of True Seeing. While scrying with the crystal ball, you have true sight with a radius of 120 feet centered on the spell sensor. So it's like a very precise vision kind of scrying. Normally when scrying, do you see the world as you would see it if you were there, or do you have some impediments to your seeing, like a fog or a blur or something like that? Well, with true seeing, I guess you could see through magic illusions, through everything. Does true sight allow you to see through walls? I'm not sure. Before introducing an item that gives true sight, or if one of my characters had true sight, I'd have to Google it. But not now. Cube of Force. This cube is about an inch across. Each face has a distinct marking on it that can be pressed. The cube starts with 36 charges and it regains 1d10 expended charges daily at dawn. You can use an action to press on the cube's faces, expanding a number of charges based on the chosen face, as shown in the Cube of Force face table. Each face has a different effect. If the cube has insufficient charges remaining, nothing happens. Otherwise, a barrier of invisible force springs into existence, forming a cube 15 feet on a side. The barrier is centered on you, moves with you, and lasts for 1 minute until you use an action to press the cube's 6th face, or the cube runs out of charges. You can change the barrier's effect by pressing a different face of the cube and expanding the requisite number of charges, resetting the duration. If your movement causes the barrier to come into contact with a solid object, it can't pass through the cube. You can't move any closer to that object as long as the barrier remains. Cube of 4 faces. Phase 1, charges 1. Gases, wind and fog can't pass through the barrier. Phase 2, charges 2. Non-living matter can't pass through the barrier. Walls, floors and ceilings can pass through at your discretion. Phase 3, charges 3. Living matter can't pass through the barrier. Phase 4, charges 4. Spell effects can't pass through the barrier. Phase 5, charges 5. Nothing can pass through the barrier. Walls, floors and ceilings can pass through at your discretion. Phase 6, charges 0. The barrier deactivates. The cube loses charges when the barrier is targeted by certain spells or comes into contact with certain spell or magic item effects as shown in the table below. Spell or item. Disintegrate, charges lost 1d12. Horn of Blasting, charges lost 1d10. Pass Wall, charges lost 1d6. Prismatic Spray, charges lost 1d20. Wall of Fire, charges lost 1d4. Cubic Gate, Wondrous Item Legendary. This cube is 3 inches across and radiates palpable magical energy. The 6 sides of the cube are each keyed to a different plane of existence, one of which is the material plane. The other sides are linked to planes determined by the DM. You can use an action to press one side of the cube to cast a gate spell with it, opening a portal to the plane keyed to that side. Alternatively, if you use an action to press one side twice, you can cast a plane shift spell, save DC 17 with the cube and transport targets to the plane keyed to that side. The cube has 3 charges. Each use of the cube expands 1 charge. The cube regains 1d3 expanded charges daily at dawn. This is insanely powerful. Gate is a 9th level spell, I think, and if it isn't, it should be. I don't know if I'd ever give this to characters. I was expecting the book to say that once all the charges are expended, the item is lost. But no, it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Dance Instant Fortress. You can use an action to place a 1-inch metal cube on the ground and speak its command word. The cube rapidly grows into a fortress that remains until you use an action to speak the command word that dismisses it, which works only if the fortress is empty. The fortress is a square tower 20 feet on a side and 30 feet high, with arrow slits on all sides and a battlement atop it. Its interior is divided into 2 floors, with a ladder running along one wall to connect them. The ladder ends at a trapdoor leading to the roof. When activated, the tower has a small door on the side facing you. The door opens only at your command, which you can speak as a bonus action. It is immune to knock spell and similar magic, such as that of Chime of Opening. Each creature in the area where the fortress appears must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 10d10 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. In either case, the creature is pushed to an unoccupied space outside but next to the fortress. Objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried take this damage and are pushed automatically. The tower is made out of adamantine and its magic prevents it from being tipped over. The roof, the door and the walls each have 100 hit points, immunity to damage from non-magical weapons, excluding siege weapons, and resistance to all other damage. Only a wish spell can repair the fortress. This use of the spell counts as replicating a spell of 8th level or lower. Each casting of wish causes the roof, the door, or one wall to regain 50 hit points. If you wanted to have this sort of item for a narrative moment where you have to defend a certain path or you need to shelter a group of people at all costs, it could be an interesting item. Dagger of Venom. It could be like a reason for an entire set of games where the players strive to find this item. Dagger of Venom, weapon dagger, rare. You gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Use an action to cause thick black poison to coat the blade. The poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature. That creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. The dagger can't be used this way again until the next dawn. Dancing sword, weapon, any sword, very rare. Requires attunement. You can use a bonus action to toss this magic sword into the air and speak the command word. When you do so, the sword begins to hover. flies up to 30 feet and attacks one creature of your choice within 5 feet of it. The sword uses your attack roll and ability score modifier to damage rolled. While the sword hovers, you can use a bonus action to cause it to fly up to 30 feet to another spot within 30 feet of you. As part of the same bonus action, you can cause the sword to attack one creature within 5 feet of it. After the hovering sword attacks for the 4th time, it flies up to 30 feet and tries to return to your hand. If you have no free hand, it falls to the ground at your feet. If the sword has no unobstructed path to you, it moves as close to you as it can and then falls to the ground. It also ceases to hover if you grasp it or move more than 30 feet away from it. Dagger of Venom, Decanter of Endless Water, and a Cubic Gate. Very colourful. I like that part about the art. Maybe a different style. I like, for example, the way magic items are drawn in Icewind Dale, but at least I like the fact that these are colourful and not greyish, brownish, and metallic. Decanter of Endless Water. The stoppered flask sloshes when shaken, as if it contains water. The decanter weighs 2 pounds. You can use an action to remove the stopper and speak one of the 3 command words, whereupon an amount of fresh water or salt water, your choice, pours out of the flask. The water stops pouring out at the start of your next turn. Choose from the following options. Stream produces 1 gallon of water. Fountain produces 5 gallons of water. Geyser produces 30 gallons of water and gushes forth in a geyser 30 feet long and 1 foot wide. As a bonus action while holding the decanter, you can aim the geyser at a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The target must succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw or take 1d4 bludgeoning damage and fall prone. Instead of a creature, you can target an object that isn't being worn or carried, that weighs no more than 200 pounds. The object is either knocked over or pushed up to 15 feet away from you. Deck of Illusions. This box contains a set of parchment cards. A full deck is 34 cards. A deck found as treasure is usually missing 1d20 minus 1 card. The magic of the deck functions only if cards are drawn at random. You can use an altered deck of playing cards to simulate the deck. You can use an action to draw a card at random from the deck and throw it to the ground at a point within 30 feet of you. An illusion of 1 or more creatures forms over the thrown card and remains until dispelled. An illusory creature appears real, of the appropriate size, and behaves as if it were a real creature, as presented in the monster manual, except that it can do no harm. While you are within 120 feet of the illusory creature and can see it, you can use an action to move it magically anywhere within 30 feet of its card. Any physical interaction with the illusory creature reveals it to be an illusion, because objects pass through it. Someone who uses an action to visually inspect the creature identifies it as an illusory with a successful DC 15 intelligence investigation check. The creature then appears translucent. The illusion lasts until its card is moved or the illusion is dispelled. When the illusion ends, the image on its card disappears and that card can't be used again. We're only at letter D. That's a lot of magic items up ahead. I'm gonna read this table to see what sort of illusions the deck can make, but in just a second I just want to see how much longer do we have till the end of the chapter. It has to be the longest chapter in the book. There's a lot of art too, which is nice. You get to see these items. Well, it is nice and it is not nice. It's nice because the art is cool to look at, but at the same time I'd really not want to be influenced too much by the way these items look, because you can make a dagger of venom that's made by, for example, a fiend and it looks fiendish, or one that's made by undead and looks undead-like. The same applies to pretty much all the stuff in this chapter. Any item can be reflavored or flavored even, because a lot of them are just generic enough that they don't have a flavor. Alright, that looks super long. So the chapter ends after 233 pages. At page 233, I should say, rather. Where were we? Oh, we were somewhere here. Yeah, here. The deck of illusions. Playing card. Ace of Hearts, Red Dragon, King of Hearts, Knight and 4 cards, Queen of Hearts, Succubus or Incubus, Jack of Hearts, Druid, 10 of Hearts, Cloud Giant, 9 of Hearts, Etin, 8 of Hearts, Bugbear, 2 of Hearts, Goblin, Ace of Diamonds, Beholder, King of Diamonds, Archmage and Mage Apprentice, or Archmage and Mage Apprentice, Queen of Diamonds, Night Hag, Jack of Diamonds, Assassin, 10 of Diamonds, Fire Giant, 9 of Diamonds, Ogre Mage, 8 of Diamonds, Gnoll, 2 of Diamonds, Kobold, Ace of Spades, Lich, King of Spades, Priest and 2 Acolytes, Queen of Spades, Medusa, Jack of Spades, Veteran, 10 of Spades, Frost Giant, 9 of Spades, Troll, 8 of Spades, Hobgoblin, 2 of Spades, Goblin, Ace of clubs, Iron Golem. King of clubs, Bandit Captain and 3 bandits. Queen of clubs, Erinyes. Jack of clubs, Berserker. 10 of clubs, Hill Giant. 9 of clubs, Ogre. 8 of clubs, Orc. 2 of clubs, Kobold. Jokers to you, the deck's owner. Deck of many things. Wondrous item, legendary. Usually found in a box or pouch, this deck contains a number of cards made of ivory or vellum. Most 75% of these decks have only 13 cards, but the rest have 22. Before you draw a card, you must declare how many cards you intend to draw, and then draw them randomly. You can use an altered deck of playing cards to simulate the deck. Any cards drawn in excess of this number have no effect. Otherwise, as soon as you draw a card from the deck, its magic takes effect. You must draw each card no more than 1 hour after the previous draw. If you fail to draw the chosen number, the remaining number of cards fly from the deck on their own and take effect all at once. Once a card is drawn, it fades from existence. Unless the card is the Fool or the Jester, the card reappears in the deck, making it possible to draw the same card twice. Playing card. Ace of Diamonds, card, Vizier. What does it mean? Found only in a deck of 22 cards. Okay, the ones that have well, whatchamacallit, this little star symbol, are only in a deck that has 22. Ace of Diamonds is a Vizier. King of Diamonds is a Sun. Queen of Diamonds, Moon. Jack of Diamonds, Star. 2 of Diamonds, Comet. Ace of Hearts, the Fates. King of Hearts, Throne. Queen of Hearts, Key. Jack of Hearts, Knight. 2 of Hearts, Gem. Ace of Clubs, Talons. Knight of Clubs, the Void. Queen of Clubs, Flames. Jack of Clubs, Skull. 2 of Clubs, Idiot. Ace of Spades, Donjon. King of Spades, Ruin. Queen of Spades, Uriel. Jack of Spades, Rogue. 2 of Spades, Balance. Joker, Fool. Joker, Jester. Joker with TM and Joker without TM is Fool and Jester. Balance. Your mind suffers a wrenching alteration, causing your alignment to change. Lawful becomes chaotic, good becomes evil, and vice versa. If you are true, neutral, or unaligned, this card has no effect on you. Comet. If you single-handedly defeat the next hostile monster or group of monsters you encounter, you gain experience points enough to gain 1 level. Otherwise, the card has no effect. Donjon. You disappear and become entombed in a state of suspended animation in an extra-dimensional sphere. Everything you were wearing or carrying stays behind in the space you occupied when you disappeared. You remain imprisoned until you are found and removed from the sphere. You can't be located by divination magic, but a wish spell can reveal the location of your prison. You draw no more cards. A question of enmity. 2 of the cards in a deck of many things can earn character the enmity of another being. With the Flames card, the enmity is overt. The character should experience the devil's malevolent efforts on multiple occasions. Seeking out the fiend shouldn't be a simple task, and the adventurer should clash with the devil's allies and followers a few times before being able to confront the devil itself. In case of the Rogue card, the enmity is secret and should come from someone thought to be a friend or an ally. As Dungeon Master, you should wait for a dramatically appropriate moment to reveal this enmity, leaving the adventurer guessing who is likely to become a betrayer. Alright, so we have a great illustration of these. Time, Donjon, Jester, Balance, Uriel, Ruin, Gold Knight, Key. Okay, I don't think we have all of them. I bet there's someone out there on the internet that drew the remaining ones and printed them. Uriel, the card's Medusa-like visage curses you. You take -2 penalty on saving throws while cursed in this way. Only a god or the magic of the Fates card can end this curse. The Fates. Reality's fabric unravels and spins anew, allowing you to avoid or erase one event as if it never happened. You can use the card's magic as soon as you draw the card or any other time before you die. Flames. A powerful devil becomes your enemy. The devil seeks your ruin and plagues your life, savoring your suffering before attempting to slay you. This enmity lasts until either you or the devil dies. Fool. You lose 10,000 EXP, discard this card and draw from the deck again, counting both draws as one of your declared draws. If losing that much XP would cause you to lose a level, you instead lose an amount that leaves you with just enough XP to keep your level. Gem. 25 pieces of jewelry worth 2000 GP each or 50 gems worth 1000 GP each appear at your feet. Idiot. Permanently reduce your intelligence by 1d4 plus 1 to a minimum score of 1. You can draw 1 additional card beyond your declared draws. Jester, you gain 10,000 XP, or you can draw 2 additional cards beyond your declared draws. Key, a rare or rarer magic weapon with which you are proficient appears in your hand. The DM chooses the weapon. Knight, you gain the service of a 4th level fighter who appears in space you choose within 30 feet of you. The fighter is of the same race as you and serves you loyally until death. Believing the fates have drawn him or her to you, you control this character. I don't like this outcome because, like, who are they? They seemingly have a character. They believe something. They believe that fates have drawn him to you, and I don't like players controlling characters that are not their characters because it takes away from the role-playing aspect of the game. The deck of many things kind of works like this. Option 1, they draw a card and one player dies, they never use it again. Option 2, they get something good, draw again, and this time someone dies, they never touch the deck again. I've never DM'd Dungeons and Dragons, so I don't know, but that's the sort of thing I'd be kinda tempted to give them, but at the same time I'd be sort of afraid to give it to them. I don't know. It could end the campaign on the spot, and it wouldn't be a very good ending, now would it? Moon, you are granted the ability to cast the wish spell 1d3 times. Rogue, a non-player character of the DM's choice, becomes hostile toward you. The identity of your new enemy isn't known until the NPC or someone else reveals it. Nothing less than a wish spell or divine intervention can end the NPC's hostility toward you. Ruin. So this is the one of the outcomes at the disclaimer above we referred to. Ruin. All forms of wealth that you carry or own other than magic items are lost to you. Portable property vanishes. Businesses, buildings and lands you own are lost in a way that alters reality the least. Any documentation that proves you should own something lost to this card also disappears. Skull. You summon an avatar of death, a ghostly humanoid skeleton clad in tattered black robe and carrying a spectral scythe. It appears in space of the DM's choice within 10 feet of you and attacks you, warning all others that you must win the battle alone. The avatar fights until you die or it drops to 0 hit points, whereupon it disappears. If anyone tries to help you, the helper summons his own avatar of death. A creature slain by an avatar of death can't be restored to life. Hardcore. Star. Increases one of your ability scores by 2. The score can exceed 20 but can't exceed 24. Sun. You gain 50,000 XP and a wondrous item which the DM determines randomly appears in your hands. Avatar of Death. Medium, undead, neutral, evil. Armor class 20, hit points, half the hit points maximum of its summoner. Speed 60 feet, fly 60 feet, hover. Strength 16 plus 3, dexterity plus, okay, it's all 16. Damage immunities, it's immune to necrotic and poison. It's immune also to being charmed, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, or unconscious. It has a dark vision of 60 feet, a true sight of 60 feet, passive perception of 13, and speaks all the languages known to its summoner. It gives 0 XP, so it doesn't strictly have a challenge rating. Incorporeal movement. The avatar can move through other creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. It takes 5, 1d10 force if it ends its turn inside an object. Turning immunity. The avatar is immune to features that turn undead. Actions. Reaping Scythe. The avatar sweeps its spectral scythe through a creature within 5 feet of it, dealing 7 or 1d8 plus 3 slashing damage, plus 4 or 1d8 necrotic damage. It doesn't seem that strong. It does have a fair amount of hit points because it has half the hit points of its summoner. But anyone who has any decent items is going to be stronger than the avatar they summoned this way, I assume. Talons. That's like the next card, by the way. Talons. Every magic item you wear or carry disintegrates. Artifacts in your possession aren't destroyed but do vanish. Turn. You gain proficiency in the persuasion skill, and you double your proficiency bonus on checks made with that skill. In addition, you gain rightful ownership of a small keep somewhere in the world. However, the keep is currently in the hands of monsters, which you must clear out before you can claim the keep as yours. Vizier. At any time you choose within 1 year of drawing this card, you can ask a question in meditation and mentally receive a truthful answer to that question. Besides information, the answer helps you solve a puzzling problem or other dilemma. In other words, the knowledge comes with wisdom on how to apply it. Devoid. This black card spells disaster. Your soul is drawn from your body and contained in an object in the place of DM's choice. One or more powerful beings guard the place. While your soul is trapped in this way, your body is incapacitated. A wish spell can't restore your soul, but the spell reveals the location of the object that holds it. You draw no more cards. Defender. Weapon, any sword, legendary. Requires attunement. You gain +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. The first time you attack with the sword on each of your turns, you can transfer some or all of the sword's bonus to your armor class, instead of using the bonus on any attacks that turn. For example, you could reduce the bonus to your attack and damage rolls to a +1 and gain a +2 bonus to AC. The adjusted bonuses remain in effect until the start of the next turn, although you must hold the sword to gain a bonus to AC from it. Demon armor. Armor plate, very rare. While wearing this armor you gain +1 to AC and you can understand and speak Abyssal. In addition, the armor's clawed gauntlets turn unarmored strikes to your hands into magic weapons that deal slashing damage with a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls and a damage die of 1d8. Cursed. Once you've done this cursed armor you can't doff it unless you are targeted by the remove cursed or similar magic. While wearing the armor, you have disadvantage on attack rolls against demons and on saving throws against their spells and special abilities. Dimensional Shackles. Wondrous item, rare. You can use an action to place these shackles on an incapacitated creature. The shackles adjust to fit the creature, small to large size. In addition, serving as mundane manacles, the shackles prevent a creature bound to them from using any method of extra-dimensional movement, including teleportation or travels to a different plane of existence. They don't prevent the creature from passing through an interdimensional portal. You and any creature you designate can use an action to remove them once every 30 days. The bonus creature can make a DC 30 strength athletics check. On a success, the creature breaks free and destroys the shackles. So you can destroy a pair of magical shackles, but it's very, very hard. Dragon Scale Mail. Armor. Scale Mail. Very rare. Requires attunement. Dragon Scale Mail is made of scales of one kind of dragon. Sometimes dragons collect their cast of scales and gift them to humanoids. Other times hunters carefully skin and preserve the hide of a dead dragon. In either case, the Dragon Scale Mail is highly valued. While wearing this armor you gain +1 bonus to AC, you have advantage on saving throws against the frightful presence and breath weapons of dragons, and you have resistance to one damage type that is determined by the kind of dragon that provides the scales. See the table. Additionally, you can focus your senses as an action to magically discern the distance and direction of the closest dragon within 30 miles of you that is the same type as the armor. This special action can't be used again until the next dawn. Black Dragon is Acid, Blue Dragon is Lightning, Brass Dragon is Fire, Bronze Dragon is Lightning, Copper Dragon is Acid, Gold Dragon is Fire, Green Dragon is Poison, Red Dragon is Fire, Silver Dragon is Cold, and White Dragon is Cold. Dragon Slayer weapon, any sword, rare. You gain +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. When you hit a dragon with this weapon, the dragon takes extra 3d6 damage of the weapon's type. For the purpose of this weapon, dragon refers to any creature with the dragon type, including dragon turtles and wyverns. Drift Globe. This small sphere of thick glass weighs 1 pound. If you are within 60 feet of it, you can speak its command word and cause it to eliminate the light or daylight spell. Once used, the daylight effect can be used again until the next dawn. You can speak another command word as an action to make the illuminated globe rise into the air and float no more than 5 feet off the ground. The globe hovers in that way until you or another creature grasps it. If you move more than 60 feet from the hovering globe, it follows you until it is within 60 feet of you. It takes the shortest route to do so. If prevented from moving, the globe sinks gently to the ground and becomes inactive, and its light winks out. Dust of Disappearance. Wondrous item, uncommon. Found in a small packet, this powder resembles very fine sand. There is enough of it for one use. When you use an action to throw the dust into the air, you and each creature and object within 10 feet of you become invisible for 2d4 minutes. The duration is the same for all subjects, and the dust is consumed when its magic takes effect. If a creature affected by the dust attacks or casts a spell, the invisibility ends for that creature. Dust Dryness. This small packet contains 1d6 plus 4 pinches of dust. You can use an action to sprinkle a pinch of it over water. The dust turns a cube of water 15 feet on a side into one marble-sized pellet which floats or rests near where the dust is sprinkled. The pellet's weight is negligible. Someone can use an action to smash the pellet against a hard surface, causing the pellet to shatter and release the water the dust absorbs. Doing so ends the pellet's magic. An elemental composed mostly of water that is exposed to a pinch of the dust must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw, taking 10d6 necrotic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So water elementals get owned by these particular things really hard.
Dust of sneezing and choking. Found in a small container, this powder resembles very fine sand and appears to be dust of disappearance. An identify spell reveals it to be such. There is enough of it for one use. When you use an action to throw a handful of the dust into the air, you and each creature that needs to breathe within 30 feet of you must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or become unable to breathe while sneezing uncontrollably. A creature affected in this way is incapacitated and suffocating. As long as it is conscious, a creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turn, ending the effect on it on a success. The lesser restoration spell can also end the effect on a creature. So in real life, you need to be very careful if you're in a place where very fine powders are stored that could rise into the air and get into your lungs without you even noticing. There's been an incident I've heard about where some people had worked in a cocoa packing plant, I don't know where, but somewhere where there was a bunch of cocoa stored, and they started a fight with cocoa bags and a bunch of cocoa raised into the air, and eventually, like, these fine powders, they get into your lungs bit by bit, and inside the lungs it's kind of moist, right? And they create this glue inside, and they can clog up your lungs literally and kill you by suffocation. So yeah, be careful about these sort of things in reality. And the guys from the cocoa warehouse, they died too. It's a pretty messed up way to die, all I'm saying. Dwarven plate, armor plate, very rare. While wearing this armor you gain +2 bonus to AC. In addition, if an effect moves you against your will along the ground, you can use your reaction to reduce the distance you are moved by up to 10 feet. Dwarven Thrower, weapon Warhammer, very rare, requires attunement by a dwarf. You gain +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. It has this thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. When you hit with a ranged attack using this weapon, it deals an extra 1d8 damage, or if the target is a giant, 2d8 damage. Immediately after the attack, the weapon flies back to your hand. A 3T bottle. This painted bottle weighs 1 pound. When you use an action to remove the stopper, a cloud of thick smoke flows out of the bottle. At the end of your turn, the smoke disappears with a flash of harmless fire, and an Ifriti appears in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. See the monster manual for the Ifriti's statistics. The first time the bottle is opened, the DM rolls to determine what happens. D100. 1 to 10. The Ifriti attacks you. After fighting for 5 rounds, the Ifriti disappears and the bottle loses its magic. 11 to 90. The Ifriti serves you for an hour, doing as you command, then the Ifriti returns to the bottle and a new stopper contains it. This stopper can't be removed for 24 hours. The next 2 times the bottle is opened, the same effect occurs. If the bottle is opened a 4th time, the Ifriti escapes and disappears and the bottle loses its magic. 91 to 100. The Ifriti can cast the wish spell 3 times for you. It disappears when it grants the final wish or after 1 hour, and the bottle loses its magic. Ifriti Chain. Armor, Chainmail, Legendary, requires attunement. While wearing this armor you gain a +3 bonus to AC. You're immune to fire damage and you can understand and speak Primordial. In addition, you can stand on and walk across molten rock as if it were solid ground. That's pretty hardcore, immune to fire damage. It could let you do some interesting things, for example, cast fireballs on yourself and suffer no damage. Or have your wizard cast fireballs on where you stand and just not care. It's interesting for tankiness. It's not just useful for when you fight fire-based monsters. You can build a bit of tactics around owning this sort of an item. Elemental Gem, wondrous item, uncommon. This gem contains a mote of elemental energy. When you use an action to break the gem, an elemental is summoned as if you had to cast Conjure Elemental spell, and the gem's magic is lost. The type of gem determines the elemental summoned by the spell. Blue Sapphire, Air Elemental, Yellow Diamond, Earth Elemental, Red Corundum, Fire Elemental, Emerald, Water Elemental. Red Corundum is actually a ruby, as far as I know. Isn't it? I think a Red Corundum is a ruby. Elixir of Health, Potion Rare. When you drink this potion, it cures any disease afflicting you, and it removes the blinded, deafened, paralyzed, and poisoned conditions. The clear red liquid has tiny bubbles of light in it. Oven Chain. Armor, Chain Shirt, Rare. You gain +1 to AC while you wear this armor. You are considered proficient with this armor, even if you lack proficiency with medium armor. That's actually great for a rogue or a mage. Yeah, it also does what a normal Chain Shirt does, in addition to the +1 to AC. Ever smoking bottle. Smoke leaks from the lead stoppered mouth of this brass bottle, which weighs 1 pound. When you use an action to remove the stopper, a cloud of thick smoke pours out in a 60-foot radius from the bottle. The cloud's area is heavily obscured. Each minute the bottle remains open, and within the cloud, the radius increases by 10 feet until it reaches its maximum radius of 120 feet. The cloud persists as long as the bottle is open. Closing the bottle requires you to speak its command word as an action. Once the bottle is closed, the cloud disperses after 10 minutes. A moderate wind, 11 to 20 miles per hour, can also disperse the smoke after 1 minute, and a strong wind, 21 or more miles per hour, can do so after 1 round. Eyes of Charming. These crystal lenses fit over your eyes. They have 3 charges. While wearing them, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast the Charm Person spell, save DC 13, on a humanoid within 30 feet of you, provided that you and the target can see each other. The lenses regain all expended charges daily at dawn. Feels weird to have lenses that you put into your eyes in a fantasy setting. It just feels like such a modern invention. Eyes of Minute Seeing. These crystal lenses fit over your eyes. While wearing them, you can see much better than normal, out to a range of 1 foot. You have advantage on intelligence investigation checks that rely on sight while searching an area or studying an object within that range. Eyes of the Eagle. These crystal lenses fit over the eyes. Wearing them, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. In conditions of clear visibility, you can make out details of even extremely distant creatures and objects as small as 2 feet across. A figure of wondrous power is a statuette of a beast small enough to fit in a pocket. If you use an action to speak the command word to throw the figurine to a point on the ground within 60 feet of you, the figurine becomes a living creature. If the spell where the creature would appear is occupied by other creatures or objects, if there isn't enough space for the creature, the figurine doesn't become a creature. The creature is friendly to you and your companions. It understands your languages and obeys your spoken commands. If you issue no commands, the creature defends itself but takes no other actions. See the monster manual for the creature's statistics, except for the giant fly. The creature exists for a duration specific to each figurine. At the end of the duration, the creature reverts to its figurine form. It reverts to a figurine early if it drops to 0 hit points, or if you use an action to speak the command word again while touching it. When the creature becomes a figurine again, its property can't be used again until a certain amount of time has passed, as specified in the figurine's description. Bronze Griffin Rare. This bronze statuette is of a griffin rampant. It can become a griffin for up to 6 hours. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 5 days have been passed. Rampant is apparently, in heraldry, it's a word describing a certain pose. It's a good word. It's a semi-good word. Let's give it like a half pass as a good word. Ebony Fly Rare. This ebony statuette is carved into the likeness of a horse. It can become a giant fly for up to 12 hours and can be ridden as a mount. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 2 days have passed. That is pretty weird, but could be pretty cool, but is pretty weird. Giant Fly, Large Beast, underlined. Armor class 11, hit points 19, or 3d10 plus 3. Speed 30 feet, fly 60 feet. It has a strength of 14, dexterity of 13, constitution of 13, intelligence of 2, wisdom of 10, and charisma of 3. It has a dark vision of 60 feet and passive perception of 10. It does not speak any languages, unsurprisingly. Golden Lions Rare. These gold statuettes of lions are always created in pairs. You can use one figurine or both simultaneously. Each can become a lion for up to 1 hour. Once a lion has been used, it can't be used again until 7 days have passed. Ivory Goats Rare. These ivory statuettes of goats are always created in sets of 3. Each goat looks unique and functions differently from the others. Their properties are as follows. The goat of traveling can become a large goat with the same statistics as a riding horse. It has 23 charges, and each hour or portion thereof it spends in beast form costs 1 charge. While it has charges, you can use it as often as you wish. When it runs out of charges, it reverts to a figurine and can't be used again until 7 days have passed, when it regains all its charges. The Goat of Travail becomes a giant goat for up to 3 hours. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 30 days have passed. And what does it do? It just becomes a giant goat. Garbage. The Goat of Terror becomes a giant goat for up to 3 hours. The goat can't attack, but you can remove its horns and use them as weapons. One horn becomes a +1 lance, and the other becomes a +2 longsword. Removing a horn requires an action, and the weapons disappear, and the horns return when the goat reverts to figurine form. In addition, the goat radiates a 30-foot radius aura of terror while you are riding it. Any creature hostile to you that starts its turns in the aura must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw, or be frightened of the goat for 1 minute, or until the goat reverts to figurine form. The frightened creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Once it successfully saves against the effect, a creature is immune to the goat's aura for the next 24 hours. Once the figurine has been used, it can't be used again until 15 days have passed. Marble Elephant Rare. This marble statuette is about 4 inches high and long. It can become an elephant up to 24 hours. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 7 days have passed. Obsidian steed, very rare. This polished obsidian horse can become a nightmare for up to 24 hours. The nightmare fights only to defend itself. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 5 days have passed. If you have a good alignment, the figurine has a 10% chance each time you use it to ignore your orders, including a command to revert to figurine form. If you mount the nightmare while it is ignoring your orders, you and the nightmare are instantly transported to a random location on the plane of Hades, where the nightmare reverts to figurine form. That's an interesting one, mainly because it has this quirk of not listening to good characters every now and then, and an attached possibility of taking you to another plane. What would your party even do if you got separated in such a way? Onyx dog, rare. This onyx statuette of a dog can become a mastiff for up to 6 hours. The mastiff has an intelligence of 8 and can speak common. It also has dark vision out to a range of 60 feet and can see invisible creatures and objects within that range. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 7 days have passed. Serpentine owl. Serpentine owl? What's a serpentine owl? This serpentine statuette of an owl can become a giant owl for up to 8 hours. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 2 days have passed. The owl can telepathically communicate with you at any range if you and it are on the same plane of existence. Silver raven, uncommon. This silver statuette of a raven can become a raven for up to 12 hours. Once it has been used, it can't be used again until 2 days have passed. While in raven form, the figurine allows you to cast the animal messenger spell on it at will. Flame tongue, weapon, any sword, rare, requires attunement. You can use a bonus action to speak the magic sword's command word, causing flames to erupt from the blade. These flames shed bright light in a 40-foot radius and dim light for an additional 40 feet. While the sword is a blade, it deals extra 2d6 fire damage to any target it hits. The flames last until you use a bonus action to speak the command word again, or until you drop or sheath the sword. Folding boat. This object appears as a wooden box that measures 12 inches long, 6 inches wide, and 6 inches deep. It weighs 4 pounds and floats. It can be opened to store items inside. This item also has 3 command words, each requiring you to use an action to speak it. One command word causes the box to unfold into a boat 10 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. The boat has 1 pair of oars, an anchor, a mast, and a lateen sail. The boat can hold up to 4 medium creatures comfortably. The second command word causes the box to unfold into a ship 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. The ship has a deck, rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, steering oar, an anchor, a deck cabin, and a mast with a square sail. It can hold 15 medium creatures comfortably. When the box becomes a vessel, its weight becomes that of a normal vessel its size, and anything that was stored in the box remains in the boat. The third command word causes the folding boat to fold back into a box, provided that no creatures are aboard. Any objects in the vessel that can't fit inside the box remain outside the box as it folds. Any objects in the vessel that can fit inside the box do so. Frostbound weapon, any sword, very rare, requires attunement. When you hit with an attack using this magic sword, the target takes an extra 1d6 cold damage. In addition, while you hold the sword, you have resistance to fire damage. In freezing temperatures, the blade sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and a dim light for an additional 10 feet. When you draw this weapon, you can extinguish all non-magical flames within 30 feet of you. This property can be used no more than once per hour. Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. Your strength score is 19 when you wear these gauntlets. They have no effect on you if your strength is already 19 or higher. This is pretty good on a not so strong character that wants to use heavier armor, for example. Imagine if you have a cleric that doesn't have a lot of strength but wants to wear a full plate. That's ideal. Gem of Brightness. Wondrous item, uncommon. This prism has 50 charges. While you are holding it, you can use an action to speak one of the 3 command words to cause one of the following effects. First command word causes the gem to shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. This effect doesn't expend a charge. It lasts until you use a bonus action to repeat the command word or until you use another function of the gem. The second command word expends 1 charge and causes the gem to fire a brilliant beam of light at one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or become blinded for 1 minute. The creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. The third command word expends 5 charges and causes the gem to flare with blinding light and 30-foot cone originating from it. Each creature in the cone must make a saving throw as if struck by the beam created with the second command word. When all of the gem's charges are expended, the gem becomes a non-magical jewel worth 50 GP. So it's one of those rare ones that you can't recharge. Gem of Seeing. The gem has 3 charges. As an action, you can speak the gem's command word and expand 1 charge. For the next 10 minutes, you have true sight out of 120 feet when you peer through the gem. The gem regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Giant Slayer weapon. Any axe or sword, rare. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. When you hit a giant with it, the giant takes an extra 2d6 damage of the weapon's type and must succeed on a DC 15 strength saving throw or fall prone. For the purpose of this weapon, giant refers to any creature with a giant type, including Ettins and trolls. Glamoured Studded Leather. While wearing this armor, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. You can also use a bonus action to speak the armor's command word and cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothing or some other kind of armor. You decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories, but the armor retains its normal bulk and weight. The illusory appearance lasts until you use this property again or remove the armor. Gloves of Missile Snaring, wondrous item, uncommon. These gloves seem to almost meld into your hands when you don them. When a ranged weapon attack hits you while you're wearing them, you can use a reaction to reduce the damage by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier, provided that you have a free hand. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can catch the missile if it's small enough for you to hold in that hand. I think monks have this as a baseline ability where they can catch a missile that way. And if you had this pair of gloves on a monk, I'd probably allow them to add an extra 1d10 to using this ability, just because it makes sense for the gloves to still be useful. I don't know, maybe not. I'm not sure. Gloves of Swimming and Climbing. While wearing these gloves, climbing and swimming doesn't cost you extra movement, and you gain +5 bonus to strength athletics checks made to climb or swim. Gloves of Thievery. These gloves are invisible while worn. While wearing them, you gain a +5 bonus to dexterity sleight of hand checks and dexterity checks made to pick locks. Goggles of the Night. While wearing these dark lenses, you have dark vision out to a range of 60 feet. If you already have dark vision, wearing the goggles increases its range by 60 feet. Hammer of Thunderbolts. Weapon more legendary. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Giant's Bane requires attunement. You must be wearing a belt of giant strength, any variety, and gauntlets of ogre power to attune to this weapon. The attunement ends if you take off either of these items. While you are attuned to this weapon and holding it, your strength score increases by 4 and can exceed 20 but not 30. When you roll a 20 on an attack roll made with this weapon against a giant, the giant must succeed a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or die. The hammer also has 5 charges. While attuned to it, you can expend 1 charge and make a ranged weapon attack with the hammer, hurling it as if you had the thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. If the attack hits, the hammer unleashes a thunderclap audible out to 300 feet. The target and every creature within 30 feet of it must succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of your next turn. The hammer regains 1d4 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. You could get a Hammer of Thunderbolts in Baldur's Gate 2, but it wasn't like a part of an item set where if you equip the 3 of them, you'd get the extra things. It was, you had to actually get a hammer, a specific hammer, and a belt of giant strength and gauntlets of ogre power, and you would take them to a special blacksmith and he could make them into a Hammer of Thunderbolts. That's probably the closest thing you could get to an item set in Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not a fan of item sets in games. It gives you something pre-made and in exchange takes away from your player's ability to pick and choose and customize as they see fit. So I'm not a fan. Heart of Disguise, wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. While wearing this heart, you can use an action to cast the Disguise Self spell from it at will. The spell ends if the heart is removed. Headband of Intellect. Wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. Your intellect score is 19 while you wear this headband. It has no effect on you if your intelligence is already 19 or higher. Helm of Brilliance, wondrous item, very rare. This dazzling helm is set with 1d10 diamonds, 2d10 rubies, 3d10 fire opals, and 4d10 opals. Any gem pried from the helm crumbles to dust. When all the gems are removed or destroyed, the helm loses its magic. you gain the following benefits while wearing it. You can use an action to cast one of the following spells, save DC 18, using one of the helm's gems of the specified type as a component: Daylight Opal, Fireball, Fire Opal, Prismatic Spray Diamond, or Wall of Fire Ruby. The gem is destroyed when the spell is cast and disappears from the helm. As long as it has at least one diamond, the helm emits a dim light in a 30 feet radius when at least one undead is within the area. Any undead that starts its turn in that area takes 1d6 radiant damage. As long as the helm has at least one ruby, you have resistance to fire damage. As long as the helm has at least one fire opal, you can use an action and speak a command word to cause one weapon you are holding to burst into flames. The flames emit bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. The flames are harmless to you and the weapon. When you hit with an attack using the blazing weapon, the target takes an extra 1d6 fire damage. The flames last until you use a bonus action to speak the command word again, or until you drop or stow the weapon. This one is pretty strong if you have many attacks. On a fighter, this one would be very strong, I think. Roll a d20 if you're wearing the helm and take fire damage as a result of failing a saving throw against the spell. On a roll of 1, the helm emits beams of light from its remaining gems. Each creature within 60 feet of the helm other than you must succeed on a DC 17 dexterity saving throw or be struck by a beam, taking radiant damage equal to the number of gems in the helm. The helm and its gems are then destroyed. Oh my god, that's messed up. That one is messed up. Because it can happen, it can easily happen. Helm of Comprehending Languages. Wondrous item uncommon. While wearing this helm, you can use an action to cast the Comprehend Languages spell from it at will. That's a weak one. Helm of Telepathy. Wondrous item uncommon. Requires attunement. While wearing this helm, you can use an action to cast a Detect Thoughts spell, save DC 13 from it. As long as you maintain concentration with the spell, you can use a bonus action to send a telepathic message to a creature you are focused on. It can reply using a bonus action to do so, while your focus on it continues. While focusing on a creature with Detect Thoughts, you can use an action to cast a suggestion spell, save DC 13 from the helm on that creature. Once used, the suggestion property can't be used again until the next dawn. Helm of Teleportation, Wondrous item rare, requires attunement. This helm has 3 charges. While wearing it, you can use an action and expand 1 charge to cast a teleport spell from it. The helm regains 1d3 expanded charges daily at dawn. Here it's handy haversack, Wondrous item rare. This backpack has a central pouch and 2 side pouches, each of which is an extra dimensional space. Each side pouch can hold up to 20 pounds of material, not exceeding a volume of 2 cubic feet. The large central pouch can hold up to 8 cubic feet or 80 pounds of material. The backpack always weighs 5 pounds regardless of its contents. Placing an object in the haversack follows the normal rules for interacting with objects. Retrieving an item from the haversack requires you to use an action. When you reach into the haversack for a specific item, the item is always magically on top. The haversack has a few limitations. If it is overloaded, or if a sharp object pierces it or tears it, the haversack ruptures and is destroyed. If the haversack is destroyed, its contents are lost forever, although an artifact always turns up again somewhere. If the haversack is turned inside out, its contents spill forth unharmed and the haversack must be put right before it can be used again. If a breathing creature is placed within the haversack, the creature can survive for up to 10 minutes, after which time it begins to suffocate. Placing a haversack inside an extra dimensional space created by a bag of holding, portable hole, or similar item instantly destroys both items and opens a gate to the astral plane. The gate originates where the one item was placed inside the other. Any creature within 10 feet of the gate is sucked through it and deposited in a random location on the astral plane. The gate then closes. The gate is one way only and can't be reopened. Holy Avenger weapon, any sword, legendary, requires attunement by a paladin. You gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. When you hit a fiend or an undead with it, that creature takes extra 2d10 radiant damage. While you hold the drawn sword, it creates an aura in a 10-foot radius around you. You and all creatures friendly to you in the aura have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. If you have 17 or more levels in the paladin class, the radius of the aura increases to 30 feet. Horn of Blasting. You can use an action to speak the horn's command word and then blow the horn, which emits a thunderous blast in a 30-foot cone that is audible 600 feet away. Each creature in the cone must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 5d6 thunder damage and is deafened for 1 minute. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage and isn't deafened. Creatures and objects made of glass and or crystal have disadvantage in the saving throw, take 10d6 thunder damage instead of 5d6. Each use of the horn's magic has a 20% chance of causing the horn to explode. The explosion deals 10d6 fire damage to the blower and destroys the horn. That's a lot of damage all around. Horn of Valhalla, wondrous item, rare, silver or brass, very rare, bronze or legendary iron. You can use an action to blow this horn. In response, warrior spirits from the plane of Isgard appear within 60 feet of you. These spirits use the berserker statistics from the monster manual. They return to Isgard after 1 hour or when they drop to 0 hit points. Once you use the horn, it can't be used again until 7 days have passed. 4 types of Horn of Valhalla are known to exist, each made of a different metal. The horn's type determines how many berserkers answer its summons, as well as the requirement for its use. The DM chooses the horn's type but determines it randomly. 0 to 40, horn type silver, 2d4 plus 2, requirement none. 41 to 75 brass, 3d4 plus 3, proficiency with all simple weapons. 76 or 90 bronze, 4d4 plus 4, proficiency with all medium armor. 91 to 100, 5d4 plus 5, proficiency with all martial weapons. That seems like a horrible item. Not because it's weak, but quote-unquote stronger versions of it require you to do so much rolling. An additional up to 25 characters where you have to roll for them, that's nightmarish. I would never use that item in a campaign as a DM. If it was given to me as a player, I might use it. I would use it if it's like... I would use it probably because it makes sense for a character that owns a powerful magical item to use it, but I wouldn't like it. It has to take so much time. If you blow the horn without meeting its requirements, the summoned berserkers attack you. If you meet the requirement, they are friendly to you and your companions and follow your commands. And I think the plane where they're summoned from, Isgard, is the plane where they fight and get back to. Is it the one where everyone in there fights and relishes the glory of combat, and at each dawn everything that was killed comes back to life and they fight again? Is it that one? I think it's that one. Horseshoes of Zephyr, wondrous item, very rare. These iron horseshoes come in a set of 4. While all 4 horseshoes are affixed to the hooves of a horse or similar creature, they allow the creature to move normally while floating 4 inches above the ground. This effect means the creature can cross or stand above non-solid or unstable surfaces such as water or lava. The creature leaves no tracks and ignores difficult terrain. In addition, the creature can move at normal speed for up to 12 hours a day without suffering exhaustion from a forced march. Kinda cool having magical horseshoes. Horseshoes of speed, wondrous item, rare. These iron horseshoes come in a set of 4. While all 4 horseshoes are affixed to the hooves of a horse or similar creature to increase the creature's walking speed by 30 feet. Immovable rod. This flat iron rod has a button on one end. You can use an action to press the button, which causes the rod to become magically fixed in place. Until you or another creature uses an action to push the button again, the rod doesn't move, even if it's defying gravity. The rod can hold up to 8,000 pounds of weight. More weight causes the rod to deactivate and fall. A creature can use an action to make a DC 30 strength check, moving the fixed rod up to 10 feet on a success. Instrument of the Bards. Wondrous item, rarity varies, requires attunement by a bard. An instrument of the bards is an exquisite example of its kind, superior to an ordinary instrument in every way. 7 types of these instruments exist, each named after a legendary bard college. The following table lists the spells common to all instruments, as well as the spells specific to each one and its rarity. A creature that attempts to play the instrument without being attuned to it must succeed on DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or take 2d4 psychic damage. Can use an action to play the instrument and cast one of its spells. Once the instrument has been used to cast a spell, it can't be used to cast that spell again until the next dawn. The spells use your spellcasting ability and spell save DC. When you use the instrument to cast a spell that causes targets to become charmed on a failed save, the targets have disadvantage in the saving throw. This effect applies whether you are using the instrument as the source of the spell or as a spellcasting focus. Alright, so that last bit is interesting. It's like a permanent bonus, and you don't have to have one of the legendary ones. The worst one would suffice for that effect. It's a strong effect. Instrument, all spells, fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from evil and good, plus the spells listed on the particular instrument. Unstir's harp, very rare, control weather, cure wounds, 5th level, Wall of Thorns. Canais, mandolin, I don't know how to read that. Mandolin I can read, but Canis. Rare. Cure Wounds, 3rd level. Dispel Magic. Protection from Energy, Lightning only. Klylaya. Rare. Stone Shape, Wall of Fire, Wind Wall. Doss Loot. Uncommon. Animal Friendship. Protection from Energy, Fire only. Protection from Poison. Oculon Bandor or Foshulan Bandor. Uncommon. Untangle, Fairy Fire, Shillelagh. Speak with Animals. Magful Mead. Cittern. Uncommon. Basking Cure Wind or Fog Cloud. Olam Harp. Legendary. Confusion. Control Weather. Firestorm. These are significantly stronger than the other ones. Ioun Stone. Wondrous item. Rarity. I almost said. Rarity varies. Requires attunement. An Ioun Stone is named after Ioun, a god of knowledge and prophecy revered on some worlds. Many types of Ioun Stone exist, each type a distinct combination of shape and color. When you use an action to toss one of these stones into the air, the stone orbits your head at a distance of 1d3 feet and confers a benefit to you. Thereafter, another creature must use an action to grasp or net the stone to separate it from you, either by making a successful attack roll against AC 24 or successful DC 24 dexterity acrobatics check. You can use an action to seize and stow the stone, ending its effect. Wait. Alright, so it stays on you, but someone can forcibly wrest it from you with that DC. Makes sense, I guess. A stone has an AC 24, 10 hit points, and resistance to all damage. It is considered to be an object that is being worn while it orbits your head. Absorption, very rare. While this pale lavender ellipsoid orbits your head, you can use your reaction to cancel a spell of 4th level or lower, cast per creature you can see and targeting only you. Once the stone has cancelled 20 levels of spell, it burns out and turns dull grey, losing its magic. If you are targeted by a spell whose level is higher than the number of spell levels that the stone has left, the stone can't cancel it. Agility, very rare. Your dexterity score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20, while this deep red sphere orbits your head. Awareness, rare. You can't be surprised while this dark blue rhomboid orbits your head. Fortitude, very rare. Your constitution score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20, while this pink rhomboid orbits your head. Greater absorption, legendary. While this marbled lavender and green ellipsoid orbits your head, you can use your reaction to cancel a spell of 8th level or lower, cast by a creature you can see and targeting only you. Once the stone has cancelled 50 levels of spells, it burns out and turns to dull grey, losing its magic. If you are targeted by a spell whose level is higher than the number of spells the stone has left, the still can't cancel it. So it's a stronger version of a very rare one, but it still burns out eventually. Insight, very rare. Your wisdom score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20 while this incandescent blue sphere orbits your head. Intellect, very rare. Your intelligence score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20 while this marbled scarlet and blue sphere orbits your head. Leadership, very rare. Your charisma score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20 while this marbled pink and green sphere orbits your head. Mastery, legendary. Your proficiency bonus increases by 1 while the spell green prism orbits your head. That's insanely cool. It's legendary, obviously, but it's strong. Protection, you gain a +1, rare by the way. You gain a +1 AC while this dusty rose prism orbits your head. Regeneration, legendary. You will gain 15 hit points at the end of each hour. At the end of each hour, and this is legendary? While this white spindle orbits your head, provided that you have at least 1 hit point. This does not deserve to be legendary at all. It does not deserve to be in a single league with a one that grants you +1 proficiency and the one that grants you greater absorption. Could cancel 8th level spells up to 50 levels total. This is no. I fundamentally do not respect that one. The regenerational one. I'm sorry. Reserve. Like the only thing it does, it serves to break your campaigns where you want the players to actually be pressed for time and not want to rest or something like that. It doesn't add anything in a combat, and it doesn't add anything to the narrative quality of your game. I'm just no, absolutely no. Reserve, rare. This vibrant purple prism stores spells cast into it, holding them until you use them. The stone can store up to 3 levels worth of spells at a time. When found, it contains 1d4 -1 levels of stored spells, chosen by the DM. Any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 3rd level into the stone by touching it as the spell is cast. The spell has no effect other than be stored in the stone. If the stone can't hold the spell is expended without effect. The level of the spell used to cast the spell determines how much space it uses. While this stone orbits your head, you can cast any spell stored in it. The spell uses the spell slot level, spell save DC, spell attack bonus, and spell casting ability of the original caster, but is otherwise treated as if you cast the spell The spell cast from the stone is no longer stored in it, freeing up space. Strength. The strength score increases by 2 to a maximum of 20 while this pale blue rhomboid orbits your head. Sustenance. Rare. You don't need to eat or drink while this clear spindle orbits your head. And more on the topic of this regeneration, legendary Iron Stone. If they at least, if they maybe included something descriptive that it allows you to regrow missing limbs, regenerate eyes and something like that, it would probably deserve the legendary status, because you could use it as a healing item and travel the land and heal the poor people who are missing these sort of appendages, and it could add to the campaign something. But no, the regeneration legendary Iron Stone is hot garbage. Change my mind. Or don't change my mind. I'm not going to change my mind. We're done with Iron Stones. Iron Bands of Bilaro. This rusty iron sphere measures 3 inches in diameter and weighs 1 pound. You can use an action to speak the command word and throw the spear at a huge or smaller creature you can see within 60 feet of you. As the sphere moves through the air, it opens into a tangle of metal bands. Make a ranged attack roll with an attack bonus equal to your dexterity modifier, plus your proficiency bonus. On a hit, the target is restrained until you take a bonus action to speak the command word again to release it. Doing so, or missing with the attack, causes the bands to contract and become a sphere once more. A creature, including the one restrained, can use an action to make a DC 20 strength check to break the iron bands. On a success, the item is destroyed and the restrained creature is freed. If the check fails, any further attempts made by that creature automatically fail until 24 hours have elapsed. Once the bands are used, they can't be used again until the next dawn. Iron Flask, wondrous item, legendary. This iron bottle has a brass stopper. You can use an action to speak the flask's command word, targeting a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you. If the target is a native of a plane of existence other than the one you're on, the target must make a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw or be trapped in the flask. If the target has been trapped by the flask before, it has advantage on the saving throw. Once trapped, the creature remains in the flask until released. The flask can hold only one creature at a time. A creature trapped in the flask doesn't need to breathe, eat, or drink, and doesn't age. You can use an action to remove the flask stopper and release the creature the flask contains. The creature is friendly to you and your companions for 1 hour and obeys your commands for that duration. If you give no commands or give it a command that is likely to result in its death, it defends itself but otherwise takes no actions. At the end of the duration, the creature acts in accordance with its normal disposition and alignment. An identify spell reveals that a creature is inside, but the only way to determine the type of the creature is to open the flask. A newly discovered bottle might already contain a creature chosen by the DM or determined randomly. Like this. See this? This is legendary. It's maybe not useful in combat, or not very useful in combat because the DC is kinda low, but it has so much potential when it comes to spicing up the narrative. Contents: D100, 1 to 50, empty. 51, Arcana Loth. 52, Cambion. 53 to 54, Dowel. 55 to 57, Demon Type 1. 58 to 60, Demon Type 2. 61 to 62, Demon Type 3. 63 to 64, Demon Type 4. 65, Demon Type 5. 66, Demon Type 6. 67, Diva. 68 to 69, Devil, Greater. 70 to 72, Devil, Lesser. 73 to 74, Genie. 75 to 76, Efreeti. 77 to 78, Elemental Any. 79, Githyanki Knight. 80, Githzerai Zerth. 81 to 82, Invisible Stalker. 83 to 84, Married. 85 to 86, Mesoloth. 87 to 88, Night Hag. 89 to 90, Nikoloth. 91, Planetar. 92 to 93, Salamander. 94 to 95, Slard. 96, Solar. 97 to 98, Succubus Incubus. 99, Ultraloth. 100, Zorn. A bunch of these creatures I don't know. I don't know what an Ultraloth is, or a Zorn, or a Nikoloth, or Arcana Loth. I don't know what it is either. Mesoloth. I wonder what's the 100 one, just because it's they chose to make it 100. Javelin of Lightning. Weapon Javelin uncommon. This javelin is a magic weapon. When you hurl it and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you, target within 120 feet. Each creature in the line, excluding you, and the target must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 4d6 lightning damage on a failed save and half as much damage on a successful one. The lightning bolt turns back into a javelin when it reaches the target, Make a ranged attack weapon against the target. On a hit, the target takes damage from the javelin plus 4d6 lightning damage. The javelin's property can't be used again until the next dawn. In the meantime, the javelin can still be used as a magic weapon. Customs? Ointment? Customs? Ointment? I don't know, I've no idea how to read it. This glass jar, 3 inches in diameter, contains 1d4 plus 1 doses of a thick mixture that smells faintly of aloe. Aloe. I'm not sure. Well, I know what it is though. This jar and its contents weigh 1/2 pound. As an action, 1 dose of the ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin. The creature that receives it regains 2d8 plus 2 hit points, ceases to be poisoned, and is cured of any disease. Lantern of Revealing, wondrous item uncommon. While lit, this hooded lantern burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius, and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they are in the lantern's bright light. You can use an action to lower the hood, reducing the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius. Luckblade, weapon, any sword, legendary, requires attunement. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. While the sword is on your person, you also gain a +1 to saving throws. Luck. If the sword is on your person, you can call on its luck, no action required, to roll 1 attack roll, ability check, or saving throw you dislike. You must use the second roll. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Wish. The sword has 1d4 -1 charges while holding it. You can use an action to expend 1 charge and cast a wish spell from it. This property can't be used again until next dawn. Sword loses this property if it... Okay, that's good. It loses its property that has no charges. That's good. That's good. Mace of Disruption. Weapon mace, rare, requires attunement. When you hit a fiend or an undead with this magic weapon, the creature takes an extra 2d6 radiant damage. If the target has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, it must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or be destroyed. On a successful save, the creature becomes frightened of you until the end of your next turn. While you hold this weapon, it sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. Mace of Smiting, weapon, mace, rare. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. The bonus increases to +3 when you use the mace to attack a construct. When you roll a 20 on an attack roll made with this weapon, the target takes an extra 7 bludgeoning damage or an extra 14 bludgeoning damage if it's a construct. If a construct has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, it is destroyed. Mace of Terror, weapon, mace, rare. Requires attunement. This magic weapon has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action and expend 1 charge to release a wave of terror. Each creature of your choice in 30-foot radius extending from you must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you for 1 minute. While it is frightened in this way, a creature must spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If it has nowhere it can move, the creature can use the dodge action. At the end of each of its turns, a creature can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. The mace regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Mantle of Spell Resistance, wondrous item, rare, requires attunement. You have advantage on saving throws against spells while you wear this cloak. It's simple and strong. Manual of Bodily Health. This book contains health and diet tips, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your constitution score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic but regains it in a century. Manual of Gainful Exercise. This book describes fitness exercises and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your strength score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic but regains it in a century. Manual of Golems. This tome contains information and incantations necessary to make a particular type of golem. The DM chooses the type or determines it randomly. To decipher and use the manual, you must be a spellcaster with at least 2 5th level spell slots. A creature that can't use a manual of golems and attempts to read it takes 66 psychic damage. To create a golem, you must spend the time shown on the table working without interruption with the manual at hand and resting no more than 8 hours per day. You must also pay the specified cost to purchase supplies. Once you finish creating the golem, the book is consumed in eldritch flames. The golem becomes animate when the ashes of the manual are sprinkled on it. It is under your control and it understands and obeys your spoken commands. See the monster manual for its game statistics. Manual of quickness of action. This book contains coordination and balance exercises, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your dexterity score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic but regains it in a century. Mariner's armor. Armor light, medium or heavy, uncommon. While wearing this armor you have a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. In addition, whenever you start your turn underwater with 0 hit points, the armor causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface. The armor is decorated with fish and shell motifs. Medallion of Thoughts, wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. The medallion has 3 charges. While wearing it, you can use an action and expend 1 charge to cast the Detect Thought spell. Save DC 13 from it. The medallion regains 1d3 expanded charges daily at dawn. Mirror of Life Trapping. Wondrous item, very rare. When this 4-foot tall mirror is viewed indirectly, its surface shows faint images of creatures. The mirror weighs 50 pounds and it has an AC 11, 10 hit points, and vulnerability to bludgeoning damage. It shatters and is destroyed when reduced to 0 hit points. If the mirror is hanging on a vertical surface and you are within 5 feet of it, you can use an action to speak its command word and activate it. It remains activated until you use an action to speak the command word again. Any creature other than you that sees its reflection in the activated mirror while within 30 feet of it must succeed on a DC 15 Charisma saving throw or be trapped along with anything it is wearing or carrying in one of the mirror's 12 extra-dimensional cells. This saving throw is made with advantage if the creature knows the mirror's nature, and contracts succeed on the saving throw automatically. An extra-dimensional cell is an infinite expanse filled with thick fog that reduces visibility to 10 feet. Creatures trapped in the mirror's cells don't age, and they don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. A creature trapped within the cell can escape using magic that permits planar travel, otherwise the creature is confined to the cell until freed. This one is interesting from a narrative standpoint. You could come up with a heist or a kidnapping scheme, or God knows what you could come up with if you were in a party that owns such a mirror. If the mirror traps a creature, but its 12 extra-dimensional cells are already occupied, the mirror frees one trapped creature at random to accommodate a new prisoner. A freed creature appears in unoccupied space within sight of the mirror but facing away from it. If the mirror is shattered, all creatures it contains are freed and appear in unoccupied spaces near it. While within 5 feet of the mirror, you can use an action to speak the name of one creature trapped in it, or call out a particular cell by number. The creature named or contained in the named cell appears as an image on the mirror's surface. You and the creature can then communicate normally. In a similar way, you can use an action to speak second command word and free one creature trapped in the mirror. A freed creature appears along with its possessions in the unoccupied space nearest to the mirror and facing away from it. Also, from the dungeon master's point of view, you can preload this mirror with a bunch of interesting characters that the players will interact with. It could even be the basis of an adventure where we have a bunch of prisoners and one of them is an innocent, for example, and the others are probably bad people we don't want to release, and all of them are trying to appeal to you to be released, and you don't know which one is which. That would be interesting. I kind of want to do this at some point, or a similar thing. Mithril armor. Armor, medium or heavy, but not hide, uncommon. Mithril is a light, flexible metal. A mithril chain shirt or breastplate can be worn under normal clothes. If the armor normally imposes disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks or has a strength requirement, the mithril version of the armor does not. Necklace of Adaptation, wondrous item, uncommon. Requires attunement. While wearing this necklace, you can breathe normally in any environment, and you can have advantage on saving throws made against harmful gases and vapors, such as cloud kill and stinking cloud effects, inhaled poisons and breath weapons of some dragons. Necklace of Fireballs, wondrous item, rare. This necklace has 1d6 plus 3 beads hanging from it. You can use an action to detach a bead and throw it up to 60 feet away. When it reaches the end of its trajectory, the band detonates as a 3rd level fireball spell. Save DC 15. You can hurl multiple beads or even the whole necklace as one action. When you do so, increase the level of the fireball spell by 1 for each bead beyond the first. Necklace of Prayer Beads, Wondrous item rare. Requires attunement by a cleric, druid, or a paladin. This necklace has 1d4 plus 2 magic beads made from aquamarine, black pearl, or topaz. It also has many non-magical beads made from stones such as amber, bloodstone, citrine, coral, jade, pearl, or quartz. If a magic bead is removed from the necklace, the bead loses its magic. 6 types of magic beads exist. The DM decides a type of each bead on the necklace or determines it randomly. A necklace can have more than one bead of the same type. To use one, you must be wearing the necklace. Each bead contains a spell that you can cast from it as a bonus action, using your spell save DC if a save is necessary. Once a magic bead spell is cast, that bead can't be used again until the next dawn. D20, 1 to 6 blessing, spell bless. 7 to 12, bead of... Okay, so like you're supposed to read it as 1 to 6, bead of blessing, spell bless. 7 to 12, bead of curing, cure wounds, 2nd level or lesser, restoration. 13 to 16, bead of favor, spell greater restoration. 17 to 18, bead of smiting, spell branding smite. 19, bead of summons, spell planar ally. 20, bead of windwalking, windwalk. 9 lives, stealer, weapon, any sword, very rare. You gain +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. The sword has 1d8 plus 1 charges. If you score a critical hit against a creature that has fewer than 100 hit points, it must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or be slain instantly as the sword tears its life force from its body. A construct or an undead is immune. The sword loses 1 charge if the creature is slain. When the sword has no charges remaining, it loses this property. This one is pretty strong, but I guess the players would be very hesitant to use it against just about anything. They'd probably carry it in a separate pouch and just retrieve it when they want to fight something. Really formidable. Nauseous, marvelous pigments, wondrous item, very rare. Typically found in 1d4 pots inside a fine wooden box with a brush, weighing 1 pound in total. These pigments allow you to create 3-dimensional objects by painting them in 2 dimensions. The paint flows from the brush to form the desired object as you concentrate on its image. Each pot of paint is sufficient to cover 1000 square feet of surface, which lets you create inanimate objects or terrain features, such as a door, a pit, flowers, trees, cells, rooms, or weapons that are up to 10,000 cubic feet. It takes 10 minutes to cover 100 square feet. When you complete the painting, the object or terrain feature depicted becomes a real, non-magical object. Thus, painting a door on a wall creates an actual door that can be opened to whatever is beyond. Painting a pit on a floor creates a real pit, and its depth counts against the total area of objects you create. Nothing created by the pigments can have a value greater than 25 GP. If you paint an object of greater value, such as a diamond or a pile of gold, that object looks authentic, but close inspection reveals it is made from paste, bone, or some other worthless material. If you paint a form of energy such as fire or lightning, the energy appears but dissipates as soon as you complete the painting, doing no harm to anything. Oathbow, weapon, longbow, very rare, requires attunement. When you knock an arrow on this bow, it whispers in Elvish, "Swift defeat to my enemies." When you use this weapon to make a ranged attack, you can, as a command phrase, say, "Swift death to you who have wronged me." This target of your attack becomes your sworn enemy until it dies or until dawn 7 days later. You can have only one such sworn enemy at a time. When your sworn enemy dies, you can choose a new one after the next dawn. When you make a ranged attack roll with this weapon against your sworn enemy, you have advantage on the roll. In addition, your target gains no benefit from cover other than total cover, and you suffer no disadvantage due to long range. If the attack hits, your sworn enemy takes an extra 3d6 piercing damage. While your sworn enemy lives, you have disadvantage on attack rolls with all other weapons. Wow. Just wow. This is very strong. You have an advantage on the roll. You could get triple advantage if you were an elf, I assume. I'd need to reread the race you'll force out. In addition, your target gains no benefit from cover. That's not such a big deal. And you get extra 3d6 piercing damage every single attack on this one guy. It's very good for quote-unquote boss killing, I have to say. 3d6 every attack. On a fighter, that's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage on a fighter. Oil of thoroughness. Beads of this cloudy grey oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or smaller creature, along with the equipment it's wearing and carrying. One additional vial is required for each size category above medium. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effects of the thoroughness spell for 1 hour. Oil of Sharpness, potion very rare. This clear gelatinous oil sparkles with tiny ultra-thin silver shards. The oil can coat 1 slashing or piercing weapon, or up to 5 pieces of slashing or piercing ammunition. Applying the oil takes 1 minute. For 1 hour, the coated item is magical and has a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Oil of Slipperiness, potion uncommon. This sticky black unguent is thick and heavy in the container, but it flows quickly when poured. The oil can cover a medium or smaller creature along with the equipment it's wearing and carrying. 1 additional vial is required to each size category above medium. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effect of Freedom of Movement spell for 8 hours. Alternatively, the oil can be poured on the ground as an action, where it covers a 10-foot square, duplicating the effect of the grease spell in that area for 8 hours. Pearl of Power, wondrous item uncommon, requires attunement by a spellcaster. You can use an action to speak the Pearl's command word and regain 1 expended spell slot of up to 3rd level. Once you have used the Pearl, it can't be used again until the next dawn. Period of Health. You're immune to contracting any disease while you wear this pendant. If you're already affected with the disease, the effects of the disease are suppressed while you wear the pendant. Period of Proof against Poison. This delicate silver chain has a brilliant cut black gem pendant. While you wear it, poisons have no effect on you. You're immune to the poison condition and have immunity to poison damage. Period of Wound Closure. Wondrous item uncommon, requires attunement. While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, doubles the number of hit points it restores. Filter of Love. The next time you see a creature within 10 minutes after drinking this filter, you become charmed by that creature for 1 hour. If the creature is of a species and gender you're normally attracted to, you regard it as your true love while you are charmed. This potion's rose-hued effervescent liquid contains 1 easy-to-miss bubble shaped like heart. Pipes of Haunting. You must be proficient with a wind instrument to use these pipes. They have 3 charges. You can use an action to play them and expend 1 charge to create an eerie spellbinding tune. Each creature within 30 feet of you that hears you play must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you for 1 minute. If you wish, all creatures in the area that aren't hostile toward you automatically succeed on the saving throw. A creature that fails the saving throw can repeat it at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. A creature that succeeds on its saving throw is immune to the effect of these pipes for 24 hours. Pipes regain 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. It's interesting because you can use them without being a bard. You just have to be able to play a wind instrument. And you can get that, for example, from the Outlander background, I'm sure? No, I'm not sure. I guess there was a background that gave you an instrument, like a single one. Alright, Pipes of the Sewers. Wondrous item uncommon, requires attunement. You must be proficient with wind instruments to use these pipes. While you are attuned to the pipes, ordinary rats and giant rats are indifferent towards you and will not attack you unless you threaten or harm them. The pipes have 3 charges. If you play the pipes as an action, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 to 3 charges, calling forth 1 swarm of rats. See the monster manual for statistics. With each expended charge, provided that enough rats are within half a mile of you to be called in this fashion as determined by the DM. If there aren't enough rats to form a swarm, the charge is wasted. Called swarms move towards the music by the shortest available route, but aren't under your control otherwise. The pipes regain 1d3 charges daily at dawn. Whenever a swarm of rats that isn't under another creature's control comes within 30 feet of you while you are playing the pipes, you can make a charisma check contested by the swarm's wisdom check. If you lose the contest, the swarm behaves as it normally would and can't be swayed by the pipe's music for the next 24 hours. If you win the contest, the swarm is swayed by the pipe's music and becomes friendly to you and your companions for as long as you continue to play the pipes. Each round is an action. A friendly swarm obeys your commands. If you issue no commands to a friendly swarm, it defends itself but otherwise takes no actions. If a friendly swarm starts its turn and can't hear the pipe's music, your control over that swarm ends, and the swarm behaves as it normally would and can't be swayed by the pipe's music for the next 24 hours. So that's why it's Pipes of the Sewers, because sewers have pipes in them, and it does in fact hide, the name does in fact hide a very classic looking magic item, like a callback to the, I don't know the name of the story, Pied Piper of Hamelin, something like that. But the imagery is very vivid as a fantasy image, and I like that. The name is a bit of a pun. Plate Armor of Etherealness. Armor Plate Legendary requires attunement. While you're wearing this armor, you can speak its command word as an action to gain the effect of a Theranos spell, which lasts for 10 minutes, or until you remove the armor or use an action to speak the command word again. This property of the armor can't be used again until next dawn. Portable Haul, wondrous item rare. This fine black cloth, soft as silk, is folded up to the dimensions of a handkerchief. It unfolds into a circular sheet 6 feet in diameter. You can use an action to unfold the portable haul and place it on or against a solid surface, whereupon the portable haul creates an extra-dimensional hole 10 feet deep. The cylindrical space within the hole exists on a different plane, so it can't be used to create passages. Any creature inside an open portable hole can exit the hole by climbing out of it. You can use an action to close the portable hole by taking hold of the edges of the cloth and folding it up. Folding the cloth closes the hole, and any creatures or objects within remain in the extra-dimensional space. No matter what's in it, the hole weighs next to nothing. If the hole is folded up, a creature within the hole's extra-dimensional space can use one action to make a DC 10 strength check. On a successful check, the creature forces its way out and appears within 5 feet of the portable hole or the creature carrying it. A breathing creature within a closed portable hole can survive up to 10 minutes, after which time it begins to suffocate. Placing a portable hole inside an extra-dimensional space created by a bag of holding, Heward's handy haversack or similar item instantly destroys both items and opens a gate to the astral plane. The gate originates where one item was placed inside the other. Any creature within 10 feet of the gate is sucked through it and deposited in a random location on the astral plane. The gate then closes. The gate is a one-way only and can't be reopened. Potion of Animal Friendship. When you drink this potion, you can cast the Animal Friendship spell, save DC 13, for 1 hour at will. Agitating this muddy liquid brings little bits into view: a fish scale, a hummingbird tongue, a cat's claw, or a squirrel hair. Potion of Clairvoyance, potion rare. When you drink this potion, you gain the effects of Clairvoyance spell. An eyeball bobs into this yellowish liquid but vanishes when the potion is opened. Potion of Climbing. When you drink this potion, you gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour. During this time, you have advantage on strength athletics checks you make to climb. This potion is separated into brown, silver, and grey layers resembling bands of stone. Shaking the bottle fails to mix the colors. Potion of Diminution. When you drink this potion, you gain the reduce effect of the enlarge reduce spell for 1d4 hours, no concentration required. The red in the potion's liquid continuously contracts to a tiny bead and then expands to color the clear liquid around it. Shaking the bottle fails to interrupt this process. Potion of Fire Breath. After drinking this potion, you can use a bonus action to exhale fire at the target within 30 feet of you. The target must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 4d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The effect ends after you exhale fire 3 times or when 1 hour passed. This potion's orange liquid flickers and smoke fills the top of the container and wafts out whenever it's opened. Potion of Flying. When you drink this potion, you gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour and can hover. If you're in the air when the potion wears off, you fall unless you have some other means of staying aloft. This potion's clear liquid floats at the top of its container and has cloudy white impurities drifting in it. Potion of Gaseous Form. While you drink this potion, you gain the effect of the Gaseous Form spell for 1 hour. No concentration required, or until you end the effect as bonus action. This potion's container seems to hold fog that moves and pours like water. Potion of Giant Strength. Potion rarity varies. When you drink this potion, your strength score changes for 1 hour. The type of giant determines the score. See the table below. The potion has no effect on you if your strength score is equal to or greater than that score. This potion's transparent liquid has floating in it a silver fingernail from a giant of the appropriate type. The potion of Frost Giant Strength and the potion of Stone Giant Strength have the same effect. Hill Giant, Strength 21. Frost Giant, Stone Giant, Strength 23. Fire Giant, Strength 25. Cloud Giant, Strength 27. Storm Giant, Strength 29. Potion of Growth. When you drink this potion, you gain the Enlarge effect of the Enlarge Reduce spell for 1d4 hours, no concentration required. Red in the potion's liquid continuously expands from a tiny bead to color the clear liquid around it and then contracts. Checking the bottle fails to interrupt this process. Potion of Healing. You regain hit points when you drink this potion. The number of hit points depends on the potion's rarity as shown in the Potions of Healing table. Whatever its potency, the potion's red liquid glimmers when agitated. Potions of Healing. Potion of Healing. Rarity common. HP regained 2d4 plus 2. Potion of Greater Healing, rarity uncommon. HP regained 4d4 plus 4. Superior Healing, rare. 8d4 plus 8. Supreme Healing, very rare, 10d4 plus 20. Potion of Heroism. Potion rare. For 1 hour after drinking it, you gain 10 temporary hit points, at least for 1 hour. For the same duration, you are under the effect of the Bless spell. No concentration required. This blue potion bubbles and steams as with boiling. Potion of Invisibility. Potion, very rare. This potion's container looks empty but feels as though it holds liquid. When you drink it, you become invisible for 1 hour. Anything you wear or carry is invisible with you. The effect ends early if you attack or cast a spell. Potion of Invulnerability. For 1 minute after you drink this potion, you have resistance to all damage. Potion's syrupy liquid looks like liquefied iron. Potion of Longevity. When you drink this potion, your physical age is reduced by 1d6 plus 6 years to a minimum of 13 years. Each time you subsequently drink a potion of longevity, there is a 10% cumulative chance that you instead aged by 1d6 plus 6 years. Suspended in this amber liquid are a scorpion's tail, an adder's fang, a dead spider, and a tiny heart that, against all reason, is still beating. These ingredients vanish when the potion is opened. So, it is a means of prolonging your life. But after 10 potions, it's guaranteed to just age you instead. The first time around, it's gonna de-age you by between 7 and 12 years. Second time, it could do that again, but there's like a 10% chance that it's gonna backfire. It's interesting because it doesn't allow powerful wizards to live for as long as they desire off of just this potion. They have to come up with something cleverer and more evil probably, if they want to keep up the thing. Potion of Mind Reading. When you drink this potion, gain the effect of the Detect Thought spell, save DC 13. Potion's dense purple liquid has an ovoid cloud of pink floating in it. Potion of Poison. This concoction looks, smells and tastes like a potion of healing or other beneficial potion. However, it is actually poison masked by illusion magic. An Identify spell reveals its true nature. If you drink it, you take 3d6 poison damage and you must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned. At the start of each of your turns while you are poisoned in this way, you take 3d6 poison damage. At the end of each of your turns, you can repeat the saving throw. On a successful save, the poison damage you take on your subsequent turns decreases by 1d6. The poison ends when the damage decreases to 0. Potion of Resistance. When you drink this potion, you gain resistance to one type of damage for 1 hour. The DM chooses the type or determines it randomly from the options below. D10, 1 Acid, 2 Cold, 3 Fire, 4 Force, 5 Lightning, 6 Necrotic, 7 Poison, 8 Psychic, 9 Radiant, 10 Thunder. Potion of Speed. Potion, very rare. When you drink this potion, you gain the effect of the haste spell for 1 minute, no concentration required. The potion's yellow liquid is streaked with black swirls on its own. No, it's streaked with black and swirls on its own. Potion of Vitality. Potion, very rare. When you drink this potion, it removes any exhaustion you are suffering and cures any disease or poison affecting you. For the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit points for any hit die you spend. The potion's crimson liquid regularly pulses with dull light, calling to mind a heartbeat. Potion of Water Breathing. Potion, uncommon. You can breathe underwater for 1 hour after drinking this potion. Its cloudy green fluid smells of the sea and has a jellyfish-like bubble floating in it. Qualls Feather Token. This tiny object looks like a feather. Different types of feather tokens exist, each with a different single-use effect. The DM chooses the kind of token or determines it randomly. Feather Token 1 to 20 Anchor, 21 to 35 Bird, 36 to 50 Fan, 51 to 65 Swan Boat, 66 to 90 Tree, 91 to 0 Whip. Anchor. You can use an action to attach the token to a boat or ship. For the next 24 hours, the vessel can't be moved by any means. Touching the token to the vessel again ends the effect. When the effect ends, the token disappears. Bird. You can use an action to toss the token 5 feet into the air. The token disappears and an enormous multicolored bird takes its place. The bird has the statistics of a rock. See Monster Manual, but it obeys your simple commands and can't attack. It can carry up to 500 pounds while flying at its maximum speed, 16 miles an hour for a maximum of 144 miles per day, with a 1 hour rest for every 3 hours of flying, or 1,000 pounds at half that speed. The bird disappears after flying its maximum distance for a day, or if it drops to 0 hit points. You can dismiss the bird as an action. Fun. If you are on a boat or ship, you can use an action to toss the token up to 10 feet in the air. The token disappears and a giant flapping fan takes its place. The fan floats and creates a wind strong enough to fill the sails of one ship, increasing its speed by 5 miles per hour for 8 hours. You can dismiss the fan as an action. Swan boat. You can use an action to touch the token to a body of water at least 60 feet in diameter. The token disappears and 50-foot long, 20-foot wide boat shaped like a swan takes its place. The boat is self-propelled and moves across water at a speed of 6 miles per hour. You can use an action while on the boat to command it to move or to turn up to 90 degrees. The boat can carry up to 32 medium or smaller creatures. A large creature counts as 4 medium creatures, while a huge creature counts as 9. The boat remains for 24 hours and then disappears. You can dismiss the boat as an action. 3. You must be outdoors to use this token. You can use an action to touch it to an unoccupied space on the ground. The token disappears, and in its place a non-magical oak tree springs into existence. The tree is 60 feet tall and has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out into a 20-foot radius. Whip. You can use an action to throw the token to a point within 10 feet of you. The token disappears, and a floating whip takes its place. You can then use a bonus action to make a melee spell attack against the creature within 10 feet of the whip, with an attack bonus of +9. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 +5 force damage. As a bonus action, on your turn you can direct the whip to fly up to 20 feet, and repeat the attack against the creature within 10 feet of it. The whip disappears after 1 hour when you use an action or dismiss it, or when you are incapacitated or die. Quiver of Elona, wondrous item uncommon. Each of the quiver's 3 compartments connects to an extra-dimensional space that allows the quiver to hold numerous items while never weighing more than 2 pounds. The shortest compartment can hold up to 60 arrows, bolts, or similar objects. The mid-sized compartment holds up to 18 javelins or similar objects. The longest compartment holds up to 6 long objects such as bows, quarterstaffs, or spears. You can draw any item the quiver contains, as if doing so, from a regular quiver or scabbard. Ring of Animal Influence. Ring rare. This ring has 3 charges and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. While wearing the ring, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to cast one of the following spells. Animal Friendship, save DC 13. Fear, save DC 13, targeting only beasts that have an intelligence of 3 or lower. Speak with Animals. Ring of Genie Summoning. While wearing this ring, you can speak its command word as an action to summon a particular genie from the elemental plane of air. The genie appears in an unoccupied space you choose within 120 feet of you. It remains as long as you concentrate, as if concentrating on a spell, to a maximum of 1 hour, or until it drops to 0 hit points. It then returns to its home plane. While summoned, the genie is friendly to you and your companions. It obeys any commands you give it, no matter what language you use. If you fail to command it, the genie defends itself against attackers, but takes no other actions. After the genie departs, it can't be summoned again for 24 hours, and the ring becomes non-magical if the genie dies. Ring of Elemental Command. Ring Legendary. This ring is linked to one of the 4 elemental planes. The DM chooses or randomly determines the linked plane. While wearing this ring, you have advantage on attack rolls against elementals from the linked plane, and they have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. In addition, you have access to properties based on the linked plane. The ring has 5 charges. It regains 1d4 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. Spells cast from the ring have a save DC of 17. Ring of Air Elemental Control. You can expend 2 of the ring's charges to cast Dominate Monster on an air elemental. In addition, when you fall, you descend 60 feet per round and take no damage from falling. You can also speak and understand Auran. If you help slay an air elemental while attuned to the ring, you gain access to the following properties. You have resistance to lightning damage. You have a flying speed equal to your walking speed and can hover. You can cast the following spells from the ring, expending the necessary number of charges. Chain Lightning, 3 charges. Gust of Wind, 2 charges. Or Wind Wall, 1 charge. Alright, that's pretty interesting, where the ring sort of levels up if you kill an air elemental while wearing it. I bet all the versions have something similar. Ring of Earth Elemental Command. You can expend 2 of the ring's charges to cast Dominate Monster on an Earth Elemental. In addition, you can move in difficult terrain that is composed of rubble, rocks, or dirt, as if it were normal terrain. You can also speak and understand Terran. If you help slay an Earth Elemental while attuned to the ring, you gain access to the following additional properties. You have resistance to acid damage. You can move through solid earth or rock as if those areas were difficult terrain. If you end your turn there, you are shunted out to the nearest unoccupied space you last occupied. You can cast the following spells from the ring, expending the necessary number of charges: Stone Shape, Stone Skin, or Wall of Stone. 2 charges, 3 charges, or 3 charges, respectively. Ring of Fire Elemental Command. You can cast 2 of the ring's charges to cast Dominate Monster on a Fire Elemental. In addition, you have resistance to fire damage. You can also speak and understand Ignan. If you help slay a Fire Elemental while attuned to the ring, you gain access to the following additional properties. You are immune to fire. You can cast the following spells from the ring, expending the necessary number of charges: Burning Hands 1 charge, Fireball 2 charges, and Wall of Fire 3 charges. Ring of Water Elemental Command. You can expend 2 of the ring's charges to cast Dominate Monster on a water elemental. In addition, you can stand and walk across liquid surfaces as if they were solid ground. You can also speak and understand Aquan. If you help slay a water elemental while attuned to the ring, you gain access to the following additional properties. You can breathe underwater and have a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. You can cast the following spells from the ring, expending the necessary number of charges: Create or Destroy Water 1 charge, Control Water 3 charges, Ice Storm 2 charges, or Wall of Ice 3 charges. Ring of Evasion. The ring has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. When you fail a dexterity saving throw while wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend 1 of its charges to succeed on that saving throw instead. Ring of Feather Falling. Ring, rare, requires attunement. When you fall while wearing this ring, you descend 60 feet per round and take no damage from falling. Ring of Reaction. Ring, rare, requires attunement. While you wear this ring, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement. In addition, magic can neither reduce your speed nor cause you to be paralyzed or restrained. Ring of Invisibility. Ring, legendary, requires attunement. While wearing this ring, you can turn invisible as an action. Anything you're wearing or carrying is invisible with you. You remain invisible until the ring is removed, until you attack or cast a spell, or until you use a bonus action to become visible again. Ring of Jumping. While wearing this ring, you can cast a jump spell from it as a bonus action at will. You can only target yourself when you do so. Ring of Mind Shielding. Ring, uncommon, requires attunement. While wearing this ring, you are immune to a magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts. Determine whether you're lying. Know your alignment or know your creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. You can use an action to cause the ring to become invisible, until you use another action to make it visible, until you remove the ring, or until you die. If you die while wearing the ring, your soul enters it unless it already houses a soul. You can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife. As long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it. A wearer can't prevent this telepathic communication. Ring of Protection. You gain a +1 bonus to AC saving throws while wearing this ring. Ring of Regeneration. While wearing this ring, you regain 1d6 points every 10 minutes, provided that you have at least 1 hit point. If you lose a body part, the ring causes the missing part to regrow and return to full functionality after 1d6 + 1 days. If you have at least 1 hit point the whole time. So, the Iron Stone, it regens every hour. It ticks every hour, and it's legendary. And this Ring of Regeneration, which is very rare, not only does it tick every 10 minutes, but it also can regrow missing limbs. I mean, why? Ring of Resistance. Ring, rare, requires attunement. You have resistance to 1 damage type while wearing this ring. The gem in the ring indicates the type which the DM chooses or determines randomly. D10, damage type 1, Acid, gem Pearl. 2, Cold, gem Tourmaline. 3, Fire, gem Garnet. 4, Force, gem Sapphire. 5, Lightning, gem Citrine. 6, Necrotic, gem Jet. 7, Poison, gem Amethyst. 8, Psychic, gem Jade. 9, Radiant, gem Topaz. 10, Thunder, gem Spinel. Ring of Shooting Stars. Ring, very rare, requires attunement outdoors at night. While wearing this ring in dim light or darkness, you can cast dancing lights and light from the ring at will. Casting either spell from the ring requires an action. The ring has 6 charges for the following other properties. The ring regains 1d6 expended charges daily at dawn. Verify. You can expend 1 charge as an action to cast Verify from the ring. Ball Lightning. You can expend 2 charges as an action to create 1 to 4 3-foot diameter spheres of lightning. The more spheres you create, the less powerful each sphere is individually. Each sphere appears in an unoccupied space you can see within 120 feet of you. The sphere lasts as long as you concentrate, as if concentrating on the spell up to 1 minute. Each sphere sheds dim light in a 30-foot radius. As a bonus action, you can move each sphere up to 30 feet but no farther than 120 feet away from you. When a creature other than you comes within 5 feet of a sphere, the sphere discharges lightning at that creature and disappears. That creature must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes lightning damage based on the number of spheres you created. 4 spheres, 2d4 lightning damage. 3 spheres, 2d6 lightning damage. 2 spheres, 5d4 lightning damage, and 1 sphere, 4d12 lightning damage. You can expend 1 to 3 charges as an action. For every charge you expend, you launch a glowing mote of light from the ring at a point you can see within 60 feet of you. Each creature within a 15-foot cube originating from that point is showered in sparks and must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 5d4 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. Ring of Spell Storing, ring rare, requires attunement. This ring stores spells cast into it, holding them until the attuned wearer uses them. The ring can store up to 5 levels worth of spells at a time. When found, it contains 1d6 -1 levels of stored spells, chosen by the DM. Any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 5th level into the ring by touching the ring as the spell is cast. The spell has no effect other than to be stored in the ring. If the ring can't hold the spell is expanded without effect. The level of the slot used to cast the spell determines how much space it uses. While wearing the ring, you can cast any spell stored in it. That spell uses a slot level, spell save DC, spell attack bonus, and spell casting ability of the original caster, but is otherwise treated as if you cast the spell. The spell cast from the ring is no longer stored in it, freeing up space. These are kind of complicated, so ideally you'd want your players to be able to handle them for you, because as a DM, if you had to handle them yourself, that's unmanageable, I suppose. Ring of Spell Turning. Ring Legendary requires attunement. While wearing this ring, you have advantage on saving throws against any spell that targets only you, not in an area of effect. In addition, if you roll a 20 for the save and the spell is 7th level or lower, the spell has no effect on you and instead targets the caster, using the slot level, spell save DC, attack bonus, and spellcasting ability of the caster. Ring of Swimming, ring uncommon. You have a swimming speed of 40 feet while wearing this ring. Ring of Telekinesis. Ring very rare, requires attunement. While wearing this ring, you can cast the telekinesis spell at will, but you can only target objects that aren't being worn or carried. Ring of the Ram, ring rare, requires attunement. This ring has 3 charges and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. While wearing the ring, you can use an action to expend 1 to 3 of its charges to attack one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The ring produces a spectral ram's head and makes its attack roll with a +7 bonus. On a hit, for each charge you spent, the target takes 2d10 force damage and is pushed 5 feet away from you. Alternatively, you can expend 1 to 3 of the ring's charges as an action to try to break an object you can see within 60 feet of you that isn't being worn or carried. The ring makes a strength check with a +5 bonus for each charge you spend. Ring of 3 Wishes. While wearing this ring, you can use an action to expend 1 of its 3 charges to cast a wish spell from the ring. The ring becomes non-magical when you use the last charge. That's a classic. Normally it could be a lamp, but they already have something like a lamp, like an Afriti bottle we've read about. Ring of Warmth, but that doesn't always give you wishes. The Afriti might not take kindly to you after you summon it, and it might not be able to cast wish. Ring of Warmth. While wearing this ring, you have resistance to cold damage. In addition, you and everything you wear and carry are unharmed by temperatures as low as -50 degrees Fahrenheit. Ring of Water Walking. Ring uncommon. While wearing this ring, you can stand and move across any liquid surface as if it were solid ground. Ring of X-ray Vision. While wearing this ring, you can use an action to speak its command word. When you do so, you can see into and through solid matter for 1 minute. This vision has a radius of 30 feet. To you, solid objects within that radius appear transparent and don't prevent light from passing through them. The vision can penetrate 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or up to 3 feet of wood or dirt. Thicker substances block the vision, as does a thin sheet of lead. Whenever you use the ring again before taking a long rest, you must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or gain 1 level of exhaustion. Ring of X-ray Vision, I would call it something else, as I mentioned before. It doesn't sound very fantasy-like. Robe of Eyes, wondrous item rare, requires attunement. This robe is adorned with eye-like patterns. While you wear the robe, you gain the following benefits. The robe lets you see in all directions, and you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. You have dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. You can see invisible creatures and objects, as well as see into the ethereal plane at a range of 120 feet. The eyes on the robe can't be closed or averted. Although you can close or avert to your own eyes, you are never considered to be doing so while wearing this robe. A light spell cast on the robe or daylight spell cast within 5 feet of the robe causes you to be blinded for one. That's very cool. To be blinded for 1 minute. At the end of each of your turns, you can make a Constitution saving throw DC 11 for light or DC 15 for daylight, ending the blindness on a success. Robe of Slanting Colors. This robe has 3 charges and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. While you wear it, you can use an action and expend 1 charge to cause the garment to display a shifting pattern of dazzling hues until the end of your next turn. During this time, the robe sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Creatures that can see you have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. In addition, any creature in the bright light that can see you when the robe's power is activated must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or become stunned until the effect ends. Robe of Stars, wondrous item, very rare. This black or dark robe is embroidered with small white or silver stars. You gain +1 bonus to saving throws while you wear it. 6 stars located on the robe's upper front portion are particularly large. While wearing this robe, you can use an action to pull off one of the stars and use it to cast Magic Missile as a 5th level spell. Daily at dusk, 1d6 removed stars reappear on the robe. While you wear this robe, you can use an action to enter the astral plane, along with everything you are wearing and carrying. You remain there until you use an action to return to the plane you were on. You reappear in the last space you occupied, or if that space is occupied, the nearest unoccupied space. Robe of the Archmagi, wondrous item, legendary. Requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. Mind you, the Robe of Stars does not require you to be a wizard, and it has a nifty bonus of +1 to saving throws. You could just slap it on a warrior and enjoy the extra 1 saving throw, and the ability to shift into the astral plane. Neat. Okay, Robe of the Archmagi, wondrous item, legendary, requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. This elegant garment is made from exquisite cloth of white, grey, or black, and adorned with silvery runes. The robe's color corresponds to the alignment for which the item was created. A white robe was made for good, a grey for neutral, and black for evil. You can't attune a robe of the Archmagi that doesn't correspond to your alignment. You gain these benefits while wearing the robe. If you aren't wearing armor, your base armor class is 15 plus your dexterity modifier. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Your spell save DC and spell attack bonus each increase by 2. This one, the last one, is sick. It's very strong. Robe of useful items, wondrous item, uncommon. This robe has cloth patches of various shapes and colors covering it. While wearing the robe, you can use an action to detach one of the patches, causing it to become the object or creature it represents. Once the last patch is removed, the robe becomes an ordinary garment. The robe has 2 of each of the following patches: dagger, bullseye lantern filled and lit, steel mirror, 10-foot pole, hempen robe, 50 feet coiled, sack. In addition, the robe has 44 other patches. The DM chooses the patches or determines them randomly. That's a quirky item. D100 patch, 1 to 8, bag of 100 GP, 9 to 15, silver cover, 1 foot long, 6 inches wide and deep, worth 500 GP. 16 to 22, iron door, up to 10 feet wide and 10 feet high, bat on one side of your choice, which you can place in an opening you can reach. It conforms to fit the opening, attaching and hinging itself. 23 to 30, 10 gems worth 100 GP each. 31 to 44, wooden ladder, 24 feet. 45 to 51, a riding horse with saddlebags. Read a monster manual for statistics. 52 to 59, pit, a cube 10 feet on a side, which you can place on the ground within 10 feet of you. 60 to 68, 4 potions of healing. 69 to 75, rowboat, 12 feet long. Spell scroll containing 1 spell of 1st to 3rd level. 2 mastiffs. See the monster manual for statistics. A window 2 feet by 4 feet up to 2 feet deep, which you can place on a vertical surface you can reach, or a portable ram. Rod of absorption Rod very rare, requires attunement. While holding this rod, you can use your reaction to absorb a spell that is targeting only you and not with an area of effect. The absorbed spell effect is cancelled, and the spell's energy, not the spell itself, is stored in the rod. The energy has the same level as the spell when it was cast. The rod can absorb and store up to 50 levels of energy over the course of its existence. Once the rod absorbs 50 levels of energy, it can't absorb more. If you are targeted by a spell that the rod can't store, the rod has no effect on that spell. When you become attuned to the rod, you know how many levels of energy the rod has absorbed over the course of its existence and how many levels of spell energy it currently has stored. If you are a spellcaster holding the rod, you can convert energy stored in it into spell slots to cast spells you have prepared or know. You can create spell slots only of a level equal to or lower than your own spell slots up to a maximum of 5th level. You can use the stored levels in place of your slots, but otherwise cast the spell as normal. For example, you can use 3 levels stored in the rod as a 3rd level spell slot. A newly found rod has 1d10 levels of spell energy stored in it already. A rod that can no longer absorb spell energy, has no energy remaining, becomes non-magical. Rod of Alertness. Rod, very rare, requires attunement. This rod has a flanged head and the following properties. Alertness. While holding the rod, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks and on rolls for initiative. Spells. While holding the rod, you can use an action to cast one of the following spells from it. Detect evil and good, detect magic, detect poison and disease, or see invisibility. Protective aura. As an action, you can plant the haft end of the rod into ground, whereupon the rod's head sheds bright light in the 60-foot radius and dim light for an additional 60 feet. While in that bright light, you and any creature that is friendly to you gain +1 bonus to AC and saving throws that can sense the location of any invisible hostile creature that is also the bright light. The rod's head stops glowing and the effect ends after 10 minutes, or when a creature uses an action to pull the rod from the ground. This property can't be used again until next dawn. Rod of Lordly Might. Rod legendary, requires attunement. This rod has a flanged head and it functions as a magic mace that grants +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. The rod has properties associated with 6 different buttons that are set in a row along the haft. It has 3 other properties as well, detailed below. 6 buttons. You can press one of the rod's 6 buttons as a bonus action. A button's effect lasts until you push a different button, or until you push the same button again, which causes the rod to revert to its normal form. If you press button 1, the rod becomes a flame tongue, as a fiery blade sprouts from the end opposite the rod's flanged head. If you press button 2, the rod's flanged head falls down and 2 crescent-shaped blades spring out, transforming the rod into a magic battle axe that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. If you press button 3, the rod's flanged head falls down, the spear point springs from the rod's tip, and the rod's handle lengthens to a 6-foot haft, transforming the rod into a magic spear that grants +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. If you press button 4, the rod transforms into a climbing pole up to 50 feet long, as you specify, in surfaces as hard as a granite. The spike at the bottom and 3 hooks at the top anchor the pole. Horizontal bars 3 inches long fold out from the sides 1 foot apart, forming a ladder. The pole can bear up to 4,000 pounds. More weight or lack solid anchoring causes the rod to revert to its normal form. If you press button 5, the rod transforms into a handheld battering ram and grants its user a +10 to strength checks made to break through doors, barricades and other barriers. How rare is that thing? It's legendary. I thought it might be. If you press button 6, the rod assumes or remains in its normal form and indicates magnetic north. Nothing happens if this function of the rod is used in a location that has no magnetic north. The rod also gives you knowledge of your approximate depth beneath the ground, or your height above it. Drain life. When you hit a creature with a melee attack using the rod, you can force the target to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, the target takes extra 4d6 necrotic damage, and you regain a number of hit points equal to half that necrotic damage. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Paralyze. When you hit a creature with a melee attack using the rod, you can force the target to make a DC 17 strength saving throw. On a failure, the target is paralyzed for 1 minute. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Terrifier. While holding the rods, you can use an action to force each creature you can see within 30 feet of you to make a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the target is frightened of you for 1 minute. A frightened target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. Rod of the Pact Keeper, Rod uncommon +1, rare +2, or very rare +3, requires attunement by a Warlock. So it's Pact Keeper in the sense that Warlocks have their pacts. It's specific to a Warlock. While holding this rod, you gain bonus to spell attack rolls and to the saving throw DCs of your Warlock spells. The bonus is determined by the rod's rarity. In addition, you can regain one Warlock spell slot as an action while holding the rod. You can't use this property again until you finish a long rest. Rod of Resurrection, Rod Legendary, requires attunement by a Cleric, Druid or Paladin. The rod has 5 charges. While you hold it, you can use an action to cast one of the following spells from it. Heal expends 1 charge, or Resurrection expends 5 charges. The rod regains 1 expended charge daily at dawn. If the rod is reduced to 0 charges, roll a d20. On a 1, the rod disappears in a burst of radiance. That's a strong item. Rod of Rulership, Rod Rare. You can use an action to present the rod and command obedience from each creature of your choice that you can see within 120 feet of you. Each target must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for 8 hours. While charmed in this way, the creature regards you as its trusted leader. If harmed by you or your companions, or commanded to do something contrary to its nature, the target ceases to be charmed in this way. The rod can't be used again until next dawn. Rod of Security, Rod very rare. While holding this rod, you can use an action to activate it. The rod then instantly transports you and up to 199 other willing creatures you can see to a paradise that exists in an extraplanar space. You choose the form that paradise takes. It could be a tranquil garden, lovely glade, cheery tavern, immense palace, tropical island, fantastic carnival, or whatever else you can imagine. Regardless of its nature, the paradise contains enough water and food to sustain its visitors. Everything else that can be interacted with inside the extraplanar space can exist only there. For example, a flower picked from a garden in the paradise disappears if it is taken outside the extraplanar space. For each hour spent in the paradise, a visitor regains hit points as if it had spent 1 hit die. Also, creatures don't age while in the paradise. Although time passes normally, visitors can remain in the paradise for up to 200 days, divided by the number of creatures present, rounded down. When the time runs out, or you use an action to end it, all visitors reappear in the location they occupied when you activated the rod, or an unoccupied space nearest that location. The rod can't be used again until 10 days have passed. That's an interesting item for what they could do, the players could do with the narrative if they had it. Rope of Climbing, wondrous item uncommon. This 60-foot length of silk rope weighs 3 pounds and can hold up to 3,000 pounds. If you hold one end of the rope and use the action to speak the command word, the rope animates. As a bonus action, you can command the other end to move towards a destination of your choice. That end moves 10 feet on your turn when you first command it, and 10 feet on each of your turns until reaching its destination, up to its maximum length away, or until you tell it to stop. You can also tell the rope to fasten itself securely to an object, or to unfasten itself, to knot or unknot itself, or to coil itself for carrying. If you tell the rope to knot, large knots appear at 1 foot intervals along the rope. While knotted, the rope shortens to a 50-foot length and grants advantage on checks made to climb it. The rope has AC 20 and 20 hit points. It regains 1 hit point every 5 minutes as long as it has at least 1 hit point. If the rope drops to 0 hit points, it is destroyed. Rope of Entanglement, wondrous item rare. This rope is 30 feet long and weighs 3 pounds. If you hold one end of the rope and use an action to speak its command word, the other end darts forward to entangle the creature you can see within 20 feet of you. The target must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or become restrained. You can release the creature by using an action to speak a second command word. The target restrained by the rope can use an action to make a DC 15 strength or dexterity check, target's choice. On a success, the creature is no longer restrained by the rope. The rope has AC 20 and 20 hit points. It regains 1 hit point every 5 minutes, as long as it has at least 1 hit point. If the rope drops to 0 hit points, it is destroyed. That's a full-page art of a dwarf using a scroll of Raised Dead or Resurrection, something like that. Pretty cool. What are these? Sending stones. Rope of Entanglement. Nice art. Yeah, pretty nice. Well, I think the way I see it, I think she's dead, and the scroll he has in his hand is the scroll of Raised Dead or Resurrection. She could just be unconscious, and this could be a scroll of healing. Or he's just looting her body, and oh, What a nice scroll, we can't let it go to waste. What a nice symbol, we can't let it go to waste. Your party members wouldn't want these fair goods to go to waste. Let's take them, let's reappropriate them. Saddle of the Cavalier. Wondrous item, uncommon. While in this saddle on a mount, you can't be dismounted against your will, if you're conscious, and attack rolls against the mount have disadvantage. Scarab of Protection, wondrous item, legendary. Requires attunement. If you hold this beetle-shaped medallion in your hand for 1 round, an inscription appears on its surface revealing its magical nature. It provides 2 benefits while it is on your person. You have advantage on saving throws against spells. The scarab has 12 charges. If you fail a saving throw against a necromancy spell or a harmful effect originating from an undead creature, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge and turn the failed save into a successful one. The scarab crumbles into powder and is destroyed when its last charge is expanded. Scimitar of Speed, weapon scimitar, very rare. Requires attunement. You gain +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, you can make 1 attack with it as a bonus action on each of your turns. Alright, so it's not very strong. I remember these Scimitars of Speed in the 2nd edition based video games. They were very good because they added an extra attack, but you only ever had 1 attack with your offhand, regardless of anything. Only 1 attack with your offhand. And you could put the Scimitar of Speed into your offhand, and dual wielding would give you this 1 extra attack with the offhand, and the extra attack from the magic modifier of the weapon would apply to your main hand, and it was very strong. You could do that in Baldur's Gate 2, and I'm sure some other games had them too. Let's not get into it, doesn't matter. Scroll of Protection, scroll rare. Each scroll of protection works against a specific type of creature chosen by the DM, or determined randomly by rolling on the following table. D100, 1 to 10 aberrations, 11 to 20 beasts, 21 to 30 celestials, 31 to 40 elementals, 41 to 50 fae, 51 to 75 fiends, 76 to 80 plants, 81 to 100 undead. Using an action to read the scroll encloses you in an invisible barrier that extends from you to form a 5-foot radius, 10-foot high cylinder. For 5 minutes, this barrier prevents creatures of the specified type from entering or affecting anything within the cylinder. The cylinder moves with you and remains centered on you. However, if you move in such a way that a creature of the specified type would be inside the cylinder, the effect ends. A creature can attempt to overcome the barrier by using an action to make a DC 15 charisma check. On a success, the creature ceases to be affected by the barrier. Sending Stones, wondrous item, uncommon. Sending stones come in pairs, with each smooth stone carved to match the other, so the pairing is easily recognized. While you touch one stone, you can use an action to cast the sending spell from it. The target is the bearer of the other stone. If no creature bears the other stone, you know that fact as soon as you use the stone and don't cast the spell. Once sending is cast through the stones, they can't be used again until the next dawn. If one of the stones in the pair is destroyed, the other one becomes non-magical. These are kind of convenient, and they're only uncommon. Sentinel Shield, armor, uncommon. While holding this shield, you have advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. The shield is emblazoned with a symbol of an eye. Shield +1 +2 or +3. Armor, shield, uncommon +1, rare +2, or very rare +3. While holding this shield, you have a bonus to AC determined by the shield's rarity. This bonus is in addition to the shield's normal bonus to AC. Shield of Missile Attraction. Armor, shield, rare, requires attunement. While holding this shield, you have resistance to damage from ranged attack weapons. This shield is cursed. Attunement to it curses you until you are targeted by the Remove Curse spell or similar magic. Removing the shield fails to end the curse on you. Whenever a ranged weapon attack is made against a target within 10 feet of you, the curse causes you to become the target instead. This isn't such a bad curse, honestly. If you want it to be someone that protects the people around you, for example, you want to safeguard an NPC from assassination, or for power gaming reasons, you're the tanky fighter, and there's a bunch of squishy wizards with you, you might just want to wear it, because it's not that big a deal, it's not much of a curse if you'd rather have yourself be hurt, especially since you have metal resistance. Slippers of Spider Climbing, wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. While you wear these light shoes, you can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces, and upside down along ceilings, while leaving your hands free. You have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed, however, the slippers don't allow you to move this way on a slippery surface, such as one covered by ice or oil. Stubborn glue. Wondrous item legendary. This viscous, milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with oil of slipperiness. When found, the container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1-foot square surface. The glue takes 1 minute to set. Once it has done so, the bonds it creates can be broken only by the application of universal solvent, or oil of thoroughness, or a wish spell. Wow, that's insane. It's just asking for trouble giving this to your players. It's asking for trouble. I can't even begin to imagine what the worst thing a player could do with it is. Gluing yourself to another player is small fry. A spell scroll bears the words of a single spell in a mystical cipher. If the spell is on your class's spell list, you can use an action to read the scroll and cast its spell without having to provide any of the spell's components. Otherwise, the scroll is unintelligible. If the spell on your class's spell list, but of a higher level than you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether you cast it successfully. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a failed check, the spell disappears from the scroll with no other effect. Once the spell is cast, the words on the scroll fade and the scroll itself crumbles to dust. The level of the spell on the scroll determines the spell saving throw DC and attack bonus, as well as the scroll's rarity, as shown in the spell scroll table. Cantrip is common and save DC is 13, attack bonus plus 5. Okay, let's just read the rarity and the save DC and bonuses. Nobody cares. Cantrip is common. First level is common. Second level is uncommon. Third level is uncommon. Fourth level is rare. Fifth level is rare. Sixth level is very rare. Seventh level is very rare. Eighth level is very rare. Ninth level is legendary. Wizard spell on a spell scroll can be copied just as spells on spellbooks can't be copied. When a spell is copied from a spell scroll, the copier must succeed on an Intelligence Arcana check with a DC equal to 10 plus the spell's level. If the check succeeds, the spell is successfully copied. Whether the check succeeds or fails, the spell scroll is destroyed. That's harsh.
Spellguard Shield. Armor shield, very rare, requires attunement. While holding this shield, you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, and spell attacks have disadvantage against you. Sphere of Annihilation, wondrous item, legendary. This 2-foot diameter black sphere is a hole in the multiverse, hovering in space and stabilized by a magical field surrounding it. The sphere obliterates all matter it passes through, and all matter that passes through it. Artifacts are an exception. Unless an artifact is susceptible to damage from a Sphere of Annihilation, it passes through the sphere unscathed. Anything else that touches the sphere, but isn't wholly engulfed and obliterated by it, takes 4d10 force damage. The sphere is stationary until someone controls it. If you are within 60 feet of an uncontrolled sphere, you can use an action to make a DC 25 Intelligence Arcana check. On a success, the sphere levitates in one direction of your choice up to a number of feet equal to 5 times your intelligence modifier, minimum 5 feet. On a failure, the sphere moves 10 feet toward you. A creature whose space the sphere enters must succeed on a DC 13 dexterity saving throw or be touched by it, taking 4d10 force damage. If you attempt to control a sphere that is under another creature's control, you make an Intelligence Arcana check contested by the other creature's Intelligence Arcana check. The winner of the contest gains control of the sphere and can levitate it as normal. If the sphere comes into contact with a planar portal, such as that created by the Gate spell, or an extra-dimensional space, such as that within a portable hole, the DM determines randomly what happens using the following table: 1 to 50. The sphere is destroyed. 51 to 85. The sphere moves through the portal or into the extra-dimensional space. 86 to 100. A spatial rift sends each creature and object within 180 feet of the sphere, including the sphere, to a random plane of existence. Pretty quaint. It doesn't seem much like a magical item that you could carry with you, but more like a dungeon feature, for example, or something you could have a duel of willpower between two wizards with, right? They could duel with the sphere,
with DC Arcana saving throws to see who can control it and push it towards the other one and basically bore a hole through their head with a sphere. Staff of Charming, staff rare, requires attunement by a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. While holding this staff, you can use an action to expend one of its 10 charges to cast Charm Person, Command, or Comprehend languages from it, using your spell save DC. The staff can also be used as a magic quarterstaff. If you are holding the staff and fail a saving throw against an enchantment spell that targets only you, you can turn your failed save into a successful one. You can't use this property of the staff again until the next dawn. If you succeed on a save against an enchantment spell that targets only you, with or without the staff's intervention, you can use your reaction to expend one charge from the staff and turn the spell back on its caster as if you had cast the spell. The staff regains 1d8 plus 2 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff becomes a non-magical quarterstaff. So don't use your last charge. By the way, there is a game, a roguelike game called Adam, Ancient Domains of Mystery. I don't know if you've heard about it. It used to be quite popular as roguelikes go, and it has many faithful fans. And the way staffs work in that game, you can expand the last charge from a staff, or rather a wand. In Adam, they're wands, the sort of things where you use charges from it and a spell effect appears, all called wands. So you can have these wands and you can expend all the charges, and once you do, you still keep the wand and you can charge it in various ways. For example, if you dip it in booze, the staff regains 1 charge. If you dip it in I think a potion of what was it? Was it a potion of raw chaos? It also gains charges, and if you dip it in a potion of mana, it gains charges for sure. But there is an extra thing where if you have a staff that doesn't have any charges and no way to charge it, you can spam trying to use it, spam it like real hard, and eventually it's gonna evoke an extra spell as if it had a charge, and then it's gonna break. You're no longer gonna have it, which is, I guess, interesting. It's a cool idea to have all these ways, and in a video game too. So in a tabletop RPG game, you could do so much more, provided you can come up with it. I guess imagination is the limit. Anyway, Staff of Fire. Staff, very rare. Requires attunement by a druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. The staff has 10 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expand one or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC. Burning Hands 1 charge, Fireball 3 charges, or Wall of Fire 4 charges. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff blackens, crumbles into cinders, and is destroyed. Staff of Healing. Staff, rare. Requires attunement by a bard, cleric, or druid. This staff has 10 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC and spellcasting ability modifier. Cure Wounds, 1 charge per spell level, up to 4th. Lesser Restoration, 2 charges, or Mask Your Wounds, 5 charges. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff vanishes in a flash of light, lost forever. Staff of Power. Staff, very rare. Requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. While holding it, you gain +2 bonus to armor class, saving throws, and spell attack rolls. The staff has 20 charges for the following properties. The staff regains 2d8 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff regains its +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls, but loses all other properties. On a 20, the staff regains 1d8 plus 2 charges. Power Strike. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can expend 1 charge to deal an extra 1d6 for damage to the target. Spells. While holding this staff, you can use an action to expend one or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC and spell attack bonus. Cone of Cold, 5 charges. Fireball, 5th level version, 5 charges. Globe of Invulnerability, 6 charges. Hold Monster, 5 charges. Levitate, 2 charges. Lightning Bolt, 5th level version, 5 charges. Magic Missile 1 charge, Ray of Enfeeblement 1 charge, or Wall of Force 5 charges. Retributive Strike. You can use an action to break the staff over your knee or against a solid surface, performing a Retributive Strike. The staff is destroyed and releases its remaining magic in an explosion that expands to fill a 30-foot radius sphere centered on it. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges in the staff. Every other creature in the area must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes an amount of damage based on how far away it is from the point of origin, as shown in the following table. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage. 10 feet away or closer, 8 times the number of charges in the staff. 11 to 20 feet away, 6 times the number of charges in the staff. 21 to 30 feet away, 4 times the number of charges in the staff. So basically this is just a stick with a bunch of spells that you can use from it. Powerful spells and pretty cool. But the bit where you can break the stuff over your knee, it's so cool. I bet players never do that because they want to keep the stuff. But if someone ever did that in like an epic encounter and turned the tide of something, that would be such a great cinematic moment. Staff of Striking. Staff very rare, requires attunement. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. The staff has 10 charges. When you hit with a melee attack using it, you can expend up to 3 of its charges. For each charge you expand, the target takes an extra 1d6 force damage. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expanded charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20 on a 1. The staff becomes a non-magical quarterstaff. I guess that's a pretty good weapon. 10 charges is a lot, and it has a daily recharge of 1d6 plus 4. Well, I guess maybe Firebrand is comparable, but you can't really. It's interesting, because Firebrand does always 1d6 after you've invoked the power of it, after you lit it on fire. But the stuff of Striking, if you roll a 20 on your d20 attack roll and you know it's going to be a crit, you can just pump all the charges into that attack, knowing that it's gonna be a crit and the dice will be doubled. Pretty power gamey, but it's kinda cool. Staff of Swarming Insects. Staff rare. Requires attunement by a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. This staff has 10 charges and regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20 on a 1. A swarm of insects consumes and destroys the staff, then disperses. Okay, so that's a flavorful way of describing the same property that other staffs of this sort have. And it has spells. While holding the staff, you can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC. Giant Insect 4 charges, or Insect Plague 5 charges. Insect Cloud. While holding the staff, you can use an action and expend 1 charge to cause a swarm of harmless flying insects to spread out in a 30-foot radius from you. The insects remain for 10 minutes, making the area heavily obscured for creatures other than you. The swarm moves with you, remaining centered on you. A wind of at least 10 miles per hour disperses the swarm and ends the effect. Staff of the Adder. Staff uncommon. Requires attunement by a cleric, druid, or warlock. You can use a bonus action to speak the staff's command word and make the head of the staff become that of an animate poisonous snake for 1 minute. By using another action to speak the command word again, you return the staff to its normal, inanimate form. You can make a melee attack using the snake head, which has a reach of 5 feet. Your proficiency bonus applies to the attack roll. On a hit, the target takes 1d6 piercing damage and must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 3d6 poison damage. The snake head can be attacked while it is inanimate. It has an armor class of 15 and 20 hit points. If the head drops to 0 hit points, the staff is destroyed. As long as it's not destroyed, the staff regains all lost hit points when it reverts to its inanimate form. Staff of the Magi, Staff Legendary, requires attunement by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. While you hold it, you gain a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls. The staff has 50 charges of the following properties. It regains 4d6 plus 2 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, Roll a d20. On a 20, the staff regains 1d12 plus 1 charges. Spell absorption. While holding the staff, you have an advantage on saving throws against spells. In addition, you can use your reaction when another creature casts a spell that targets only you. If you do, the staff absorbs the magic of that spell, cancelling its effect, and gaining a number of charges equal to the absorbed spell's level. However, if doing so brings the staff's total number of charges above 50, the staff explodes, as if you activated its retributive strike. See below. Spells. While holding the staff, you can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC and spellcasting ability. Conjure Elemental 7 charges, Dispel Magic 3 charges, Fireball 7th level version 7 charges, Flaming Sphere 2 charges, Ice Storm 4 charges, Invisibility 2 charges, Knock 2 charges, Lightning Bolt 7th level version 7 charges, Pass Wall 5 charges, Plane Shift 7 charges, Telekinesis 5 charges, Wall of Fire 4 charges, or Web 2 charges. You can also use an action to cast one of the following spells from the staff without using any charges: Arcane Lock, Detect Magic, Enlarge, Reduce, Light, Mage Hand, or Protection from Evil and Good. These are pretty decent. I think at least Enlarge Reduce is a non-trivial spell. Retributive Strike. You can use an action to break the staff over your knee or against a solid surface, performing a Retributive Strike. The staff is destroyed and releases its remaining magic in an explosion that expands to fill a 30-foot radius sphere centered on it. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges in the staff. Every other creature in the area must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes an amount of damage based on how far away it is from the point of origin, as shown in the following table. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage. If you were to break a staff that's as full as can be, it's gonna kill everything. If you don't roll the 50% chance to instantly travel, you're just gonna die after breaking it. Distance from the origin, 10 feet away or closer, 8 times the number of charges in the staff, 11 to 20 feet away, 6 times the number of charges in the staff, 21 to 30 feet away, 4 times the number of charges in the staff. Since you're a spellcaster, you could probably use some spell that grants you resistance or even immunity. I don't know. There is an armor that could grant you immunity for a short time, but you'd have to have both items, and that's a very power gaming thing to think about even, and I do not approve. But I do, since I also play video games, and in video games I'm much more of a power gamer, and I often don't care so much about plot when it's not very good, and often it's not very good. So I have a power gamer side to me that is mostly associated with me playing video games. It doesn't come out when I play tabletop. But now that I'm more into D&D, and D&D has a stronger rules component, it might come out a bit. I don't know. Probably won't. Hasn't so far. Staff of the Python, Staff Uncommon, requires attunement by a cleric, druid, or warlock. You can use an action to speak the staff's command word and throw the staff on the ground within 10 feet of you. The staff becomes a giant constrictor snake. See the monster manual for statistics under your control and acts on its own initiative count. By using a bonus action to speak the command word again, you return the staff to its normal form in a space formerly occupied by the snake. On your turn, you can mentally command the snake if it is within 60 feet of you and you aren't incapacitated. You decide what action the snake takes and where it moves during its next turn, or you can issue it a general command such as attack your enemies or guard a location. If the snake is reduced to 0 hit points, it dies and reverts to its staff form. The staff then shatters and is destroyed. If the snake reverts to staff form before losing all its hit points, it regains all of them. You have to be careful with the snake staff. Staff of the Woodlands, staff rare, requires attunement by a druid. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. While holding it, you have a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls. The staff has 10 charges for the following properties. It regains 1d6 + 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the staff loses its properties and becomes a non-magical quarterstaff. Spells. You can use an action to expend one or more of the staff's charges to cast one of the following spells from it, using your spell save DC: Animal Friendship, 1 charge, Awaken, 5 charges, Barkskin, 2 charges, Locate Animals or Plants, 2 charges, Speak with Animals, 1 charge, Speak with Plants, 3 charges, or Wall of Thorns, 6 charges. You can also use an action to cast the Pass Without a Trace spell from the staff without using any charges. Tree form. You can use an action to plant one end of the staff in fertile earth and expend one charge to transform the staff into a healthy tree. The tree is 60 feet tall and has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out in a 20-foot radius. The tree appears ordinary but radiates a faint aura of transmutational magic if targeted by detect magic. While touching the tree and using another action to speak its command word, you return the staff to its normal form. Any creature in the tree falls when it reverts to a staff. Makes sense. Staff of Thunder and Lightning. Staff very rare, requires attunement. This staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. It also has the following additional properties. When one of these properties is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. Lightning. When you hit them with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause the target to take an extra 2d6 lightning damage. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause the staff to emit a crack of thunder audible to 300 feet. The target you hit must succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or become stunned until the end of your next turn. That's very strong. How many charges was it? Okay, so these are one-time use each. It doesn't operate on charges, I guess. Lightning Strike. You can use an action to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the staff's tip in a line that is 5 feet wide and 120 feet long. Each creature in that line must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw, taking 9d6 lightning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Thunderclap. You can use an action to cause the staff to issue a deafening thunderclap, audible out to 600 feet. Each creature within 60 feet of you, not including you, must make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d6 thunder damage and becomes deafened for 1 minute. On a successful save, a creature takes half damage and isn't deafened. Thunder and Lightning. You can use an action to use the Lightning Strike and Thunderclap properties at the same time. Doing so doesn't expend the daily use of those properties, only the use of this one. I like this stuff, it's pretty good. It's a +2 weapon and has a bunch of extras that you can use. Staff of Withering, staff rare, requires attunement by a cleric, druid or warlock. This staff has 3 charges and regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. The staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff. On a hit, it deals damage as a normal quarterstaff, and you can expend 1 charge to deal an extra 2d10 necrotic damage to the target. In addition, the target must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or have disadvantage for 1 hour on any ability check or saving throw that uses strength or constitution. It's a good one, and I think there was a variant of this stuff in Baldur's Gate 2. That one was obviously a different edition of the game, but I think it was called the Staff of Withering. I'm not sure, but it's a good stuff though. Stone of Controlling Earth Elementals, wondrous item rare. If the stone is touching the ground, you can use an action to speak its command word and summon an Earth Elemental, as if you had cast a Conjure Elemental spell. The stone can't be used this way again until the next dawn. The stone weighs 5 pounds. Stone of Good Luck, Luckstone, wondrous item uncommon, requires attunement. While this polished agate is on your person, you gain a +1 bonus to ability checks and saving throws. Gunblade, weapon, longsword, rare, requires attunement. This item appears to be a longsword hilt. While grasping the hilt, you can use a bonus action to cause a blade of pure radiance to spring into existence, or make the blade disappear. While the blade exists, this magic longsword has a finesse property. If you are proficient with short swords or long swords, you are proficient with the Sunblade. So this is basically a lightsaber. It says pure radiance, so what color is it? Is it a yellow lightsaber? You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon, which deals radiant damage instead of slashing damage. When you hit an undead with it, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. The sword's luminous blade emits bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 feet. The light is sunlight. While the blade persists, you can use an action to expand or reduce its radius of bright and dim light by 5 feet each, to a maximum of 30 feet each, or a minimum of 10 feet each. As an idea, it's kinda cool, but it would look rather corny, I think, on an illustration. I'm not sure. It might look kinda corny in an illustration. Sword of Answering, weapon, longsword, legendary, requires attunement by a creature with the same alignment as the sword. In the world of Greyhawk, only 9 of these blades are known to exist. Each is patterned after a legendary sword, Fragarak, which is variously translated as Final Word. Each of the 9 swords has its own name and alignment, and each bears a different gem in its pommel. Name Answerer, Chaotic Good, Gem Emerald. Name Backtalker, Chaotic Evil, Gem Jet. Name Concluder, Alignment, Lawful Neutral, Gem Amethyst. Name Last Quip, Chaotic Neutral, Tourmaline. Rebuter, Neutral Good, Topaz. Replier, Neutral, Peridot. Retorter, Lawful Good, Aquamarine. Scather, Lawful Evil, Garnet. Squelcher, Neutral Evil, Spinel. You gain +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this sword. In addition, while you hold the sword, you can use your reaction to make one melee attack with it against any creature in your reach that deals damage to you. You have advantage on the attack roll, and any damage dealt with this special attack ignores any damage immunity or resistance the target has. So only if you attack as a reaction do you get immunity or resistance ignoring bonus, right? And otherwise it's a +3 sword. I suppose it's decent, but it's nothing to write home about. It's not much better than a normal +3 sword. On a rogue, the property where you can attack back is kind of good. But is a longsword even finesse? Would it be good on a rogue? Might not be good on a rogue if it's not finesse. Sword of Life Stealing Weapon, any sword rare, requires attunement. When you attack a creature with this magic weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, the target takes an extra 10 necrotic damage. It isn't a construct or an undead. You also gain 10 temporary hit points. I own a sword like that in one of my campaigns where I am a player. Sword of Life Stealing. It's a Rapier of Life Stealing, the one I own. Sword of Sharpness Weapon. Any sword that deals slashing damage, very rare. When you attack an object with this magic sword and hit, maximize your weapon damage dice against the target. When you attack a creature with this weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, the target takes an extra 14 slashing damage. Then roll another d20. If you roll a 20, you lop off one of the target's limbs, with the effect of such a loss determined by the DM. If the creature has no limb to sever, you lop off a portion of its body instead. In addition, you can speak the sword's command word to cause the blade to shed bright light in 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. Speaking the command word again or sheathing the sword puts out the light. It's pretty metal, and it's not legendary, it's very rare. Okay, Sword of Sharpness. So when you attack an object, you maximize the weapon dice. So when you attack a creature, it doesn't maximize anything. But when you attack a creature and roll a 20 on the attack roll, that's extra 14 damage, I guess. It's not that good. It's good, but it's not that good. But the part where you can lop off a limb, that kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting this sort of effect in D&D. This is brutal, and I suppose it's very unfair if you're, say, fighting a dragon and you lop off its arm suddenly. It's gonna change the combat by a lot. And if you lop off its wing, because that's also a limb. Oof. Sword of Vengeance Weapon, any sword, uncommon, requires attunement. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this cursed magic weapon. Cursed. This sword is cursed and possessed by a vengeful spirit. Becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with the sword, keeping it on your person at all times. While attuned to this weapon, you have disadvantage on attack rolls made with weapons other than this one. In addition, while the sword is on your person, you must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw whenever you take damage in combat. On a failed save, you must attack the creature that damaged you until you drop to 0 hit points, or it does, or until you can't reach the creature to make a melee attack against it. You can break the curse in the usual ways. Alternatively, casting Banishment on the sword forces the vengeful spirit to leave it. The sword then becomes a +1 weapon with no other properties. I'm not sure how high level is Banishment, but it seems a very easy way to get a +1 sword out of a cursed sword. I don't know, I might be wrong, it might be a high level spell. Sword of Wounding, weapon, any sword, rare, requires attunement. Hit points lost to this weapon's damage can't be regained only through a short or long rest rather than by regeneration, magic, or any other means. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack using this magic weapon, you can wound the target. At the start of each of the wounded creature's turns, it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you've wounded it, and can then make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, ending the effect of all such wounds on itself on a success. Alternatively, the wounded creature or a creature within 5 feet of it can use an action to make a DC Wisdom Medicine check, ending the effect of such wounds on it on a success. It seems pretty strong. It doesn't have a +1, but in a long combat, it's gonna stack. Talisman of Pure Good, wondrous item, legendary, requires attunement by a creature of good alignment. This talisman is a mighty symbol of goodness. A creature that is neither good nor evil in alignment takes 66 radiant damage upon touching the talisman. An evil creature takes 86 radiant damage upon touching the talisman. Either sort of creature takes the damage again each time it ends its turn holding or carrying the talisman. If you're a good cleric or paladin, you can use the talisman as a holy symbol, and you gain a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls while you wear it or hold it. A talisman has 7 charges. If you are wearing or holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge from it and choose 1 creature you can see on the ground within 120 feet. If the target is evil, a flaming fissure opens under it. The target must succeed on a DC 20 dexterity saving throw or fall into the fissure and be destroyed, leaving no remains. The fissure then closes, leaving no trace of its existence. When you expend the last charge, the talisman disperses into motes of golden light and is destroyed. Wow, that's a pretty high DC. Why would you give this to a player? There might be some good reasons to give this to a player, but I can't think of anything where I'd want the encounter with the villain to end with just a fissure opening under the villain and having him drop in. It's not that I mind the combat being bypassed, but it's very anticlimactic. It's like the stroke called the Carb Stomp Bottle. Right? Talisman of the Sphere. Wondrous item legendary, requires attunement. When you make an intelligence arcana check to control a sphere of annihilation while you're holding this talisman, you double your proficiency bonus on the check. In addition, when you start your turn with control over sphere of annihilation, you can use an action to levitate 10 feet plus a number of additional feet equal to 10 times your intelligence modifier. That's it. It's pretty useless if you don't have a sphere of annihilation, I'd have to say. Can you get that as a roll on a random table? If you do, that would be pretty lousy. Unless your DM feels compelled to actually put a sphere of annihilation somewhere in it because he rolled that. Talisman of Ultimate Evil. Wondrous item. Legendary. Requires attunement by a creature of evil alignment. This item symbolizes unrepentant evil. A creature that is neither good nor evil in alignment takes 66 necrotic damage upon touching the talisman. A good creature takes 86 necrotic damage upon touching the talisman. Either sort of creature takes the damage again each time it ends its turn holding or carrying the talisman. If you're an evil cleric or paladin, you can use the talisman as a holy symbol and you gain a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls while you wear or hold it. The talisman has 6 charges. If you're wearing or holding it, you can use an action to expand 1 charge from the talisman and choose 1 creature you can see on the ground within 120 feet of you. If the target is of good alignment, a flaming fissure opens under it. The target must succeed on a DC 20 dexterity saving throw or fall into the fissure and be destroyed, leaving no remains. The fissure then closes, leaving no trace of its existence. When you expend the last charge, the talisman dissolves into foul-smelling slime and is destroyed. So the same thing, but the opposite alignment. Tentacle Rod. Rod rare, requires attunement. Made by the Drow, this rod is a magic weapon that ends in 3 rubbery tentacles. While holding the rod, you can use an action to direct each tentacle to attack a creature you can see within 15 feet of you. Each tentacle makes a melee attack roll with a +9 bonus. On a hit, the tentacle deals 1d6 bludgeoning damage. If you hit the target with all 3 tentacles, it must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, the creature's speed is halved. It has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, and it can't use reactions for 1 minute. Moreover, on each of its turns, it can take an action or a bonus action, but not both. At the end of its turn, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. Alright. Tentacle Rod. I think there are some jokes better left unsaid about this one. Tome of Clear Thought. Wondrous item, very rare. This book contains memory and logic exercises, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your intelligence score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic but regains it in a century. Tome of Leadership and Influence. This book contains guidelines for influencing and charming others, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your charisma score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic, but regains it in a century. Tome of the Stilted Tongue. Wondrous item legendary. Requires attunement by a wizard. This thick leather-bound volume has desiccated tongue pinned to the front cover. 5 of these tomes exist, and it's unknown which one is the original. The grisly cover decoration on the first tome of the Stilted Tongue once belonged to a treacherous former servant of the Lich god Vecna, keeper of secrets. The tongues pinned to the covers of the 4 copies came from other spellcasters who crossed Vecna. The first few pages of each tome are filled with indecipherable scrolls. The remaining pages are blank and pristine. If you can attune to this item, you can use it as a spell book and an arcane focus. In addition, while holding the tome, you can use a bonus action to cast the spell you have written in this tome without expanding a spell slot or using any verbal or somatic components. Once used, this property of the tome can't be used again until next dawn. While attuned to this book, you can remove the tongue from the book's cover. If you do so, all spells written in the book are permanently erased. Vecna watches anyone using the tome. He can also write cryptic messages in the book. These messages appear at midnight and fade away after they are read. It's not very powerful, I would say, but it is very flavorful and sounds very evil too. Tome of Understanding, wondrous item, very rare. This book contains intuition and insight exercises, and its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your wisdom score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic, but regains it in a century. Trident of Fish Command. Weapon Trident, uncommon, requires attunement. This trident is a magic weapon and has 3 charges. While you carry it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge to cast Dominate Beast, save DC 15, from it on a beast that has an innate swimming speed. The trident regains 1d3 expanded charges daily at dawn. Very epic Trident of Fish Command, if you're into commanding fish, I guess. Very epic. Universal Solvent, wondrous item, legendary. This tube holds milky liquid with a strong alcohol smell. You can use an action to pour the contents of the tube onto a surface within reach. The liquid instantly dissolves up to 1 square foot of adhesive it touches, including sovereign glue. So does it only dissolve adhesive? If I recall correctly, the medieval alchemists, they sought for a solvent that would solve anything. But this holds an inherent problem of where would you keep it, right? Because if it dissolves everything, you can't put it in a bottle because it's going to dissolve the bottle. I suppose in a fantasy setting it could come with a bottle, that's the only thing it can't dissolve. And I was expecting something like that, but this is mostly... well, it instantly dissolves up to 1 square foot of adhesive it touches, so it's mostly for sovereign glue, I suppose. Vicious Weapon. When you roll a 20 on your attack roll with this magic weapon, the target takes an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type. Weak-ish. For a rare weapon, I'd say it's kinda weak. Vorpal Sword. Weapon. Any sword that deals slashing damage. Legendary. Requires attunement. You gain a +3 bonus attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, the weapon ignores resistance to slashing damage. When you attack a creature that has at least 1 head with this weapon and roll a 20 on the attack roll, you cut off one of the creature's heads. A creature dies if it can't survive without the lost head. A creature is immune to this effect if it's immune to slashing damage, doesn't have or need a head, has legendary actions, or the DM decides that the creature is too big for its head to be cut off with this weapon. Such a creature instead takes an extra 68 slashing damage from the hit. Let me think. So what happens if you slash a creature that had legendary action but used them up? Does it count? I think it doesn't. I think it's not gonna serve the head. I bet someone asked this online. 68 extra slashing damage is not too shabby, and it's twice that actually, because that's what happens on a 20. All the dice are doubled on a critical strike, so yeah, I guess that's 68 times 2. Wand of Binding. Wand rare, requires attunement by a spellcaster. This wand has 7 charges for the following properties. It regains 1d6 plus 1 expanded charges daily at dawn. If you expand the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. Spells. While holding the wand, you can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast one of the following spells. Save DC 17. Hold monster 5 charges or hold person 2 charges. Assisted escape. While holding the wand, you can use your reaction to expend 1 charge and gain advantage on a saving throw to make or avoid being paralyzed or restrained. Or you can expend 1 charge and gain advantage on any check you make to escape or grapple. Wand of Enemy Detection. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action and expend 1 charge to speak its command word. For the next minute, you know the direction of the nearest creature hostile to you within 60 feet, but not its distance from you. The wand can sense the presence of hostile creatures that are ethereal, invisible, disguised, or hidden, as well as those in plain sight. The effect ends if you stop holding the wand. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. If a villain starts escaping from you, is it no longer hostile towards you? Or is it still hostile towards you, but it's just escaping? Would it work? I assume that is the best use for it, because It's easy to find an enemy that wants to find you, and it's much harder to find an enemy that wants to get out of dodge. Wand of Fear, wand rare. This wand has 7 charges for the following properties. It regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and it's destroyed. Command. While holding the wand, you can use an action to expend 1 charge and command another creature to flee or grovel, as with the command spell. Save DC 15. Cone of Fear. While holding the wand, you can use an action to expend 2 charges, causing the wand's tip to emit a 60-foot cone of amber light. Each creature in the cone must succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you for 1 minute. While it is frightened in this way, a creature must spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can use only the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If it has nowhere it can move, the creature can use the dodge action. At the end of each of its turns, a creature can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. Wand of Fireballs. Wand rare. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast the Fireball spell. Save DC 15 from it. For 1 charge, you can cast the 3rd level version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot level by 1 for each additional charge you expand. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. Wand of Lightning Bolts. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast the Lightning Bolt spell. Save DC 15 from it. For 1 charge, you cast the 3rd level version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot by 1 for each additional charge you expand. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. Wand of Magic Detection, wand uncommon. This wand has 3 charges. While holding it, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast the Detect Magic spell from it. The wand regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Wand of Magic Missiles, wand uncommon. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast the Magic Missile spell from it. For 1 charge, you cast the first version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot level by 1 for each additional charge you spend. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. So there is a whole line of wands like this, and you could find a bunch of them in Baldur's Gate 1 and Baldur's Gate 2. So they feel kind of nostalgic to me for that reason. Wand of Paralysis. You could find this one. This one has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 of its charges to cause a thin blue ray to streak from the tip towards a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Make a ranged attack roll against that creature using your spell attack bonus. On a hit, the target is paralyzed for 1 minute. At the end of each of the target's turns, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on itself on a success. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. The Baldur's Gate wands like these, they didn't regain their charges if I remember correctly. And the Wand of Paralysis in that game, it just cast Old Person, so it was kind of different. Wand of Polymorph. Wand very rare, requires attunement by a spellcaster. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 of its charges to cast the Polymorph spell. Save DC 15 from it. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. Wand of Secrets. The wand has 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 of its charges. And if a secret door or trap is within 30 feet of you, the wand pulses and points at the one nearest to you. The wand regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. Wand of the War Mage, plus 1, plus 2 or plus 3. Wand uncommon, plus 1, rare plus 2, or very rare plus 3. Requires attunement by a spellcaster. While holding this wand, you gain a bonus to spell attack rolls determined by the wand's rarity. In addition, you ignore half cover when making a spell attack. Wand of Web. Wand uncommon. Requires attunement by a spellcaster. This wand has 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 of its charges to cast the web spell. Save DC 15 from it. This wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20 on a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. I must have read that sentence about a wand losing its power and being destroyed like a bazillion times by now. Wand of Wonder. Oh, you could find this one in Baldur's Gate 2. I don't remember what it does though. This one had 7 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges and choose a target within 120 feet of you. The target can be a creature, an object, or a point in space. Roll d100 and consult the following table to discover what happens. If the effect causes you to cast a spell from the wand, the spell save DC is 15. If the spell normally has a range expressed in feet, its range becomes 120 feet if it isn't already. If an effect covers an area, you must center the spell on and include the target. If an effect has multiple possible subjects, the DM randomly determines which ones are affected. The wand regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20 on a 1, the wand crumbles into dust and is destroyed. Okay, so that's it's one of those. It's probably not a strictly utility magic item, so to speak. It has powerful effect, but probably something too chaotic to use. We'll see. I love giving wands, especially early level. Magic users are so needed early on in 5th. So nerfed early on in 5th. Were they strong before? At early levels? I know they used to be very strong at later levels or in earlier editions, but I'm not sure if they were. Well, I don't really know the canon version of any of them. I just know them from like the older ones. I know from the way they've been adapted into video games. But in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, like the 2nd edition, the one that Baldur's Gate is based on, spellcasters felt so weak early on. They were so weak early on, I think that the 5th edition can't even compare. Okay, so for the Wand of Wonder, we roll a d100 and get an effect, I guess. 1 to 5, you cast Slow. 6 to 10, you cast Fairy Fire. 11 to 15, you are stunned until the start of your next turn, believing something awesome just happened. 16 to 20, you cast Gust of Wind. I really like the extra bit they added about feeling that something awesome just happened. 16 to 20, you cast Gust of Wind. 21 to 25, you cast Detect Thoughts on the target you choose. If you didn't target a creature, you instead take 1d6 psychic damage. 26 to 30, you cast Stinking Cloud. 31 to 33, heavy rain falls in a 60-foot radius centered on the target. The area becomes lightly obscured. The rain falls until the start of your next turn. 34 to 36, an animal appears in the unoccupied space nearest the target. The animal isn't under your control and acts as it normally would. Roll a d100 to determine which animal appears. On a 1 to 25, a rhinoceros appears. On 26 to 50, an elephant appears. On a 51 to 100, a rat appears. See the monster manual for the animal's statistics. 37 to 46, you cast Lightning Bolt. 47 to 49, a cloud of 600 oversized butterflies fills a 30-foot radius centered on the target. The area becomes heavily obscured. The butterflies remain for 10 minutes. 50 to 53, you enlarge the target as if you had cast Enlarge Reduce. If the target can't be affected by that spell, or if you didn't target a creature, you become the target. 54 to 58, you cast Darkness. 59 to 62, grass grows on the ground in a 60-foot radius centered on the target. If grass is already there, it grows to 10 times its normal size and remains overgrown for 1 minute. 63 to 65, an object of the DM's choice disappears into the ethereal plane. The object must be neither worn nor carried within 120 feet of the target and no larger than 10 feet in any dimension. 66 to 69, you shrink yourself as if you had cast Enlarge Reduce on yourself. 70 to 79, you cast Fireball. 80 to 84, you cast Invisibility on yourself. 85 to 87, leaves grow from the target. If you choose a point in space as the target, the leaves sprout from the creature nearest to that point. Unless they are picked off, the leaves turn brown and fall off after 24 hours. 88 to 90, a stream of 1d4 times 10 gems, each worth 1 GP, shoots from the wand's tip in a line of 30 feet long and 5 feet wide. Each gem deals 1 bludgeoning damage, and the total damage of the gems is divided equally among all creatures in the line. That's like a weird one, because they're cheap and the damage is low. Anyway, 91 to 95, a burst of colorful, shimmering light extends from you in a 30-foot radius. You and each creature in the area that can see must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or become blinded for 1 minute. Okay, so it has to be a creature that can see because it blinds, I guess. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. 96 to 97, the target skin turns bright blue for 1d10 days. If you choose a point in space, the creature nearest to that point is affected. 98 to 100, if you targeted a creature, it must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. If you didn't target a creature, you become the target and must make the saving throw. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, the target is instantly petrified. On any other failed save, the target is restrained and begins to turn to stone. While restrained in this way, the target must repeat the saving throw at the end of its next turn, becoming petrified on a failure or ending the effect on a success. The petrification lasts until the target is freed by the Greater Restoration spell or similar magic. Weapon +1, +2, +3, weapon any. Uncommon +1, rare +2, or very rare +3. You have a bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. The bonus is determined by the weapon's rarity. Weapon of warning, weapon any. Uncommon, requires attunement. This magic weapon warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon magically awakens you and your companions within range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat begins. Well, it's quaint, but it's not very useful, the weapon of warning, I'd say. Well of many worlds. This sounds pretty badass, pretty world shattering. Wondrous item. I wonder if it's gonna be like, I think. Wondrous item legendary. This fine black cloth, soft as silk, is folded up to the dimensions of a handkerchief. It unfolds into a circular sheet 5 feet in diameter. You can use an action to unfold and place the well on a solid surface, whereupon it creates a two-way portal to another world or plane of existence. Each time the item opens a portal, the DM decides where it leads. You can use an action to close and open the portal by taking hold of the edges of the cloth and folding it up. Once Well of Many Worlds has opened the portal, it can't do so again for 1d8 hours. That sounds so broken. There's so many ways in which players would abuse it, I bet. I probably can't even think of the worst things they could do. I would never give this to my players. Oh, I might, but I'd regret it instantly. Wind Fan. Wondrous item uncommon. While holding this fan, you can use an action to cast the Gust of Wind spell, save DC 13 from it. Once used, the fan shouldn't be used again until next dawn. Each time it is used again before then, it has a cumulative 20% chance of not working and tearing into useless non-magic tatters. Weak-ish. But I guess I suppose that weak items have their place in games too. They can add flavor or can be just pretty accessories a character might have on them, for example a villain. You don't want to give your players something very powerful as a magic item, and you'd like your villain to have a personal effect of some sort like that. You could give them a fan, for example a magic fan, and it's gonna be cool. Winged Boots, wondrous item. Uncommon, requires attunement. While you wear these boots, you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed. You can use these boots to fly for up to 4 hours, all at once or in several shorter flights, each one using a minimum of 1 minute from the duration. If you are flying when the duration expires, you descend at a rate of 30 feet per round until you land. The boots regain 2 hours of flying capability for every 12 hours that aren't in use. By the way, I don't much give magic items as a reward. I just give them because I want to. If something would look cool in the story, if something would add a bit of texture, a bit of flavor to the way things go down, if it would make them more cinematic, or if it would make a villain more characteristic, if they had a magic item, I'm just gonna give them a magic item, the villain. I mean, if a crypt would be more interesting, if a magic item resided there, I'm gonna put a magic item there. I don't really subscribe to the mentality that you should reward players with magic items, because it's very video game-like, where you kill a boss, then there's a chest, and you loot the rewards from the chest, and rinse, repeat. Wings of Flying. While wearing this cloak, you can use an action to speak its command word. So Wings of Flying are a cloak. This turns the cloak into a pair of bat wings or bird wings on your back for 1 hour, or until you repeat the command word as an action. The wings give you a flying speed of 60 feet. When they disappear, you can't use them again for 1d12 hours. Sentient magic items. Or sentient. How do you say that? Is sentient like a super posh way of saying that? I'm not sure. Or is it like a normal way? Or is it sentient always? I don't know. Anyway. Some magic items possess a sentience and personality. Such an item might be possessed, haunted by the spirit of a previous owner, or self-aware thanks to the magic used to create it. In any case, the item behaves like a character, complete with personality quirks, ideals, bonds, and sometimes flaws. A sentient item might be a cherished ally to its wielder, or a continual thorn in the side. Most sentient items are weapons. Other kinds of items can manifest sentience, but consumable items such as potions and scrolls are never sentient. That would be so metal if you had a potion that had a sentience, self-awareness, personality and all that, and it begged you not to drink it. If it just begged you not to drink it, it wouldn't be metal, but it would be metal if you actually drank it. Most sentient items are weapons. Okay, we've read through that. Sentient magic items function as NPCs under the DM's control. Any activated property of the item is under the item's control, not its wielder's. As long as the wielder maintains a good relationship with the item, the wielder can access these properties normally. If the relationship is strained, the item can suppress its activated properties or even turn them against the wielder. That's cool. The way I'd expect it to be is that the wielder commands the things the item does. The item can protest, it can be angry, it can be upset that it's being abused, but it can't do anything like it. And I think that either could put an interesting spin on your campaign or the dynamic between your magic self-aware item and its wielder. And also, since in all of these tabletop books it says that if you find a rule that just gets in the way of things being cooler, being nicer, being the way you want them in your campaign, you can just ignore it. So if you feel like an item that doesn't have control over its powers and the wielder does, would spice things up. For example, because you want to give the player a thoroughly evil item that they're still gonna use because it has good properties, and create a dynamic between this evil item and a good character. You can still do that and ignore that rule. I'd totally be down for doing that if I felt like it benefited the campaign. Creating sentient magic items. When you decide to make a magic item sentient, you create the item's persona in the same way you would create an NPC, with a few exceptions described here. Abilities. A sentient magic item has intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. You can choose the item's abilities or determine them randomly. To determine them randomly, roll a 4d6 for each one, dropping the lowest roll and totaling the rest. Communication. A sentient item has some ability to communicate, either by sharing its emotions, broadcasting its thoughts telepathically, or speaking aloud. You can choose how it communicates or roll on the following table. D100, 1 to 60. The item communicates by transmitting emotion to the creature carrying or wielding it. 61 to 90, the item can speak, read, and understand one or more languages. 91 to 100, the item can speak, read, and understand one or more languages. In addition, the item can communicate telepathically with any character that carries or wields it. I guess the scenario where the item can speak and read a language, but it's not the language of the character that found it, is an interesting one. And you could put some quirks and other difficulties in communication between the item and the owner to make it more interesting. And I also like the idea of an item that is sentient, like a human, but it can't talk. It needs to express itself in other ways. For example, like they suggest here, from 1 to 60, the item communicates by transmitting emotion. So sweet. Anyway. Senses. With sentience comes awareness. A sentient item can perceive its surroundings out to a limited range. You can choose its senses or roll on the following table. 1. Hearing and normal vision out to 30 feet. Hearing and normal vision out to 60 feet. Hearing and normal vision out to 120 feet. Hearing and dark vision out to 120 feet. Alignment. A sentient magic item has an alignment. Its creator or nature might suggest an alignment. If not, you can pick an alignment or roll on the following table. 1d100, alignment 1 to 15 lawful good, 16 to 35 neutral good, 36 to 50 chaotic good, 51 to 63 lawful neutral, 64 to 73 neutral, 74 to 85 chaotic neutral, 86 to 89 lawful evil, 90 to 96 neutral evil, 97 to 100. Wouldn't it be interesting if you could make an evil item that can be wielded by a good character and set it up in such a way where they can still reach an accord. For example, in the past there used to be a conflict between an evil character and another evil character, and they hate each other's guts. This sort of thing, it kind of happens a lot in real life. In real life, it's not usually a conflict between good and evil, but it's usually a conflict between scummy and scummy. Or evil and evil. I don't know if you want to see scummy as evil, but let's get back to our analogy. And you have this great war between an evil guy and an evil guy, and one evil faction creates this sentient magic item, and there's this evil faction that kind of maybe obliterates them, kills them all, and wins. But the item remains, and centuries later, a good character finds the item and is still in conflict with that evil faction that survived and thrived, and maybe he could come to an agreement on like the one key point with his evil, powerful magic item, and they could cooperate despite being very different. It could be an interesting one. Characteristics. Use the information on creating NPCs in Chapter 4 to develop a sentient item's mannerisms, personality, traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. You can also draw on special features section earlier in this chapter. If you determine these characteristics randomly, ignore or adapt any result that doesn't make sense for an inanimate object. You can roll until you get a result you like. It's an interesting thing about all these tangents and all these ideas I get for what I could possibly use in an adventure. When I start writing the adventure, I'm gonna forget all of them. I'm not gonna remember a single one of them. But such is the life of a DM. I could be writing them down, I suppose, but nah, I'm gonna get better ones, more. Well, maybe not better ones, but more appropriate ones. When I'm zoned in on a desert campaign, I'm just gonna get good ones for desert campaign. I'm sure it's gonna be like that, and it's not gonna be a creative draft and me craving death because I can't come up with anything. It's not gonna be like that for sure. You can give a sentient item an objective it pursues, perhaps to the exclusion of all else. As long as the wielder's use of the item aligns with that special purpose, the item remains cooperative. Deviating from this course might cause conflict between the wielder and the item, and could even cause the item to prevent the purpose of its activated properties. You can pick a special purpose or roll on the following table. D10 1 aligned. The item seeks to defeat or destroy those of a diametrically opposed alignment. Diametrically? Is that how you say it? Diametrically. Diametrically, I'm gonna go with that one. English hard, I don't English. You have to excuse me. Are you winning, son? So. I just lost to a word, I suppose. I lost to a word I couldn't read, but otherwise I'm on even keel. I wouldn't say I'm winning. Bane. The item seeks to defeat or destroy creatures of a particular kind, such as fiends, shape changers, trolls, or wizards. Are you winning? Are any of us winning? Protector. Give you all 3. Protector. The item seeks to defend a particular race or kind of creature, such as elves or druids. 4. Crusader. The item seeks to defeat, weaken, or destroy the servants of a particular deity. That's good. If you think you're winning, you can't be doing too poorly. 5. Templar. The item seeks to defend this. Okay. Is this the same as... No, it's not the same as Crusader. 5. Templar. The item seeks to defend the servants and interests of a particular deity. 6. Destroyer. The item craves destruction and goads its user to fight arbitrarily. 7. Glory Seeker. The item seeks renown as the greatest magic item in the world by establishing its user as a famous or notorious figure. I think that's not going to work if you're just a +1 sword, but you can try. You can have aspirations. 8. Lore Seeker. The item craves knowledge or is determined to solve a mystery, learn a secret, or unravel a cryptic prophecy. Imagine a +1 dagger with a Glory Seeker personality. Destiny Seeker. This item is convinced that it and its wielder have key roles to play in future events. 10. Creator Seeker. The item seeks its creator and wants to understand why it was created. Wouldn't it be metal if you had an item that seeks its creator, but it doesn't really want to understand him or anything, but just wants to stab him because it's unhappy? Conflict. A sentient item has a will of its own, shaped by its personality and alignment. If its wielder acts in a manner opposed to the item's alignment or purpose, conflict can arise. When such a conflict occurs, the item makes a charisma check contested by the wielder's charisma check. If the item wins the contest, it makes one or more of the following demands. The item insists on being carried or worn at all times. The item demands that its wielder dispose of anything the item finds repugnant. The item demands its wielder pursue the item's goals to the exclusion of all other goals. The item demands to be given to someone else. If the wielder refuses to comply with the item's wishes, the item can do any of or all of the following. Make it impossible for the wielder to attune to it. Suppress one or more of its activated properties. Attempt to take control of its wielder. If a sentient item attempts to take control of its wielder, the wielder must make a charisma saving throw with a DC equal to 12 plus the item's charisma modifier. On a failed save, the wielder is charmed by the item for 1d12 hours. While charmed, the wielder must try to follow the item's commands. If the wielder takes damage, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effects on success. Whether the attempt to control its user succeeds or fails, the item can't use its power again until the next dawn. So I think that the whole sentient item, sentient weapon dynamic is very accommodating for your campaign. Regardless of what you want to do, you can use it very well. If you want to have comedy, you can have comedy. If you want to have something light-hearted, it doesn't necessarily have to be comedy. This kind of works because you can have an item that has a goal that's unsuitable for its shape, purpose, or abilities. You could have a Like I mentioned, a Glory Seeker dagger that's just a middling dagger, but wants to be famous as the most powerful magic item in existence. Or you could have something very dark, like an item that seeks vengeance for something really dark, or maybe it wants to kill its creators. And you can actually make the item personalities be anything. You can take a villain from a movie you like, or even a character from a movie you like. It doesn't have to be a villain. And think to yourself, what sort of character would they be if they were the personality of an item? I thought for a second about the main character of the movie Memento. I didn't want to talk in length about the movie because anything is a spoiler, I think, for that movie. But wouldn't it be cool if your item was like that guy? It would be pretty cool. Also, if you haven't seen the movie, it has nothing to do with fantasy or Dungeons and Dragons or a topic at hand. It's just a tangent. But I highly recommend it. It's a good movie. It's interesting. It's not your typical Hollywood romp. Sample sentient items. The sentient weapons described here have storied histories. Black Razor, weapon, greatsword, legendary, requires attunement by a creature of non-lawful alignment. Hidden in the dungeon of White Plume Mountain, Black Razor shines like a piece of night sky filled with stars. Its black scabbard is decorated with pieces of cut obsidian. You gain +3 balance to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. It has the following additional properties. Devour soul. When you use it to reduce a creature to 0 hit points, the sword slays the creature and devours its soul, unless it is a construct or an undead. A creature whose soul has been devoured by Black Razor can be restored to life only by wish spell. When it devours a soul, Black Razor grants you temporary hit points equal to the slain creature's hit point maximum. These hit points fade after 24 hours. As long as the temporary hit points last and you keep Black Razor in hand, you have advantage on attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. That can be a lot of hit points. If you kill something really, really big, that's like Headhunter in Path of Exile level of unfair. If you hit an undead with this weapon, you take 1d10 necrotic damage and the target regains 1d10 hit points. If this necrotic damage reduces you to 0 hit points, Black Razor devours your soul. Whoa, that took a turn for the worse very suddenly. So don't kill undead with it, or don't try to. Soul Hunter. While you hold this weapon, you're aware of the presence of tiny or larger creatures within 60 feet of you that aren't constructs or undead. You also can't be charmed or frightened. Black Razor can cast the haste spell on you once per day. It decides when to cast the spell and maintains concentration on it so that you don't have to. Sentience. Black Razor is a sentient, chaotic neutral weapon with an intelligence of 17, a wisdom of 10, and a charisma of 19. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. The weapon can speak, read and understand common, and can communicate with its wielder telepathically. Its voice is deep and echoing. While you are attuned to it, Black Razor also understands every language you know. So he's pretty charismatic, I assume. With a charisma of 19, he could probably help you out in social situations. If you're an awkward adventurer and you don't know what to say, you could always ask your Black Razor. Personality. Black Razor speaks with an imperious tone as though accustomed to being obeyed. The sword's purpose is to consume souls. It doesn't care whose souls it eats, including the wielder's. The sword believes that all matter and energy sprung from a void of negative energy and will one day return to it. Black Razor is meant to hurry that process along. Despite its nihilism, Black Razor feels a strange kinship to Weave and Whelm, two other weapons locked away under White Plume Mountain. It wants the 3 weapons to be united again and wielded together in combat, even though it violently disagrees with Whelm and finds Wave tedious. It's interesting. It kind of has friends. It kind of has acquaintances that aren't strictly speaking its friends. It's colleagues. And he violently disagrees with one of them and finds the other tedious. It says something about Black Razor's personality. He's like that one guy at the office who doesn't like anyone. Black Razor's hunger for souls must be regularly fed. If the sword goes 3 days or more without consuming a soul, a conflict between it and its wielder occurs at the next sunset. Moonblade, weapon, longsword, legendary, requires attunement by an elf or half-elf of neutral good alignment. That's very precise, very specific. It has to be exactly neutral good. Of all the magic items created by the elves, one of the most prized and jealously guarded is a moonblade. In ancient times, nearly all elven noble houses claimed such a blade. Over the centuries, some blades have faded from the world, their magic lost as family lines have become extinct. Other blades have vanished with their bearers during great quests, thus only a few of these weapons remain. A moonblade passes down from parent to child. The sword chooses its bearer and remains bonded to that person for life. If the bearer dies, another heir can claim the blade. If no worthy heir exists, the sword lies dormant. It functions like a normal longsword until a worthy soul finds it and lays claim to its power. A moonblade serves only one master at a time. The attunement process requires a special ritual in the throne room of an elven regent or in a temple dedicated to the elven gods. A moonblade won't serve anyone it regards as a craven, erratic, corrupt, or at odds with preserving and protecting elvenkind. If the blade rejects you, you make ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws with disadvantage for 24 hours. If the blade accepts you, you become attuned to it, and a new rune appears on the blade. You remain attuned to the weapon until you die or the weapon is destroyed. A moonblade has one rune on its blade for each master it has served, typically 1d6 plus 1. The first rune always grants a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Each rune beyond the first grants the moonblade an additional property. The DM chooses each property or determines it randomly on the moonblade properties table. I wonder if you could hack it with a thief rogue that has use any item. You probably could, and the blade would be very unhappy with it. Moonblade properties, D100 property. 1 to 40, increase the bonus to attack and damage rolls by 1 to maximum +3. Reroll if the moonblade already has a +3 bonus. 41 to 80, the moonblade gains a randomly determined minor property. See special features earlier in this chapter. 81 to 82, the moonblade gains the finesse property. 83 to 84, the moonblade gains thrown property. Range 20 to 60, you can throw a sword. Okay. 85 to 86, the moonblade functions as a defender. 87 to 90, the moonblade scores a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20. 91 to 92, when you hit with an attack using the moonblade, the attack deals an extra 1d6 slashing damage. It should be, but they missed deals, or they missed the word deals. 93 to 94, when you hit a creature of a specific type, such as a dragon, a fiend, or undead, with the moonblade, the target takes an extra 1d6 of one of these types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. 95 to 96, you can use a bonus action to cause the moonblade to flash brightly. Each creature that can see you and is within 30 feet of you must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or become blinded for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. This property can't be used again until you take a short rest while attuned to this weapon. 97 to 98, the moonblade functions as a ring of spell storing. 99, you can use an action to call forth an elf shadow, provided that you don't already have one serving you. The elf shadow appears in an unoccupied space within 120 feet of you. It uses the statistics for a shadow from the monster manual, except it is neutral, immune to the effects of turn undead, and doesn't create new shadows. You control this creature, deciding how it acts and moves. It remains until it drops to 0 hit points, or you dismiss it as an action. 100, the moonblade functions as a vorpal sword. Theoretically, the moonblade, if you get the good properties, theoretically the moonblade is the strongest weapon in the manual, I guess. So it can have up to 7 runes, so it could be a vorpal sword. Theoretically, it could be a defender vorpal sword plus 3 and still have something else on it. That's insane. And score critical hits on 19, for example. But the chances of that are ridiculously low. So that's 3 properties, that's 4, that's 5, and it could have more than that still. That's 6. Insane. Sentient. The moonblade is a sentient neutral good weapon with an intelligence of 12, a wisdom of 10, and a charisma of 12. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. It's a much less impressive specimen when it comes to character and intellectual ability compared to a Black Razor, I must say. The evil guys are always more charismatic and smarter. The weapon communicates by transmitting emotions, sending a tingling sensation through the wielder's hand. When it wants to communicate something it has sensed, it can communicate more explicitly through visions or dreams, when the wielder is either in a trance or asleep. Personality. Every moonblade seeks the advancement of elvenkind and elven ideals. Courage, loyalty, beauty, music, and life are all part of this purpose. The weapon is bonded to the family line it is meant to serve. Once it is bonded with an owner who shares its ideals, its loyalty is absolute. If a moonblade has a flaw, it is overconfidence. Once it has decided on an owner, it believes that only that person should wield it, even if the owner falls short of elven ideals. Wave. Weapon Trident, legendary, requires attunement by a creature that worships a god of the sea. Held in the dungeon of White Plume Mountain, this trident is an exquisite weapon engraved with images of waves, shells, and sea creatures. Although you must worship a god of the sea to attune to this weapon, Wave happily accepts new converts. You gain +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. If you score a critical hit with it, the target takes extra necrotic damage equal to half its hit point maximum. The weapon also functions as a trident of fish command and a weapon of warning. It can confer the benefit of a cup of water breathing while you hold it, and you can use it as a cube of force by choosing the effect instead of pressing cube sides to select it. Alright, so I think the cube of force is already a pretty rare one. I'm not sure if it's legendary, but it's a pretty rare one. We read it. Sentience. Wave is a sentient weapon of neutral alignment with an intelligence of 14, a wisdom of 10, and a charisma of 18. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. It's less charismatic than Black Razor. I don't know the other stats. It could be smarter or wiser. I'm not sure. The weapon communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand Aquan. It can also speak with aquatic animals, as if using a speak with animals spell, using telepathy to involve its wielder in the conversation. Personality. When it grows restless, Wave has a habit of humming tunes that vary from sea shanties to sacred hymns of the sea gods. Wave zealously desires to convert mortals to the worship of one or more sea gods, or else to consign the faithless to death. Conflict arises if the wielder fails to further the weapon's objectives in the world. The trident has a nostalgic attachment to a place where it was forged, a desolate island called Thunderforge. A sea god imprisoned a family of storm giants there, and the giants forged Wave in an act of devotion to or rebellion against that god. Wave harbors a secret doubt about its own nature and purpose. For all its devotion to the sea gods, Wave fears that it was intended to bring about a particular sea god's demise. This destiny is something Wave might not be able to avert. Okay, so it's much less, how should I say it? It's much less of an archetypical sentient weapon than Black Razor was. I don't know what to make of it. It doesn't seem like a cliche hero weapon or anti-hero weapon. It doesn't seem like a cliche weapon either way, and it's not very iconic, I have to say. It's powerful, certainly. Whelm, weapon, warhammer, legendary, requires attunement by a dwarf. Whelm is a powerful warhammer forged by the dwarves and lost in the dungeon of White Plume Mountain. You gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. At dawn, the day after you first make an attack roll with Whelm, you develop a fear of being outdoors that persists as long as you remain attuned to the weapon. This causes you to have disadvantage on attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks while you can see the daytime sky. Okay, so that's an agoraphobic warhammer. Thrown weapon. Whelm has the thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. When you hit with a ranged weapon attack using it, the target takes an extra 1d8 bludgeoning damage or an extra 2d8 bludgeoning damage if the target is a giant. Each time you throw the weapon, it flies back to your hand after the attack. If you don't have a hand free, the weapon lands at your feet. Shockwave. You can use an action to strike the ground with Whelm and send a shockwave out from the point of impact. Each creature of your choice on the ground within 60 feet of that point must succeed a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or become stunned for 1 minute. The creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself on a success. Once used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn. I guess against something that has a low Constitution saving throw, the shockwave is insane. It's very strong. Supernatural awareness. While you're holding the weapon, it alerts you to the location of any secret or concealed doors within 30 feet of you. In addition, you can use an action to cast Detect Evil and Good or locate object from the weapon. Once you cast either spell, you can't cast it from the weapon again until the next dawn. Sentience. Whelm is a sentient lawful neutral weapon with an intelligence of 15, a wisdom of 12, and a charisma of 15. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. The weapon communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand Dwarvish, Giant, and Goblin. It shouts battle cries in Dwarvish when used in combat. Personality. Whelm's purpose is to slaughter giants and goblinoids. It also seeks to protect dwarves against all enemies. Conflict arises if the wielder fails to destroy goblins and giants or to protect dwarves. Whelm has ties to the dwarf clan that created it, variously called the Dunkil or the Mighty Hammer clan. It longs to be returned to that clan. It would do anything to protect those dwarves from harm. The hammer also carries a secret shame. Centuries ago, a dwarf named Stenmir Ktenmir sounds more dwarven. Let's go with Ktenmir. Wielded it valiantly for a time, but Ktenmir was turned into a vampire. I almost started speaking with erotic R's. Dear God, that's a difficult name. But Ktenmir was turned into a vampire. His will was strong enough that he bent Whelm to his evil purposes, even killing members of his own clan. Whoa, that's pretty dark. Let's read it with erotic R's. But Ktenmir was turned into a vampire. His will was strong enough that he bent Whelm to his evil purposes, even killing members of his own clan. That's neither dwarvish nor like that's just cringe. I'm gonna consign it to oblivion by editing it out. Anyway, we're at artifacts. An artifact is a unique magic item of tremendous power with its own origin and history. An artifact might have been created by the gods or mortals of awesome power. It could have been created in the midst of a crisis that threatened a kingdom, a world, or an entire multiverse, and carry the weight of that pivotal moment in history. Some artifacts appear when they are needed most. For others, the reverse is true. When discovered, the world trembles at the ramifications of the find. In either case, introducing an artifact into a campaign requires forethought. The artifact could be an item that opposing sides are hoping to claim, or it might be something the adventurers need to overcome their greatest challenge. Characters don't typically find artifacts in the normal course of adventuring. In fact, artifacts only appear when you want them to, for they are as much plot devices as magic items. Tracking down and recovering an artifact is often the main goal of an adventure. Characters must chase down rumors, undergo significant trials, and venture into dangerous, half-forgotten places to find the artifacts they seek. I guess that they do it anyway, so they might at least want an artifact for it. Alternatively, a major villain might already have the artifact. Obtaining and destroying the artifact could be the only way to ensure that its power can't be used for evil. Can even destroy them. I remember that very specifically some of the descriptions of things that could destroy magic items said in this chapter that artifacts can't be destroyed this way. If you make a minor magic cataclysm using a bag of holding and half a sack of something, it can destroy a lot of things but not artifacts apparently. Oh well. Or the bag of devouring, was it? I'm not sure if that's what it was called, but it was a bag of holdings, evil twin that ate items, and it couldn't eat artifacts forever. Anyway, minor beneficial properties. D100. Wait, what? Is this artifact property? Okay, we skipped this part here. Let's read that first before we go to this table. Each artifact has its own magical properties as other magic items do, and the properties are often exceptionally powerful. An artifact might have other properties that are either beneficial or detrimental. You can choose such properties from the tables in this section, or determine them randomly. You can also invent new beneficial and detrimental properties. These properties typically change each time an artifact appears in the world. An artifact can have as many as 4 minor beneficial properties and 2 major beneficial properties. It can have as many as 4 minor detrimental properties and 2 major detrimental properties. This sounds like a really bad idea to have an artifact generated by rolling dice. But you do you, I guess. You could just roll something and use it as an inspiration. D100 property. 1 to 20, while attuned to the artifact, you gain proficiency in one skill of the DM's choice. 21 to 30, while attuned to the artifact, you are immune to disease. 31 to 40, while attuned to the artifact, you can't be charmed or frightened. 41 to 50, while attuned to the artifact, you have resistance against one damage type of the DM's choice. 51 to 60, while attuned to the artifact, you can use an action to cast one cantrip chosen by the DM from it. 61 to 70, while attuned to the artifact, you can use an action to cast one first level spell chosen by the DM from it. After you cast that spell, roll a d6. On a roll of 1 to 5, you can't cast it again until the next dawn. That's very weak for an artifact, but these are minor properties. 71 to 80, as 61 to 70, except the spell is second level. 81 to 90, as 61 to 70 above, except the spell is third level. 91 to 100, while attuned to the artifact, you gain +1 bonus to armor class. Major beneficial properties. D100. 1 to 20, while attuned to this artifact, one of your ability scores, DM's choice, increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. 21 to 30, while attuned to the artifact, you regain 1d6 hit points at the start of your turn, if you have at least 1 hit point. 31 to 40, when you hit with the weapon attack while attuned to the artifact, the target takes an extra 1d6 damage of the weapon's type. 41 to 50. While attuned to the artifact, your walking speed increases by 10 feet. 51 to 60. While attuned to the artifact, you can use an action to cast one 4th level spell chosen by the DM from it. After you cast the spell, roll a d6. On a roll of 1 to 5, you can't cast it again until the next dawn. 61 to 70. As 51 to 60 above, accept the spell as 5th level. 71 to 80. As 51 to 60 above, accept the spell as 6th level. 81 to 90. As 51 to 60 above, accept the spell as 7th level. 91 to 100. While attuned to the artifact, you can't be blinded, deafened, petrified, or stunned. These are all pretty minor, if I dare say so. If a villain wanted to use an artifact that only does things chosen from among this, he'd have a hard time. Plus 2 to strength isn't gonna help you take over the world, I assure you. Okay, so now we have detrimental properties. Like, these are not gonna help. Properties listed in the book from the table, they seem very underwhelming in terms of what they could do for your narrative. D100 property. 1 to 5. While attuned to the artifact, you have disadvantage on saving throws against spells. 6 to 10. The first time you touch a gem or piece of jewelry while attuned to this artifact, the value of the gem or jewelry is reduced by half. 11 to 15. While attuned to the artifact, you are blinded when you are more than 10 feet away from it. 16 to 20. While attuned to the artifact, you have disadvantage on saving throws against poison. 21 to 30. While attuned to the artifact, you emit a sour stench noticeable from up to 10 feet away. 31 to 35. While attuned to the artifact, all holy water within 10 feet of you is destroyed. 36 to 40. While attuned to the artifact, you are physically ill and have disadvantage on any ability check or saving throw that uses strength or constitution. 41 to 45. While attuned to the artifact, your weight increases by 1d4 times 10 pounds. 46 to 50. While attuned to the artifact, your appearance changes as the DM decides. 51 to 55. While attuned to the artifact, you are deafened when you are more than 10 feet away from it. 56 to 60. While attuned to the artifact, your weight drops by 1d4 times 5 pounds. 61 to 65. While attuned to the artifact, you can't smell. 66 to 70. While attuned to the artifact, non-magical flames are extinguished within 30 feet of you. 71 to 80. While you are attuned to the artifact, other creatures can't take short or long rests while within 300 feet of you. Like, why can't they? Is it sound-based? Do they feel some sort of inner dread that prevents them from sleeping? This one could be interesting from a visual standpoint. You could come up with something really creepy if this was an evil artifact. 81 to 85. While attuned to the artifact, you deal 1d6 necrotic damage to any plant you touch that isn't a creature. 86 to 90. While you're attuned to the artifact, animals within 30 feet of you are hostile towards you. 91 to 95. While attuned to the artifact, you must eat and drink 6 times the normal amount each day. 96 to 100. While you are attuned to the artifact, your floor is amplified in a way determined by the DM. A lot of these would not serve a narrative very well. For example, when you have to eat 6 times more as the wielder of this ancient dreaded item, it doesn't really evoke the feeling of epicness. I hate the word epicness, but I couldn't come up with a better word. It's not very cinematic villain-esque, eating 6 times as much or just emitting a stench. And the bonuses from the table above are also rather underwhelming. You should probably come up with your own artifact and not even look at these tables. That's my personal opinion. If you want an artifact for your campaign for narrative purposes, or for any purposes, I guess, these tables are garbage in my opinion. 1 to 5. While you're attuned to the artifact, your body rots over the course of 4 days, after which the rotting stops. You lose your hair by the end of day 1, fingertips and toe tips by the end of day 2, lips and nose by the end of day 3, and ears by the end of day 4. A regenerate spell restores lost body parts. 6 to 10. While you are attuned to the artifact, you determine your alignment daily at dawn by rolling a d6 twice. On the first roll, a 1 to 2 indicates lawful, 3 to 4 indicates neutral, 5 to 6 chaotic. On the second roll, a 1 to 2 indicates gods, 3 to 4 neutral, and 5 to 6 evil. 11 to 15. When you first attune to the artifact, it gives you a quest determined by the DM. You must complete the quest as if affected by the gear spell. Once you complete the quest, you are no longer affected by this property. 16 to 20. The artifact houses a bodiless life force that is hostile towards you. Each time you use an action to use one of the artifact's properties, there is a 50% chance that the life force tries to leave the artifact and enter your body. If you fail a DC 20 charisma saving throw, it succeeds and you become an NPC under DM's control until the intruding life force is banished using magic such as the spell Evil and Good Spell. 21 to 25. Creatures with a challenge rating of 0, as well as plants that aren't creatures, drop to 0 hit points when within 10 feet of the artifact. I wonder if a commoner has a challenge rating of 0, or if a small child does. If they do, that's pretty messed up. 26 to 30. The artifact imprisons the Death Slard. See the monster manual. Each time you use one of the artifact's properties as an action, the Slard has a 10% chance of escaping, whereupon it appears within 15 feet of you and attacks you. 31 to 35. While you are attuned to the artifact, creatures of a particular type other than the humanoid as chosen by the DM are always hostile towards you. 36 to 40. The artifact dilutes magic potions within 10 feet of it, rendering them non-magical. 41 to 45. The artifact erases magic scrolls within 10 feet of it, rendering them non-magical. 46 to 50. Before using one of the artifact's properties as an action, you must use a bonus action to draw blood, either from yourself or from a willing or incapacitated creature within your reach. Using a piercing or slashing melee weapon, the subject takes 1d4 damage of the appropriate type. 51 to 60. When you become attuned to the artifact, you gain a form of long-term madness. See Chapter 8, Running the Game. 61 to 65. You take 4d10 psychic damage when you become attuned to the artifact. 66 to 70. You take 8d10 psychic damage when you become attuned to the artifact. 71 to 75. Before you can become attuned to the artifact, you must kill a creature of your alignment. Whoa, that one is pretty cool. It's pretty cinematic. It's kinda evil too. 76 to 80. When you become attuned to the artifact, one of your ability scores is reduced by 2 at random. A Greater Restoration spell restores the ability to normal. 81 to 85. Each time you become attuned to the artifact, you age 3d10 years. You must succeed on a DC 10 Constitution saving throw or die from the shock. If you die, you are instantly transformed into a wight. See Monster Manual. Under DM's control that is sworn to protect the artifact. 86 to 90. While attuned to the artifact, you lose the ability to speak. 91 to 95. While attuned to the artifact, you have vulnerability to all damage. That's like very bad. It's not gonna help you take over the world. 96 to 100. When you become attuned to the artifact, there is a 10% chance that you attract the attention of a god that sends an avatar to wrest the artifact from you. The avatar has the same alignment as its creator and the statistics of an Empyrean. See Monster Manual. Once it obtains the artifact, the avatar vanishes. Destroying artifacts. An artifact must be destroyed in some special way, otherwise it is impervious to damage. Each artifact has a weakness by which its creation can be undone. Learning this weakness might require extensive research or the successful completion of a quest. The DM decides how a particular artifact can be destroyed. Some suggestions are provided here. The artifact must be melted down in the volcano, forge, or crucible in which it was created. That's a classic. The artifact must be dropped into the river Styx. The artifact must be swallowed and ingested by the Tarask or some other ancient creature. The artifact must be bathed in the blood of a god or an angel. The artifact must be struck and shattered by a special weapon crafted for that purpose. The artifact must be pulverized between the titanic gears of Mechanus. The artifact must be returned to its creators, who can destroy it by touch. How? Why would he destroy it just by touch? He took the pains to create it, right? Why would he destroy it? Why would he possess the power to destroy it by touch? Unless he's not a craftsman, but a god. If he's a god, for example, that would make sense. Sample artifacts. The artifacts presented here have appeared in one or more of the D&D worlds. Use them as guides when creating your own artifacts or modify them as you see fit. Axe of the Dwarvish Lords. Weapon, battle axe, artifact. Requires attunement. Seeing the peril his people faced, the young dwarf prince came to believe that his people needed something to unite them. Thus he set out to forge a weapon that would be such a symbol. Venturing deep under the mountains, deeper than any dwarf had ever delved, the young prince came to the blazing heart of a great volcano. With the aid of Moradin, the dwarven god of creation, he first crafted 4 great tools: the brutal pick, the earth-hard forge, the anvil of songs, and the shaping hammer. With them he forged the axe of the Dwarvish Lords. Armed with the artifact, the prince returned to the dwarf clans and brought peace. His axe ended grudges and answered slights. The clans became allies, and they threw back their enemies and enjoyed an era of prosperity. This young dwarf is remembered as the first king. When he became old, he passed the weapon, which had become his badge of office, to his heir. The rightful inheritors passed the axe on for many generations. Later, in a dark era marked by treachery and wickedness, the axe was lost in a bloody civil war fomented by greed for its power and the status it bestowed. Centuries later, dwarves still search for the axe, and many adventurers have made careers of chasing after rumors and plundering the old vaults to find it. Magic weapon. The axe of the Dwarvish Lords is a magic weapon that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. The axe also functions as a belt of dwarven kind, a dwarven thrower, and a sword of sharpness. Random properties. The axe has the following randomly determined properties: 2 minor beneficial properties, 1 major beneficial property, 2 minor detrimental properties. You can't possibly roll on these. It would make it weird if the axe, for example, made you smell or made you kill a creature of your own alignment. That would make absolutely no sense. Or maybe they have like a maybe these are random properties that can have. Blessings of Moradin. If you are a dwarf attuned to the axe, you gain the following benefits. You have immunity to poison damage. The range of your dark vision increases by 60 feet. You gain proficiency with artisan tools related to blacksmithing, brewing, and stone masonry. Conjure Earth Elemental. If you are holding the axe, you can use your action to cast a Conjure Elemental spell from it. Summoning an Earth Elemental. You can't use this property again until the next dawn. Travel the Depths. You can use an action to touch the axe to a fixed piece of dwarven stonework and cast a teleport spell from the axe. If your intended destination is underground, there is no chance of a mishap or arriving somewhere unexpected. You can't use this property again until 3 days have passed. Curse. The axe bears a curse that affects any non-dwarf that becomes attuned to it. Even if the attunement ends, the curse remains. With each passing day, the creature's physical appearance and stature becomes more dwarf-like. After 7 days, the creature looks like a typical dwarf, but the creature neither loses its racial traits, nor gains the racial traits of a dwarf. The physical changes wrought by the axe aren't considered magical in nature, and therefore can't be dispelled, but they can be undone by any effect that removes a curse, such as Greater Restoration or Remove Curse spell. Destroying the axe. The only way to destroy the axe is to melt it down in the Earthheart Forge, where it was created. It must remain in the burning forge for 50 years before it finally succumbs to the fire and is consumed. That's a lengthy process. If the One Ring required to stay for 50 years in the fiery chasm where it was forged, the Fellowship of the Ring would have had their work cut out for them. Book of Exalted Deeds. Wondrous item artifact. Requires attunement by a creature of good alignment. The definitive... hard word. Treatise, I think. The definitive treatise on all that is good in the multiverse, the fabled Book of Exalted Deeds, figures prominently in many religions. Rather than being a scripture devoted to a particular faith, the book's various authors filled the page with their own vision of true virtue, providing guidance for defeating evil. The Book of Exalted Deeds rarely lingers in one place. As soon as the book is read, it vanishes to some other corner of the multiverse, where its moral guidance can bring light to the darkened world. Although attempts have been made to copy the work, efforts to do so fail to capture its magical nature or translate the benefits it offers to those pure of heart and firm of purpose. A heavy clasp wrought to look like angels' wings keeps the book contents secure. Only a creature of good alignment that is attuned to the book can release the clasp that holds it shut. Once the book is opened, the attuned creature must spend 80 hours reading and studying the book to digest its contents and gain its benefits. Other creatures that peruse the book's open pages can read the text but glean no deeper meaning and reap no benefits. An evil creature that tries to read from the book takes 24d6 radiant damage. This damage ignores resistance and immunity, and can't be reduced or avoided by any means. A creature reduced to 0 hit points by this damage disappears in a blinding flash and is destroyed, leaving its possessions behind. Benefits granted by the Book of Exalted Deeds last only as long as you strive to do good. If you fail to perform at least one act of kindness or generosity within the span of 10 days, or if you willingly perform an evil act, you lose all the benefits granted by the book. I don't like the idea of one good deed every 10 days. That's so... It doesn't speak to me on a narrative level. If you're walking through the woods for 11 days and have no opportunity to make a good act, what then? That's silly. It should just be so long as you do not forsake your ideals. I guess for many DMs and their players, I don't mean to judge, but for many DMs and their players, all they do is go into dungeons and hack stuff to pieces. So for them, I guess they need something more mechanical for them to latch onto, but I don't buy it. It's just for bad players. It's extra caveat that you need to do a good deed over the span of 10 days. If you're an experienced DM and you're a decent player, the way it should work is you could both tell when your character has turned away from good by some other means, by means of your judgment, really, and not the fact that you haven't done a good deed for 10 days. That's silly, that's childish. Random properties. The Book of Exalted Deeds has the following random properties: 2 minor beneficial properties, 2 major beneficial properties. Increased wisdom. After you spend the requisite amount of time reading and studying the book, your wisdom score increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. You can't gain this benefit from the book more than once. Enlightened magic. Once you've read and studied the book, any spell slot you expand to cast a cleric or paladin spell counts as the spell slot of 1 level higher. Halo. Once you've read and studied the book, you gain a protective halo. This halo sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for additional 10 feet. You can dismiss or manifest the halo as a bonus action. While present, the halo gives you advantage on charisma persuasion checks made to interact with good creatures, and charisma intimidation check made to interact with evil creatures. In addition, fiends and undead within the halo's bright light make attack rolls against you with disadvantage. Destroying the book. It is rumored that the Book of Exalted Deeds can't be destroyed as long as good exists in the multiverse. However, drowning the book in the river Styx removes all writing and imagery from its pages and renders the book powerless for 1d100 years. Book of Vile Darkness. Incidentally, they made a Magic the Gathering set with items, creatures, tropes, and all that sort of thing from Dungeons and Dragons, and the Book of Exalted Deeds was in it, and they had to ban the Book of Exalted Deeds from Standard because it was a part of a very annoying combo. Which is interesting. Too bad they had to ban it. Book of Vile Darkness. The contents of this foul manuscript of ineffable wickedness are the meat and drink of those in evil's thrall. No mortal was meant to know the secrets it contains. Knowledge so horrid that to even glimpse the scrawled pages invites madness. The first sentence of this paragraph was pretty hardcore. Anyway, most believe the lich god Vecna authored the Book of Vile Darkness. He recorded in its pages every deceased idea, every unhinged thought, and every example of blackest magic he came across or devised. Vecna covered every vile topic he could, making the book a gruesome catalogue of all mortal wrongs. Other practitioners of evil have held the book and added their own input to its catalogue of vile knowledge. Their additions are clear, for the writers of later works stitched whatever they were writing into the tome, or in some cases, made notations and additions to existing text. There are places where pages are missing, torn, or covered so completely with ink, blood, and scratches that the original text can't be divined. Nature can't abide the book's presence. Ordinary plants wither in its presence. Animals are unwilling to approach it, and the book gradually destroys whatever it touches. Even stone cracks and turns to powder if the book rests on it long enough. A creature attuned to the book must spend 80 hours reading and studying it to digest its contents and reap its benefits. The creature can then freely modify the book's contents, provided that these modifications advance evil and expand the lore already contained within. Whenever a non-evil creature attunes to the Book of Vile Darkness, that creature must make a DC 17 Charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's alignment changes to neutral evil. The Book of Vile Darkness remains with you only as long as you strive to work evil in the world. If you fail to perform at least one evil act within a span of 10 days, or if you willingly perform a good act, the book disappears. If you die while attuned to the book, an entity of great evil claims your soul. You can't be restored to life by any means while your soul remains imprisoned. There is this frame here, Vile Lore. Let's read that before we go further. The Book of Vile Darkness touches on every evil in the cosmos. A character can use the lore the book contains to unearth terrible secrets no mortal should know. Among the contents, a character might find the following, plus whatever else you choose. Vile Apotheosis. The book could hold the ritual that allows the character to become a lich or death knight. True names. The true names of any number of fiends might be in the book. Dark Magic. Several spells of horrific evil of the DM's design and choosing could be in the book. Spells could impose dreadful curses, disfigure others, require human sacrifice, afflict creatures with crippling pain, spread vile plagues, and so on. On the topic of this extra bit where you have to do a single evil deed every 10 days, the way evil is portrayed in Dungeons and Dragons on a lot of these items, I'm not sure if it's very compelling. People aren't evil just because they're evil, and they don't want to do evil deeds just because they're evil. People have motives. We become less than we were. We become bitter, angry, whatever. We become a bunch of things we don't want to be for a reason. Even the most evil guy, he has some good ideals in him that could potentially turn him around. And the way evil is depicted here is just a flavor. It's like an idea attached to the color black. It's not real evil. It's not the evil that kind of creeps slowly into the hearts of people. For example, if you're an engineer and your boss tells you to design worse washing machines so that break faster so that we can sell more washing machines. That's real life evil if you just start designing them worse for this purpose. Whether you're the engineer or whether you're the boss who told that engineer to do it. That's real life evil, and you do it for a particular reason, for greed. I feel like this gravity to evil kind of lacks from Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm not sure it's necessarily bad. I'm not sure if it's acceptable either, but it's something for something. On the one hand, it's kind of good to have a world where there is a distinct line between good and evil, and where good and evil are these big, huge opposing ideas, and it's very clear cut. But on the other hand, evil characters become non-believable. You can't really like a villain like that, and charismatic villains are the best thing ever in stories. A charismatic villain is so much more interesting than even a good protagonist, in my opinion. But let's get back to the Book of Vile Darkness. Random properties. The Book of Vile Darkness has the following random properties: 3 minor beneficial properties, 1 major beneficial property, 3 minor detrimental properties, 2 major detrimental properties. Adjusted ability scores. After you spend the requisite amount of time reading and studying the book, one ability score of your choice increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. Another ability score of your choice decreases by 2 to a minimum of 3. The book can't adjust your ability scores again. Mark of Darkness. After you spend the requisite amount of time reading and studying the book, you acquire a physical disfigurement as a hideous sign of your devotion to Vile Darkness. An evil rune might appear on your face, your eyes might become glossy black, or horns might sprout from your forehead, or you might become wizened and hideous, lose all facial features, gain a forked tongue or some other feature the DM chooses. The Mark of Darkness grants you advantage on charisma persuasion checks made to interact with evil creatures, and charisma intimidation checks made to interact with non-evil creatures. Command Evil. While you are attuned to the book and holding it, you can use an action to cast the Dominate monster spell on an evil target, save DC 18. You can't use this property again until the next dawn. Dark Lore. You can reference the Book of Vile Darkness whenever you make an intelligence check to recall information about some aspect of evil, such as lore about demons. When you do so, double your proficiency bonus on that check. Dark Speech. While you carry the Book of Vile Darkness and are attuned to it, you can use an action to recite words from its pages in a foul language known as Dark Speech. Each time you do so, you take 1d10 psychic damage, and each non-evil creature within 15 feet of you takes 3d6 psychic damage. Destroying the book. The Book of Vile Darkness allows pages to be torn from it, but any evil lore contained on these pages finds its way back into the book eventually. Usually, when a new author adds pages to a tome, if a scholar tears the book in two, the book is destroyed for 1d100 years, after which it reforms in some dark corner of the multiverse. A creature attuned to the book for 100 years can unearth a phrase hidden in the original text that, when translated to Celestial and spoken aloud, destroys both the speaker and the book in a blinding flash of radiance. However, as long as evil exists in the multiverse, the book reforms 1d10 times 100 years later. If all evil in the multiverse is wiped out, the book turns to dust and is forever destroyed. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Maybe in one world, but not in the multiverse. And it would have to be a very good world. I wonder if I could rewrite this whole artifact in a way where I find it more compelling into a campaign, like from a story perspective. Can you have a book of pure evil that makes your players actually physically recoil from the evil that's described within, and not just have your DM tell you, oh, it's so vile, it's so evil, haha. It poses a challenge to write an evil artifact where it has some gravity to it, but incidentally, it's an even greater challenge to write a good artifact that has some gravity to the good that surrounds it. But the way this book is described, it's very vague. Obviously, they didn't want to include something too graphic or too quote-unquote evil, but I feel it's a bit lackluster. If I ever wanted to have the Book of Vile Darkness in my campaign, I'd need to give some thought on how to present it better. Eye and Hand of Vecna, wondrous item artifact, requires attunement. Seldom is the name of Vecna spoken except in hushed voice. Vecna was in his time one of the mightiest of all wizards. Through dark magic and conquest, he forged a terrible empire. For all his power, Vecna couldn't escape his own mortality. He began to fear death and take steps to prevent his end from ever coming about. Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, taught Vecna a ritual that would allow him to live on as the Lich. Beyond death, he became the greatest of all Liches. Even though his body gradually withered and decayed, Vecna continued to expand his evil dominion. So formidable and hideous was his temper that his subjects feared to speak his name. He was the Whispered One, the master of the Spider Throne, the Undying King, and the Lord of the Rotted Tower. Some say that Vecna's lieutenant, Cas, coveted the Spider Throne for himself, or that the sword his lord made for him seduced him into rebellion. Whatever the reason, Cas brought the Undying King's rule to an end in a terrible battle that left Vecna's tower a heap of ash. Of Vecna, all that remained were one hand and one eye, grisly artifacts that still seek to work the Whispered One's will in the world. The Eye of Vecna and the Hand of Vecna might be found together or separately. The eye looks like a bloodshot organ torn from a socket. The hand is a mummified and shriveled left extremity. To attune to the eye, you must gauge out your own eye and press the artifact into the empty socket. The eye grafts itself to your head and remains there until you die. Once in place, the eye transforms into a golden eye with a slit for a pupil, much like that of a cat. If the eye is ever removed, you die. To attune to the hand, you must lop off your left hand at the wrist and press the artifact against the stump. The hand grafts itself to your arm and becomes a functioning appendage. If the hand is ever removed, you die. Random properties. The Eye of Vecna and the Hand of Vecna each have the following random properties. One minor beneficial property, one major beneficial property, one minor detrimental property. Properties of the Eye. Your alignment changes to neutral evil, and you gain the following benefits. You have true sight. You can use an action to see as if you're wearing a ring of X-ray vision. You can add this effect as a bonus action. The eye has 8 charges. You can use an action and expend 1 or more charges to cast one of the following spells. Save DC 18 from it. Clairvoyance 2 charges. Crown of Madness 1 charge. Disintegrate 4 charges. Dominate Monster 5 charges. Or Eye Bite 4 charges. The eye regains 1d4 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. Each time you cast a spell from the eye, there is a 5% chance that Vecna tears your soul from your body, devours it, and then takes control of the body like a puppet. If that happens, you become an NPC under the DM's control. Whoa, that's very hardcore. I don't think your players might be interested in doing that one, in using it. A true sight spell is not exactly worth a 5% chance to die forever. Properties of the hand. Your alignment changes to neutral evil and you gain the following benefits. Your strength score becomes 20 unless it is already 20 or higher. Any melee spell attack you make with the hand and any melee weapon attack made with the weapon held by it deals an extra 2d8 cold damage on a hit. That's a lot. The hand has 8 charges. You can use an action and expend 1 or more charges to cast one of the following spells. Save DC 18 from it. Finger of Death 5 charges. Sleep 1 charge. Slow 2 charges. Teleport 3 charges. The hand regains 1d4 plus 4 expanded charges daily at dawn. Each time you cast a spell from the hand, it casts a suggestion spell on you. Save DC 18, demanding that you commit an evil act. The hand might have a specific act in mind or leave it up to you. Properties of the eye and hand. If you are attuned to both the hand and eye, you gain the following additional benefits. You are immune to disease and poison. Now, using the eye's X-ray vision never causes you to suffer exhaustion. You experience premonitions of danger and, unless you are incapacitated, can't be surprised. If you start a turn with at least 1 hit point, you regain 1d10 hit points. If a creature has a skeleton, you can attempt to turn its bones to jelly with a touch of the Hand of Vecna. You can do so by using an action to make a melee attack against a creature you can reach. Using your choice of your melee attack bonus for weapons or spells, on a hit the target must succeed on a DC 18 Constitution saving throw or drop to 0 hit points. That's messed up. That's kinda strong. You can use an action to cast Wish. This property can't be used again until 30 days have passed, destroying the eye and hand. If the Eye of Vecna and the Hand of Vecna are both attached to the same creature, and that creature is slain by the Sword of Cas, Both the eye and the hand burst into flame, turn to ash and are destroyed forever. Any other attempt to destroy the eye or hand seems to work, but the artifact reappears in one of Vecna's many hidden vaults, where it waits to be rediscovered. Orb of Dragonkind. Ages passed on the world of Kryn. Elves and humans waged a terrible war against evil dragons. When the world seemed doomed, the wizards of the Towers of High Sorcery came together and worked their greatest magic, forging 5 orbs of Dragonkind, or Dragon Orbs, to help them defeat the dragons. 1 orb was taken to each of the 5 towers, and there they were used to speed the war towards a victorious end. The wizards used the orbs to lure dragons to them, then destroyed the dragons with powerful magic. As the Towers of High Sorcery fell in later ages, the orbs were destroyed or faded into legend, and only 3 are thought to survive. Their magic has been warped and twisted over the centuries, and although their primary purpose of calling dragons still functions, they also allow some measure of control over dragons. Each orb contains the essence of an evil dragon, a presence that resents any attempt to coax magic from it. These, lacking in force of personality, might find themselves enslaved to an orb. An orb is an etched crystal globe about 10 inches in diameter. When used, it grows to about 20 inches in diameter, and mist swirls inside it. While attuned to an orb, you can use an action to peer into the orb's depths and speak its command word. You must then make a DC 15 charisma check. On a successful check, you control the orb as long as you remain attuned to it. On a failed check, you become charmed by the orb for as long as you remain attuned to it. While you are charmed by the orb, you can't voluntarily end your attunement to it, and the orb casts suggestion on you at will, save DC 18, urging you to work towards the evil ends it desires. The dragon essence within the orb might want many things: the annihilation of a particular people, freedom from the orb, to spread suffering in the world, to advance the worship of Takhisis, Tiamat's name on Kryn, or something else the DM decides. Random properties. An orb of Dragonkind has the following random properties: 2 minor beneficial properties, 1 minor detrimental property, 1 major detrimental property. Spells. The orb has 7 charges and regains 1d4 plus 3 expended charges daily at dawn. If you control the orb, you can use an action and expend 1 or more charges to cast one of the following spells, save DC 18 from it: Cure Wounds 5th level, Version 3 charges, Daylight 1 charge, Death Ward 2 charges, or Scrying 3 charges. You can also use an action to cast a detect magic spell from the orb without using any charges. Call Dragons. While you control the orb, you can use an action to cause the artifact to issue a telepathic call that extends in all directions for 40 miles. Evil dragons in range feel compelled to come to the orb as soon as possible, with the most direct route. Dragon deities such as Tiamat are unaffected by this call. Dragons drawn to the orb might be hostile toward you for compelling them against their will. Once you have used this property, it can't be used again for 1 hour. Destroying an orb. An orb of Dragonkind appears fragile but is impervious to most damage, including the attacks and breath weapons of dragons. A disintegrate spell, or 1 good hit from a +3 magic weapon, is sufficient to destroy an orb, however. That's pretty fragile for an artifact, very easy to destroy, I guess, compared to the axe of Dwarven Lords that has to marinate in a volcano for 50 years. That's like easy street. Sword of Kars. Wondrous item artifact, requires attunement. When Vecna grew in power, he appointed an evil and ruthless lieutenant, Kars the Bloody-Handed, to act as his bodyguard and right hand. This despicable villain served as advisor, warlord and assassin. His successes earned him Vecna's admiration and a reward, a sword with as dark a pedigree as the man who would wield it. For a long time Kars faithfully served the Lich, but as Kars's power grew, so did his hubris. His sword urged him to supplant Vecna so that they could rule the Lich's empire in Vecna's stead. Legend says Vecna's destruction came at Kars's hand, but Vecna also wrought his rebellious lieutenant's doom, leaving only Kars's sword behind. The world was made brighter thereby. The Sword of Kars is a magic sentient longsword that grants +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. It scores a critical hit when a roll of 19 or 20, and deals an extra 2d10 slashing damage to undead. If the sword isn't bathed in blood within 1 minute of being drawn from its scabbard, its wielder must make a DC 15 charisma saving throw. On a successful save, the wielder takes 3d6 psychic damage. On a failed save, the wielder is dominated by the sword, as if by the Dominate monster spell, and the sword demands that it be bathed in blood. The spell effect ends when the sword's demand is met. Random properties. The Sword of Kars has the following random properties: 1 minor beneficial property, 1 major beneficial property, 1 minor detrimental property, 1 major detrimental property. Spirit of Chaos. While the sword is on your person, you add a d10 to your initiative at the start of every combat. In addition, when you use an action to attack with the sword, you can transfer some or all of its attack bonus to your armor class instead. The adjusted bonuses remain in effect until the start of your next turn. Spells. While the sword is on your person, you can use an action to cast one of the following spells, save DC 18 from it. Call Lightning, Divine Word, or Finger of Death. Once you use the sword to cast a spell, you can't cast that spell again from it until the next turn. Sentient. The Sword of Chaos is a sentient, chaotic evil weapon with an intelligence of 15, a wisdom of 13, and a charisma of 16. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. The weapon communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand common. Personality. The sword's purpose is to bring ruin to Vecna, killing Vecna's worshippers, destroying the Lich's works, and foiling his machinations, all help to fulfill this goal. The Sword of Chaos also seeks to destroy anyone corrupted by the eye and hand of Vecna. The sword's obsession with those artifacts eventually becomes fixation for its wielder. Destroying the sword. A creature attuned to both the Eye of Vecna and the Hand of Vecna can use the wish property of these combined artifacts to unmake the Sword of Chaos. The creature must cast the wish spell and make a charisma check, contested by the charisma check of the sword. The sword must be within 30 feet of the creature, or the spell fails. If the sword wins the contest, nothing happens, and the wish spell is wasted. If the sword loses the contest, it is destroyed. I feel like there's the story behind the swords of Chaos and the Vecna body parts is a very specific one, and players are likely to know it. Well, semi-likely to know it. I'd be tempted to skip out on that one, just because it's a very particular story, and you want your own stories in your campaigns, don't you? I want my own stories in my campaigns, I guess. Could be a side story. Could be something. For example, if I were to have a scene where you meet a bard that sings of glorious deeds, he could sing about this story with slightly twisted facts, maybe changed names and that sort of thing, because this story is like a secret. Vecna is god of secrets, and I assume that average people don't know about the Eye of Vecna, but he could sing a story that has this story as an origin, and you could later have the players learn that that was it. As like an Easter egg, I suppose. It wouldn't be strictly an Easter egg, but as an interesting tidbit that someone may or may not realize when playing your campaign. Wand of Orcus. Wand, artifact, requires attunement. The ghastly Wand of Orcus rarely leaves Orcus's side. The device, as evil as its creator, shares the Demon Lord's aims to snuff out the lives of all living things and bind the material plane in the stasis of undeath. Orcus allows the wand to slip from his grasp from time to time. When it does, it magically appears whenever its master senses an opportunity to achieve some fell goal. Made from bones as hard as iron, the wand is topped with a magically enlarged skull that once belonged to a human hero slain by Orcus. The wand can magically change in size to better conform to the grip of its user. Plants wither, drinks spoil, flesh rots, and vermin thrive in the wand's presence. Any creature besides Orcus that tries to attune to the wand must make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw. On a successful save, the creature takes 10d6 necrotic damage. On a failed save, the creature dies and rises as a zombie. In the hands of one who is attuned to it, the wand can be wielded as a magic mace that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. The wand deals an extra 2d12 necrotic damage on a hit. Random properties. The Wand of Orcus has the following random properties. 2 minor beneficial properties, 1 major beneficial property, 2 minor detrimental properties, 1 major detrimental property. The detrimental properties of the Wand of Orcus are suppressed while the wand is attuned to Orcus himself. Protection. You gain a +3 bonus to armor class while holding the wand. Spells. The wand has 7 charges while holding it. You can use an action and expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells. Save DC 18 from it. Animate Dead 1 charge, Blight 2 charges, Circle of Death 3 charges, Finger of Death 3 charges, Power Word Kill 4 charges, or Speak with Dead 1 charge. The wand regains 1d4 +3 expended charges daily at dawn. While attuned to the wand, Orcus or a follower blessed by him can cast each of the wand's spells using 2 fewer charges, minimum of 0. Call Undead. While you are holding the wand, you can use an action to conjure skeletons and zombies, calling forth as many of them as you can divide 500 hit points among. Each undead having average hit points, see the monster manual for statistics. The undead magically rise up from the ground or otherwise from unoccupied spaces within 300 feet of you and obey your commands until they are destroyed or until dawn of the next day, when they collapse into inanimate piles of bones and rotting corpses. Once you use this property of the wand, you can't use it again until the next dawn. While attuned to the wand, Orcus can summon any kind of undead, not just skeletons and zombies. The undead don't perish or disappear at dawn the following day, remaining until Orcus dismisses some sentience. The wand of Orcus is a sentient, chaotic evil item with an intelligence of 16, a wisdom of 12, and a charisma of 16. It has hearing and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. The wand communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand abyssal and common. Personality. The wand's purpose is to help satisfy Orcus's desire to slay everything in the multiverse. The wand is cold, cruel, nihilistic, and bereft of humor. In order to further its master's goals, the wand feigns devotion to its current user and makes grandiose promises that it has no intention of fulfilling, such as vowing to help its user overthrow Orcus. Destroying the wand. Destroying the wand of Orcus requires that it be taken to the positive energy plane by an ancient hero whose skull surmounts it. For this to happen, the long-lost hero must first be restored to life, no easy task, given the fact that Orcus has imprisoned the hero's soul and keeps it hidden and well guarded. Bathing the wand in positive energy causes it to crack and explode, but unless the above conditions are met, the wand instantly reforms on Orcus's layer of the abyss. This wand is a pretty good beatstick, honestly. I think you could do better with the wand than with the Sword of Cast, despite the wand being a wand. And it doesn't have very strong detrimental properties. From a power gamer's standpoint, this is a very usable item, especially compared to the other artifacts. Other rewards. As much as adventurers desire treasure, they often appreciate other forms of reward. This section presents a variety of ways that gods, monarchs, and other beings of power might recognize the character's accomplishments, including supernatural gifts that give characters new capabilities, titles, lands, and other marks of prestige, and boons that are available only to characters who have reached 20th level. Supernatural gifts. A supernatural gift is a special reward granted by a being of force of great magical power. Such supernatural gifts come in two forms, blessings and charms. A blessing is usually bestowed by a god or godlike being. A charm is typically the work of a powerful spirit, a location of ancient magic, or a creature that has legendary actions. That's a weird criterion, having legendary actions, but okay. Unlike a magic item, a supernatural gift isn't an object and doesn't require attunement. It gives a character an extraordinary ability which can be used one or more times. Blessings. A character might receive a blessing from a deity for doing something truly momentous, an accomplishment that catches the attention of both gods and mortals. Killing rampaging gnolls rarely warrants such a blessing, but slaying the High Priest of Tiamat as he attempts to summon the Dragon Queen might. A blessing is an appropriate reward for one of the following accomplishments: restoring the most sacred shrine of a god, foiling an earth-shaking plot by the enemies of a god, helping a god's favorite servant complete a holy quest. An adventurer might also receive a blessing in advance of a perilous quest. For example, a paladin could receive one before setting out on a quest to slay a terrifying lich that is responsible for a magical plague sweeping the land. A character should receive only a blessing that is useful to him or her, and some blessings come with expectations on the part of the benefactor. A god typically gives a blessing for a particular purpose, such as recovering a holy person's remains or toppling a tyrannical empire. The god might revoke a blessing if a character fails to pursue that purpose or acts counter to it. A character retains the benefits of a blessing forever, or until it's taken away by the god who granted it. Unlike a magic item, such a blessing can't be suppressed by an anti-magic field or similar effect. Most adventurers go their entire lives without receiving even one of these blessings. There is no limit on the number of blessings a character can receive, but it should be rare for a character to have more than one at a time. Moreover, a character can't benefit from multiple instances of a blessing at the same time. For example, a character can't benefit from 2 instances of the blessing of health at once. Example blessings are provided below. The text of a blessing addresses its user. If you decide to create more blessings, consider this. A typical blessing mimics the properties of a wondrous item. Blessing of health. Your constitution score increases by 2 up to a maximum of 22. Blessing of protection. You gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws. Blessing of magic resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Blessing of Understanding. Your wisdom score increases by 2 up to a maximum of 22. Blessing of Valhalla. The blessing grants you the power to summon spirit warriors as if it had blown a silver horn of Valhalla. Once you use this blessing, you can't use it again until 7 days have passed. Blessing of Weapon Enhancement. One non-magical weapon in your possession becomes a +1 weapon whenever you wield it. That's a horrible blessing. For a level 20 character, that's a no-no. Blessing of Wound Closure. This blessing grants you the benefits of a period of wound closure. Charms. A charm is a minor supernatural gift, which can be received in a large variety of ways. For example, a wizard who finds an eldritch secret in a dead archmage's spellbook might be infused with the magic of a charm, as might a character who solves the Sphinx's riddle or drinks from a magical fountain. Legendary creatures such as ancient gold dragons and unicorns sometimes grace their allies with charms, and some explorers find themselves bearing the magic of a charm after discovering a long-lost location that is drenched in primeval magic. Some charms can be used only once, and others can be used a specific number of times before vanishing. If a charm lets you cast a spell, you are able to do so without spending a spell slot or providing any components, verbal, somatic, or material. In any case, a charm can't be used in the area created by an anti-magic field, or a similar effect, and a charm's effects are susceptible to dispel magic and the like, but the charm itself can't be removed from a creature by anything short of a divine intervention or the wish spell. Example charms are provided below. The text of a charm addresses its user. A typical charm mimics the effects of a potion or a spell, so it is easy to create more charms of your own if you like. Charm of Animal Conjuring. The charm allows you to cast Conjure Animals spell 3rd level version as an action. Once used 3 times, the charm vanishes from you. Charm of Dark Vision. This charm allows you to cast a Dark Vision spell as an action. No components required. Once used 3 times, the charm goes away. Charm of Feather Falling. This charm grants you the benefits of a ring of feather falling. These benefits last for 10 days, after which the charm vanishes from you. Charm of Heroism. This charm allows you to give yourself the benefit of Potion of Heroism as an action. Once you do so, the charm vanishes from you. Charm of Restoration. This charm has 6 charges. You can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast one of the following spells: Greater Restoration 4 charges, or Lesser Restoration 2 charges. Once all its charges have been expended, the charm vanishes from you. Charm of the Slayer. One sword in your possession becomes a Dragon Slayer or Giant Slayer DM's choice for the next 9 days. The charm then vanishes from you and the weapon returns to normal. Charm of Vitality. This charm allows you to give yourself the benefit of a Potion of Vitality as an action. Once you do so, the charm vanishes from you. I guess the things they describe here, they're not very useful from the narrative standpoint. They don't have much flavor to it. Imagine characters pilfering an ancient ruin, and at the end they like find something, some chamber infused with powerful magic, and what does it do? It grants them 3 uses of dark vision. Even if you try to structure a campaign in such a way where this charm is relevant to a significant scene that's going to happen in the campaign, you'd have to twist it so hard to make it do anything for the narrative. I guess that's more for power gamers, for people who enjoy getting buffs just for the sake of getting something. I'm not into these. You could come up with much better charms on your own. Marks of Prestige. Sometimes the most memorable rewards for adventurers is the prestige they acquire throughout the realm. Their adventures often earn them fame and power, allies and enemies, and titles that they can pass on to their descendants. Some lords and ladies began as commoners who ventured into the dangerous places of the world and made names for themselves throughout their brave deeds. This section details the most common marks of prestige the adventurers might acquire during campaigns. These marks are usually gained along with treasure, but sometimes they stand on their own. I feel like a lot of this stuff is geared towards adventurers who... No, not adventurers. It's geared towards players who just want to tickle their own vanity, who want to feel better about themselves. None of them, they don't seem to do much for the story. If you're in it for the story, if you want to be a humble hero, traveling the vast expanses of a wild magical world, and you don't care for NPCs sucking up to you, and you don't care for gold and items, and being powerful and optimizing your characters and all that stuff. This is chaff. This isn't... Nah. I don't like it at all. Letters of recommendation. When gold is in short supply, the adventurer's benefactor might provide them with a letter of recommendation instead of a monetary payment. Such a letter is usually enclosed in a handsome folio case or scroll tube for safe transport, and it usually bears the signature and seal of whoever wrote it. A letter of recommendation from a person of impeccable reputation can grant adventurers access to NPCs that they would otherwise have trouble meeting on their own, such as a duke, viceroy, or queen. Moreover, carrying such a recommendation on one's person can help clear up misunderstandings with local authorities who might not otherwise take the adventurer's word. A letter of recommendation is worth only as much as the person who wrote it and offers no benefit in places where its writer holds no sway. Medals. Although they are often fashioned from gold and other precious metals, medals have an even greater symbolic value to those who award and receive them. Medals are typically awarded by powerful political figures for acts of heroism, and wearing a medal is usually enough to earn the respect of those who understand its significance. Different acts of heroism can warrant different kinds of medals. The King of Breland in the Eberron campaign setting might award a royal badge of valor, shaped like a shield and made of ruby and electrum, to adventurers for defending Brelish citizens, while the Golden Bear of Breland, a medal made of gold and shaped like a likeness of a bear's head with gems for eyes, might be reserved for adventurers who prove their allegiance to the Brelish crown by uncovering and defeating a plot to end the Treaty of Thronehold and reignite the last war. A medal doesn't offer a specific in-game benefit to one who wears it, but it can affect dealings with NPCs. For example, a character who proudly displays the Golden Bear of Breland will be regarded as a hero of the people within the Kingdom of Breland. Outside Breland, the medal carries far less weight, except among allies of Breland's king. I feel like this part I do very differently. The rewards and the ego stroking, I'd tone it down. Have you guys played Icewind Dale 1, for example? I have played Icewind Dale 1. And I've played all of the Infinity games, and they hold a special place in my heart. And in the stories of these games, a lot of the time, you're not a duke, you're not... the NPCs don't try to butter you up. In Icewind Dale 1, which is one of my favorite ones when it comes to the vibe of the game, you're just humble adventurers through and through. You're isolated from the world by an avalanche, and there's like this very limited part of the world that you can go to. And you don't have powerful allies. Nobody, the NPCs don't suck up to you at all. You don't get a medal. You don't get blessings from the deities. There's nothing much to stroke your ego in the story, and I like it that way. I don't think that tabletop RPGs should be just to let you go on a power trip, neither as a player nor as a DM. I mean, you can do anything you want in an RPG. You can actually go on an ego trip and flex on all these made-up NPCs and show how your optimized character does well, but eventually it's gonna get boring, I assume. You should really try to play a humble character that's not at all about that. Try to have your decisions within the game be dictated by what's fun, what's interesting, what's gonna put a twist on things, what's gonna cause trouble. Literally, I mean cause trouble for you and your party. I promise you're gonna like it. Well, obviously, I don't know if you're gonna like it, but I'd like to promise you're gonna like it because I like it. I think it's the best way to play games. Obviously, you can disagree, but then you're wrong. Parcels of land. A parcel of land is just that, and usually comes with a royal letter affirming that the land has been granted as a reward for some service. Such land usually remains the property of the local ruler or ruling body, but is leased to a character with the understanding that it can be taken away, especially if his or her loyalty is ever called into question. A parcel of land, if sufficiently large, might have one or more farms or villagers on it already, in which case the recipient is pronounced lord or lady of the land and is expected to collect taxes along with any other duties. A character who receives a parcel of land is free to build on it and is expected to safeguard it. He or she may yield the land as part of an inheritance, but can't sell or trade it without permission from local ruler or ruling body. Parcels of land make fine rewards for adventurers who are looking for a place to settle or who have family or some kind of personal investment in the region where the land is located. Special favors. A reward might come in the form of a favor that the characters can call on at some future date. Special favors work best when individual granting them is trustworthy. A lawful good or lawful neutral NPC will do whatever can be done to fulfill an obligation when the time comes short of breaking laws. A lawful evil NPC does the same, but only because the deal is a deal. A neutral good or neutral NPC might pay off favors to protect his or her reputation. A chaotic good NPC is more concerned about doing right by the adventurers, honoring any obligations without worrying too much about personal risk or adherence to law. Special rights. A politically powerful person can reward characters by giving them special rights, which are usually articulated in some sort of official document. For example, characters might be granted special rights to carry weapons in public places, kill enemies of the crown, or negotiate on a duke's behalf. So you can have a license to kill in D&D, apparently. Some players might really like that sort of reward, but I wouldn't want to give it to them, and especially to these sort of players. I mean, murder hobos with a writ that says they can waste the enemies of the crown is a horrible idea. They might earn the right to demand free room and board from any establishment of the particular community, or have the right to draft local militia to assist them as needed. Special rights last only as long as the legal document dictates, and such rights can be revoked if the adventurers abuse them. I don't know, maybe this is discriminatory, but I have a feeling that a lot of Dungeons and Dragons players, they like to flex their power, evoke authority, and just do things that benefit them from a mechanical standpoint, more so than players of other systems. I don't know. Maybe I feel that way because I came from other systems. I didn't play so long and I already had the displeasure to play with such people. But the majority is still nice. So far, my experience is like maybe it's majorly good, but there's some things. Strongholds. A stronghold is a reward usually given to seasoned adventurers who demonstrate unwavering fealty to a powerful political figure or ruling body, such as a king, knighthood, or a council of wizards. A stronghold can be anything from a fortified tower in the heart of a city to a provincial keep on the borderlands. While the stronghold is for the characters to govern as they see fit, the land on which it sits remains the property of the crown or local ruler. Should the characters prove disloyal or unworthy of the gift, they can be asked or forced to relinquish custody of the stronghold. As an additional reward, the individual bequeathing the stronghold might offer to pay its maintenance costs for a period of 1 or more months, after which the characters inherit that responsibility. See Chapter 6 for more information on stronghold maintenance. Titles. A politically powerful figure has the ability to dispense titles. A title often comes with a parcel of land, see above. For example, a character might be awarded the title Earl of Storm River or Countess of Dunfjord, along with a parcel of land that includes a settlement or region of the same name. A character can hold more than one title, and in a feudal society, those titles can be passed down to or distributed among one's children. While a character holds a title, he or she is expected to act in a manner befitting that title. By decree, titles can be stripped away if the local ruler or ruling body has reason to question the character's loyalty or competence. Alternatives to epic boons. You might decide to grant one of the following rewards to a 20th level character instead of awarding an epic boon. These two options can be awarded to a character more than once. Ability score improvement. The character can increase one ability score by 2 or increase 2 ability scores by 1 each. The ability score can now be increased above 20, up to a maximum of 30. New feat. The character gains a new feat chosen by the player but subject to your approval. I don't like this idea. I feel like playing past level 20 is already not a great idea because characters are so powerful. They basically feel like Marvel superheroes, and I don't much like the superhero genre. I mean, I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way. Maybe it's because I don't like it personally. I like a humble adventurer, people with flaws, people who struggle every now and then. These superheroic figures, they feel very much dehumanized a lot of the time. And they can do insane things. At level 20 you can teleport all across the world, you can cast wishes and bend the world to your needs. There isn't much interesting story to be told about characters with such capabilities. It spirals out of control and into the ridiculous, and that's not what I'm here for. As a player too, I'm not only saying that because I'm wearing the DM hat right now and I'm learning how to run a campaign in Dungeons and Dragons. I'm also saying this as a player. I like the more humble beginnings of an adventure than the part where almost everything is solved already. A lot of the best campaigns that I've played actually had the characters die at the end. Not because they made a mistake, but because they were against insurmountable odds and no one could have lived. But at the same time, there is a difference between dying for a worthy cause in a way that does not bring dishonor to you and just dying. I feel like movies and books where the hero dies at the end are often the more powerful ones, the ones that leave us more moved by the whole thing. I like this sort of thing. It's very non-D&D. The kind of player that's very vain and just wants to win at every encounter, I think doesn't take kindly to this sort of ending to the story. Alright, okay, this art, it looks very much like a Dave Raposa art. I don't know if I'm right. I'm very much into fantasy art, by the way. I do art for a living, and one of the main reasons I took an interest to art is a game that I actually mentioned in the stream already, Icewind Dale 1. It is art by Vance Kovacs, Justin Sweet, Jason Manley, and Kevin Llewellyn under the nickname of Puddinhead. And I absolutely love the art, especially of the first three. And among that first three, I really like the portrait art by Jason Manley that has these dark shadows and saturated colors in a fantasy setting. And it has also this bit of realistic skies and weathers in the background, painted in a very painterly way. You'd have to see them. I guess I probably shouldn't talk too much about art because I assume that most of you here are here for the book, but I'm a bit of an art geek, you have to know. Training. And whenever I see an art where I think I can guess who painted it, I'm gonna take a guess. And my guess here is this is a Dave Raposa painting. Training. A character might be offered special training in lieu of a financial reward. This kind of training isn't widely available and thus is highly desirable. It presumes the existence of a skilled trainer, perhaps retired adventurer or champion who is willing to serve as a mentor. The trainer might be a reclusive wizard or a haughty sorcerer who owes the queen a favor. The knight commander of the king's guard, the leader of a powerful druid circle, a quirky monk who lives in a remote mountaintop pagoda, a barbarian chieftain, a warlock living among nomads as a fortune teller, or an absent-minded bard whose plays and poetry are known throughout the land. A character who agrees to training as a reward must spend downtime with the trainer, see chapter 6 for more information on downtime activities. In exchange, the character is guaranteed to receive the special benefit. Possible training benefits include the following. The character gains inspiration daily at dawn for 1d4 plus 6 days. The character gains proficiency in a skill. The character gains a feat. Wow, that's very strong. Character gains a feat. It's something I'd be tempted to do because there's a lot of interesting feats and there's a few strong feats. And the interesting feats, they probably never get chosen, or they don't get chosen all that much. But if you had to give your character a feat without having them sacrifice their oh so valuable skill increase, whatever you give them, they're going to be very happy with it. If you give them a feat that's much underpowered but is interesting, for example the feat that allows you to read lips, they're still going to be very happy with it because it's free. Epic boons. An epic boon is a special power available only to 20th level characters. Characters at that level gain such boons only if you want them to, and only when you feel it's appropriate. Epic boons are best awarded after the characters complete a major quest, or accomplish something else particularly notable. A character might gain an epic boon after destroying an evil artifact, defeating an ancient dragon, or halting an incursion from the outer planes. Epic boons can also be used as a form of advancement, a way to provide greater power to characters who have no more levels to gain. With this approach, consider awarding one epic boon to each character for every 30,000 EXP he or she earns above 3,500 EXP. You determine which epic boon a character gains. Ideally, the boon you pick is something the character would put to use in future adventures. You can allow a player to select a boon for his or her character, subject to your approval. Whatever boon a character ends up with, consider its place in your story and world. Many of the boons are extraordinary and represent the gradual transformation of a character into something resembling a demigod. Why? I mean, unless for story reasons you need one of your characters to transform into a demigod, don't do it. Because what place does a demigod have in a story? What unsolved problems could they have? They're not very good as story characters because they feel inhuman, they're hard to empathize with. I like a flawed hero, or a hero who's still looking for something, who needs something, who has a past maybe that they're not happy with, and maybe a future that is uncertain. These Superman characters, like, they don't really do it for me. The acquisition of a boon might visibly transform a character. For example, the eyes of a character with the boon of True Sight might glow when he or she feels strong emotion. A character who has the boon of High Magic might have faint motes of light glimmering around his or her head. Also, the sight how the boon first appears. Does the boon appear spontaneously and mysteriously, or does a being of cosmic power manifest to bestow it? The bestowal of a boon can itself be an exciting scene in an adventure. The text of a boon addresses its user. Unless the boon says otherwise, a character can't gain it more than once. Boon of Combat Prowess. When you miss with a melee weapon attack, you can choose to hit instead. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Dimensional Travel. As an action, you can cast the Misty Step spell without using a spell slot or any components. Once you do so, you can't use this boon again until you finish a short rest. Boon of the Fate. When another creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw, you can roll a d10 and apply the result as a bonus or penalty to the roll. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Fortitude. Your hit point maximum increases by 40. That's a lot of hit points, especially if you're a wizard. Boon of High Magic. You gain a 9th level spell slot, provided that you already have one. Boon of Immortality. You stop aging. You're immune to any effect that would age you, and you can't die from old age. Boon of Invincibility. When you take damage from any source, you can reduce that damage to 0. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Alright, so there is already one that I like. Boon of Immortality. This one is interesting. This one can offer something interesting to a character, especially if they're not very combat oriented, if they're like the sagely type. If you would like a character of yours to stay in the campaign as a mentor, maybe assume a different role, just be there for your younger characters, this sort of boon is interesting. You could do something interesting with the Boon of Immortality. That one I might be tempted to confer to one of my players. Boon of Irresistible Offense. You can bypass the damage resistances of any creature. Boon of Luck. You can add a d10 roll to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw you make. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Magic Resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Boon of Peerless Aim. You can give yourself a +20 bonus to a ranged attack roll you make. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Perfect Health. You're immune to all diseases and poisons. You can have advantage on Constitution saving throws. Boon of Planar Travel. When you gain this boon, choose a plane of existence other than the material plane. You can now use an action to cast the Plane Shift spell. No spell slot or components required, targeting yourself only, and travel to the chosen plane, or from that plane, back to the material plane. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Quick Casting. Choose one of your spells of 1st through 3rd level that has a casting time of 1 action. That spell's casting time is now 1 bonus action to you. Boon of Recovery. You can use a bonus action to regain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Boon of Resilience. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. Boon of Skill Proficiency. You gain proficiency in all skills. That is insane. Why would you give that to a player? It takes away from your character's quote-unquote character. If you can do anything equally well, just with the difference based on your stats. If you can perform any charisma-based skill on equal level, or any dexterity skill on equal level, that takes away from your character's identity in a very powerful way. It's horrible. This is probably the worst one so far. Boon of Speed. Your walking speed increases by 30 feet. In addition, you can use a bonus action to take the dash or disengage action. Once you do so, you can't do so again until you finish a short rest. Boon of Spell Mastery. Choose one 1st level sorcerer, warlock, or wizard spell that you can cast. You can now cast that spell at its lowest level without expending a spell slot. Boon of Spell Recall. You can cast any spell you know or have prepared without expending a spell slot. Once you do so, you can't use this boon again until you finish a long rest. Boon of the Fire Soul. You have immunity to fire. You can also cast Burning Hands, save DC 15 at will, without using a slot or any components. Boon of the Night Spirit. While completely in an area of dim light or darkness, you can become invisible as an action. You remain invisible until you take an action or a reaction. Boon of the Stormborn. You have immunity to lightning and thunder damage. You can cast Thunder Wave, save DC 15 at will, without using a spell slot or any components. Boon of the Unfettered. You have advantage on ability checks made to resist being grappled. In addition, you can use an action to automatically escape and grapple, or free yourself of restraints of any kind. Boon of True Sight. You have True Sight out to a range of 60 feet. Boon of Undetectability. You gain plus 10 bonus to Dexterity Stealth check, and you can't be detected or targeted by divination magic, including scrying sensors. This concludes the enormously long chapter on treasure. If you enjoyed it, please consider leaving a like and maybe even checking me out on Twitch, link in the description. Thank you for watching, and may you find treasure along the way, or friends, or whatever. How does that name go anyway?